Folks, what's up, folks? How are you? Dr. Anthony Criniti IV here, also known as Dr. Finance. We'll be getting started in just a moment. We have an incredible night waiting for the co-host to join us, and I'll be starting to invite everyone to the stage. We got waiting for Diamond, and we're going to have a few special guests today. Actually, Dr. Forbes Riley will be the main speaker, folks. So this is actually a very special room for the community as well, because it's a 1-year anniversary of the longest running room in Clubhouse, and really the room that made the Friday Finance Masterclass ever happen in the first place. So, folks, if you can just bear with us as we build the room, just take your seats, maybe get some coffee, tea, whatever you need to do, and we're going to be bringing you guys up in just a little bit, waiting for my co-host to be here, and we'll be getting started shortly. Thank you, folks. All right, folks. Dr. Finance here, just getting started. We have a little bit of a delay here, waiting for our co-host to be here. And we actually got Mike Alden's going to be helping out today. He's very good friends with Dr. Forbes Riley, our main speaker. You're going to hear his interesting story as well. So, folks, if you sit back, just relax as we set the room up. We'll be getting started in just a moment. We've got an incredible night lined up for us. This is a 1-year anniversary of the longest running room on Clubhouse, 84 days straight. It's technically more or less the longest running stage on Clubhouse. This is the time when, we're still in beta really, but this is the time when we were, there was a lot of different applications and different functions on Clubhouse. So it was really a consistent stage. We're going to tell you the story of that, and we're going to have a lot of people from the old community come back tonight. This invitation went out all over social media, so it's going to be a pretty big room. Possibly Les Brown might jump in as well. So it's going to be an incredible room. So just save your spots, folks. I'm not inviting anyone up yet because I just want to wait for the co-host to get here, see if Diamond will be here any moment, and then we'll get started. I'll start inviting everyone up. So if you can, just save your spots, folks, and we'll be getting started momentarily. All right. Thank you, folks. Appreciate it. Here she goes. Diamond is here. All right, Diamond, I'm going to mod you. I know Diamond's doing a little bit of traveling today, so all right, glad to see you, Diamond. Welcome. I was just telling everyone about the specialness of this room, and wow, and we got a lot of people here. We're going to be inviting you up in just a little bit. We got Ed Connors here, folks. So Ed Connors is going to be a special. This is his first day on Clubhouse, probably his third or fourth hour. I'm going to tell you about Ed in a little bit. He's actually going to be our special guest in a few weeks. Ed actually is one of the founders of Gold's Gym originally. I mean, this guy's friends with everybody from Arnold Schwarzenegger to you name it. A lot of wrestling figures and et cetera. So, Ed, stay tuned, folks. Ed, I'm going to invite you up. All you got to do is accept the invite once I bring you up, okay? So, in the meantime, folks, I'm going to be bringing everyone in, and if you could help me ping the room and follow everyone as well. And Diamond, I want to welcome Diamond, one of the top hosts on Clubhouse, Diamond Diva, also a successful businesswoman, as well as a mindset expert and so many other things. So welcome, Diamond. You want to tell us a little about yourself, maybe 30 seconds or so, and the specialness of the title, folks, How to Run a Successful Business. I could have called it Welcome to the 1-year anniversary of the longest running room on Clubhouse or something like that, but this was actually the original title of the longest running room, which impacted over 1 million people. So welcome, Diamond. How are you?
This is Diamond, and I'm doing absolutely incredible, Dr. Finance. And before I jump to my intro, I just want to make sure Everyone acknowledges you for creating this space and being one of the leaders that allowed us to achieve this milestone of impacting so many lives and literally breaking records here on Clubhouse. So, if you're just now joining us in the room, please make sure you're taking the time to click on that greenhouse and join the Finance Club today. Connect with Dr. Finance himself for curating this room week after week, every single Friday, and take the time to connect with him on all his social media platforms as well. You've done excellent work, Dr. Finance. I'm so appreciative to have met you. And because of the work that you've laid with so many others, I've been able to build amazing relationships here on this platform. And for anyone who has not met me yet, I am Diamond Diva, founder and CEO of Diamond Diva Entertainment and the Abundance Mastermind. Mindset is my jam. I'm a mindset coach with background in expert coach, NLP, and timeline therapy. And I absolutely love to empower entrepreneurs, individuals to develop a success mindset in order to achieve their goals with no stress, no anxiety, and no overwhelm. And I just have to say, I'm so grateful to be in this space because this is one of the safe places I come to release any stress, anxiety, overwhelm, and actually tap into a powerful network of individuals who are doing amazing things. And so I'm really excited to be here. Yes, I am traveling, but I could not miss this room because of the impact it's made on my life. And I wanted to be here to support you, Dr. Finance, and so many of the great people that have come through this space over the past year. And so thank you so much. This is Diamond, and I'm complete. Back to you.
Wow, thank you so much, Diamond. Appreciate that, and appreciate you. First of all, I want to acknowledge you, Diamond, for all the amazing things you've done in this club to help this community. Not before it was this club, in the old club and everything, and you've supported the club, the community, and 100%. You were a trooper since day one. I mean, Diamond, you were there on the first, I believe, the first day too, right? The longest running room day, the first day.
I'm not sure if it was officially the first day, but I know I was there in the early period when it was still building and we were literally doing like overnight sessions. We would stay up for hours and fall asleep and wake up to the app. I mean, it was extraordinary times. And I remember just spending countless hours and everyone thinking, what are you doing on this app? But you really couldn't miss a minute because there was so many gems being dropped that I'm really grateful to have been there from the start. But yes, it was definitely early on. I can confirm that much.
Thank you, Dom. Yeah, you might have came maybe the first week, even like after the first day. It had to be within the first few days because once that room was lit, like it was all over Clubhouse. It was like, wow, we got to go in this room because it was continuously running. It was filling up. I mean, after the first day, the second day, I woke up after running a 10-hour shift and bringing the room from 12 people to 500 people. Forbes Riley showed up. We're going to tell you the story in a bit. But I woke up and the room was still going at 400 people, like at 24 hours later. So there, yeah, you definitely had to be at somewhere from the first few days. But thanks again, Don. Appreciate you being here. Appreciate all the support you've had. And we got some amazing superstars here. Actually, I want to welcome. First of all, we got Mike. We got Mike Alden in the house. I was going to say Mike Scucchio. Mike Alden. His real name is Mike Scucchio, but Mike Alden's an awesome guy. He became a great friend from this room as well as so many others. And appreciate you, Mike. I asked him to co-host along with me and Diamond tonight for Forbes Riley because he actually played an instrumental part in his community, as well as he's got a crazy history with infomercials with Dr. Forbes Riley. They've been good friends for him. So, I think it would be appropriate. And with that said, I want to pass the mic to Mike real quick. But before I do that, I want to acknowledge folks, if you can follow everyone on stage, believe me, they're hand selected. We already got a top all-star team here within the half hour or so to an hour. Dr. Forbes will be joining us, and we're probably going to get some major superstars like Les Brown and whatnot will be joining us. Laura Langemeyer from The Secret will be joining us. We actually have someone else here. I want to in the audience. I want to give a shout out to. We got Larry Benet, Mike's friend, and Larry. Mike has connected us to Larry. So Larry, I want to give you a shout out on the stage. I know it's the first time you've been here. Would love to have you here as main guest speaker. Mike talks the world about you. So I know you're doing great things and you're new to this room, but we've been running this room every week for a year today. Officially it was April 30th, so it would be 1 year tomorrow. But don't worry, we're going to go into 12:30 at night tonight, so we'll celebrate the anniversary at 12 o'clock. Maybe we'll do something at that point. So Welcome. And Mike, how are you, sir?
I'm fabulous, man. I'm super excited, and what you've done and what you continue to do is just remarkable. I mean, there's a lot of things going on in this app, but you consistently bring value. You consistently, help people. You consistently level people up, and just, it's just a great place to be. So I'm honored to be here. I'm excited to talk about, what Forbes has done with her career, and man, to just be on stage when Les Brown pops in, or Sharon Lechter, and Laura Langmeyer, and it's just going to be an amazing night. I'm glad I'm here, and thanks again for having me. And it's definitely going to be some fun tonight. So I'm fired up, man. Fired up.
Thanks, Mike. Appreciate it. And Mike, if you don't mind, I just wanted to jump real quick. First of all, again, I appreciate you, Mike. We've done a lot of amazing things already. And I know we're going to be doing a lot of amazing, cool things in the future. But just speaking of, we got your buddy on stage tonight, Ed, already. So Ed, first of
Yeah,
all,
buddy.
this is the first time you're hearing my voice. Ed, I want to give you a shout out. Mike had told me yesterday, and I trust Mike 100%. He connected to us. He said, you got to meet this amazing guy. When Mike talks like that, I listen. So I want to welcome you to stage, Ed. And I already set the room up. Appreciate you. You are a fast actor. I give you credit for that. When someone tells you to do something, you're technologically savvy, and you've jumped right on the ball. So I give you amazing credit for that. We're going to build you a huge stage. Welcome. We got Ed Connors in the house, folks. He's one of the original. Definitely give him a follow. He's new, like fresh new, like a few hours ago to Clubhouse. He was one of the original owners of Gold's Gym, the largest gym in the world, and he was surrounded by all the top athletes. I mean, that became movie stars and wrestlers and whatnot. He knows them all. So I want to welcome Ed. How are you, sir? Oh, so Ed, I know you're new to Clubhouse, so basically you just hit that little microphone with the line through it. And Ed, by the way, has the party hat on there, folks. That's how you identify a new person in the app. Ed, just hit the microphone with the line on it, and it'll enable you to talk. And when you want to mute, you just press it again.
As he's figuring this out, this guy, he wrote a book. His book is coming out. He actually was literally one of the pioneers in the fitness industry. Like, when you think of Gold's Gym or heard of Gold's Gym, or in every gym that's ever been created since, this guy and his partners was the guy. He has discovered some of the biggest names in the world, including WWE superstar and movie superstar John Cena. In fact, John Cena wrote the foreword to his book, and he ended it with, "If it wasn't for Ed Connors, there would be no John Cena." So I know. When are you going to have him here? When are you going to be featuring Ed?
Yeah, that's a great question, Mike. So I have to check the Handy Finance Club calendar here. So while we're on that, we got this week got Forbes Riley, obviously. Next week we got Julian Britanno from Oprah. He was Oprah's co-star. Check that out. That's May. Oh geez, what happened here? That's May 6th. Okay. And then let's see, Friday, May 6th. And then we got after that Laura Langmeyer from The Secret, Friday, May 13th. And then we got Ed. Ed, I actually bumped you up in the schedule. Your story's so incredible. So we got you Friday, May 20th, and you'll be speaking from 7 to 9 p.m. Eastern time. So just about 3 weeks or so. So can't wait. So well, yeah, that's it, Mike.
All right, great. What did we lose him? Did Ed? Did he? I think we already scared him. Hopefully he'll come back. Oh, he's back down. He's back down. Let's bring Ed. Let's
how,
bring Ed.
how did he get?
Br-
That's weird. All right, Ed, we invited you back
I
up.
mean, well, this guy literally just came on Clubhouse, so we'll give him a little. Ed, on the bottom right hand side on your phone, if you're looking at that little microphone, if you just press that microphone on your phone, you can unmute yourself, just like kind of like on Zoom. But if not, when if you can't do it, we'll get it. We'll get you figured out.
Yeah, whenever you're ready, Ed, just hit that button as Mike said, and we'll customize for you. So no worries. Everyone, give Ed a follow, and we're gonna acclimate him to Clubhouse. And actually, that's what part of this room's about. It's a 1 year anniversary, but we're also here to help keep the fire going for Clubhouse and get more new blood into the Clubhouse. And we had this discussion the other day. We're going to talk about in John Lee's room. I brought the question up, and I think I started a fire over there. And next thing you know, we're talking about what is the future of Clubhouse. And I think we need to start getting more new people to the app and bringing the blood back in here the way it was in the beginning. I mean, when we had thousands of people in a room at all times, and we can do that again. We just need to market it, help market it properly. And these types of rooms are the way to go. So I see Larry Benet's on stage, your buddy Mike. So I want to officially welcome Larry to stage. And Larry, yeah, just hit that microphone whenever you're ready. If you want to introduce yourself and say hello, welcome again, Larry. Larry, you there? Okay, whenever you're ready, Larry. No worries. Just hit the microphone. But I want to welcome. We also got John the Bomb in the house. Now, folks, I'm going to bounce around just for a moment because I actually John was a part of the longest running room. So I want to welcome John. John, how are you, sir?
What's up, my brother? Hey, man.
Oh, okay.
Crazy, huh? A year. It's so funny when people say like OGs of Clubhouse. This friggin' thing's only been around for almost 2 years, I think. And interesting conversation, really, that you sparked up in John Lee's room. I wish I would have been a part of it. I'm very curious of, yeah, when are they going to start making money? How creators on this place can adapt, right, and spend time. I've definitely spent a lot less time the last probably 4 to 6 months, but always intrigued. One of the best things about this app is that, as an example, the reason I came back today is because, Dr. Finance and I actually spoke off the app, right? One of the ways that I think we can build momentum to get people on the app is that if you create relationships off the app and you can exchange numbers, exchange ideas, exchange philosophies, exchange, like-mindedness and talks, you're going to attract, when you have a room that you feel passionate about, you can call up a Dr. Finance, a Mike, right, or a Diamond Diva, and gosh, look, those three at the top there can bring in a crowd, and can help you build rooms and can help you have facilitations of great conversations. So anyway, Dr. Finance, thanks so much. This is John the Bomb. I created this acronym, Building Others Means Business, in this very room, about a month into being in this room. And it was funny. I started saying John the Bomb, Building Others Means Business. And it took about 3 months for someone to actually understand what it meant. But it's an acronym. Building Others Means Business. I'm John the Bomb. Thanks so much, Dr. Finance. Great to be here. Let's rock and roll.
John, I've
Thank
heard.
you, John. Appreciate you
This is
so much.
this is
Yeah.
Ed Connors. I'm on.
Oh, Ed. Okay, if you don't mind, real quick. Thank you again. I appreciate that, John. We'll definitely get back to you. We got a lot of insight to talk about. But Ed is on. So Ed Connors, folks, he's going to be the main guest speaker in a few weeks. This guy is incredible. One of the former owners of Gold's Gym, who actually took it over to the top, being the largest gym in the world. He's seen so many of the celebrities become celebrities. I mean, John Cena wrote the foreword to his book. Anyone know John Cena, one of the top wrestlers in the world? Welcome, Ed. How are you, sir?
Thank you. Good to be here.
Ed, you want to tell us a little about yourself, maybe 30 seconds or so? And I know you're just sampling our stage tonight. It was a perfect time to come and check this out because we're going to have an incredible room tonight. So appreciate you.
Well, 2 weeks ago, Amazon released my memoir, The Three Muscleteers, and it's the story of the evolution of Gold's Gym and the start of the fitness industry in America and ultimately the world. And it talks about the change in culture that's occurred because of the Weider magazines, Arnold, and Gold's Gym.
This guy again, he's humble now. This is the first time on the app, but again, every major fitness celebrity that you've heard of. I mean, John Cena lived with Ed Connors and many other fitness superstars that we've heard of. His book is amazing, and his story is amazing, and he went on to actually become a world renowned architect as well. We get into that in a couple weeks. But Ed, I'm so glad you're here. And feel free to contribute when it makes sense.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And yeah, anytime you want to let us speak, just let us know. We're going to have Dr. Forbes Riley in here in about a half hour or so, folks. We're just starting to build the stage. This is an incredible night. We have an incredible amount of people here and an incredible amount more coming. We got the big word going out. So a lot of Forbes' friends and my friends and a lot of the major influencers on stage's friends will be joining us, possibly Les Brown, etc. So just stay tuned. In the meantime, we got another celebrity on stage as well. We got Larry Benet. And Larry, if you're ready to talk, I saw you flashing your mic earlier. So if you want to just tell us a little about yourself, and very excited to meet you. Again, Mike has talked many great things about you. So Larry's known as a main connector out there, major connector, I guess you would call it rainmaker. He's connected with all the biggest players out there, presidents, you know it. So welcome, Larry. Appreciate you on the stage. Okay, Larry, whenever you're ready, yeah, just flash your mic. So thank you, Larry. And by the way, folks, if I ever call you out and you're you're near steps or anything like that, or walking across the street, don't worry about it. Right, health comes first. So, but thank you, thank you. I'm going to invite. I see some people down on stage too. I'm bringing you guys up. Some of our main mods from our main gold badge mod squad members, folks. I'm going to be bringing you guys up, especially those who were part of the longest running room on Clubhouse. Like I see Elliot there. Elliot, thank you. I told Elliot to stop by. Appreciate that, Elliot. Wow, it's amazing. Appreciate you, man. We'll be getting the stage designed here. Elliot, while you're here, folks, I'm going to be skipping around for just a second. Elliot, how are you, sir? And welcome to the stage. You want to give us a quick intro and tell us about maybe your experience with the longest running room on Clubhouse, anything you'd like to share, how it's impacted your life before we get started with our main guest speaker, folks, which took a year to get here. It took me a year to get Forbes Riley as the main guest speaker. The first night, she showed up by accident. It was like a manifestation type of thing. She showed up, and we'll tell you the story in a bit, but like to make her a main guest speaker was a journey in itself. Yeah, Elliot, welcome.
How you doing, my friends? Really good to see you. Good to see everybody, my old friends, and some of my oldest friends of Clubhouse, friends and family of Clubhouse. So good to see you, Dr. Finance, yeah, everybody. I could go through and say all your names, but we all know each other, right? Yeah, like you said, pop in. It hasn't gone out of my memory. In fact, I mentioned it in a room I did earlier on as well. So hopefully a few other people will pop in, and Anna Lee and some other people as well that have been on the sort of similar journey. Wow, what has it impacted me? Well, I can honestly tell you, my friend, that Clubhouse has been an absolute life changer for me. I was doing certain things last year that didn't really suit, and if it wasn't for coming in and spending those hours, I mean, Christ, like we're spending all night doing days. I mean, I didn't sleep for 2 or 3 days. In fact, I was in an office this time last year in London, which I had, and I spent 3 days virtually no sleep because I was running rooms at night and through the night and sort of when some of the quieter hours and things like that. And the people I've met, the things that I've learned and I've heard from others and the experiences, and that's some of the most powerful stuff that you get from Clubhouse. Listening from others and learning it. You learn by your own mistakes is good, but learning from others is genius. And doing this in Clubhouse has not just given me a different path, or I've basically realised I should be on another path, and that's all thanks to many of you guys that have shared and have allowed me to speak and given me the sort of the confidence to stand back into my power because I've been there before. So yeah, listen, it's completely changed everything for me, and I'm now in the place that I definitely should be. So yeah, I want to thank you and everybody else. And yeah, listen, life changing stuff last year, my friend, life changing stuff. And here we are a year on and going just as strong as we were, even stronger.
Wow, thank you so much. Appreciate that, Elliot. Yeah, I mean, the amount of friends that we've made and built on this app is just amazing. I mean, just to have like yourself here and so many of the people on stage here that have been a part of that, and everyone else. I'm happy to have everyone in this room. I'm just so excited to have this room. Every single Friday, I just every Friday I come on and I just tell everybody how much I care about you guys, because really it means a lot to the community to build this kind of thing, to build this kind of network, and it happened with magic, really. So Elliot, you being here, I appreciate you, man. Hope you stay. I know you're in the UK, but I hope you stay as long as possible, even if
I'm
you're
with
just
you. I'm
quiet.
with you for a good while yet, mate. Yeah, for
You got it,
sure.
brother. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. And real quick, folks. So I want to welcome. We got a lot of other leaders of the club in here from who were part of that club. But before we do, I see Larry Benet, who's new to Clubhouse, a good friend of Mike's, who may be a big speaker on here sometime soon. He's a heavy connector. He's finally figured out the microphone. So while he's doing it, Larry, it's running. You're working, brother. All you got to do is just talk. So thank you,
Oh,
Larry. Welcome to the stage, sir. How are you?
well, nice to meet you. I guess I finally figured out how to unmute this thing. So anyway, I appreciate it. Mike's
Well, when Larry figures this thing out, I'll just say this. Larry is one of the most connected people that I know, literally on the planet. There's a lot of people on this app that call themselves the connector or the great connector, things like that. Larry has connected me and truly can connect people with people all the way up to the president. And he's pretty kind of quiet about it, actually. And I've been telling him, look, you got to come on this app, you got to connect with other people, you got to really show the world who you are, because this guy has changed my life. He got me a two-book deal with Wiley and Sons on a phone call. And it was, and that doesn't happen with a multi-billion-dollar publicly traded company. But that's the type of connections that Larry has, and I just really want him to be here and share his brilliance and genius with the world. So Larry, have we figured out the muting thing? Are we good? You look like you're good. Take it
Can you
away.
hear me now?
We can.
Larry, you sound great, Larry. Welcome to the
Oh,
stage,
okay.
Larry. You want to tell us a little about
Anyway,
yourself?
assuming you guys can hear me. Anyway, so I've built a pretty influential network. Obviously, Mike was part of our group, to Tony Robbins, to Sharks of Shark Tank, to the guys that run the Grammys. But at the end of the day, it's all about helping others, adding value first. Obviously, that's what you've been doing for a while. And that's, that's what I found the key to life and businesses.
Thank you, Larry. Appreciate that. And yeah, I've definitely looked into your I checked your website out and everything, man. You're incredible. We've connected on I think LinkedIn or something. So
I think
definitely
so.
looking forward to putting together a great stage and sharing with the community all the great things that you've accomplished. So yeah. If you want to just hang out and relax and enjoy the show, any questions you have, just let myself or Mike know. I mean, it's kind of difficult being a host and doing many things, but definitely let us know. And love to serve you in any way possible.
Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Larry. Appreciate that. All right, folks. So just want to let you know what's going on here. We got an unbelievable night ahead of us right now. You're in the Finance Club. If you haven't followed already, just hit that greenhouse at the top. We got a lot of new people in here. A lot that have actually come from a lot of other part of social media that has been reshared here from both my own and many of the major influencers that are coming here or are here already. So if you're new, just hit that greenhouse at the top right next to the Finance Club and you hit follow. But even safer, folks, because sometimes we bounce in my other clubs, for example, the real estate clubs, the best thing to do is to click myself or Diamond. Diamond Diva's right next to me. She's one of the top hosts on Clubhouse. Just hit follow and then click it to always. And this will make sure that you're always in the rooms that we have no matter what. Like it'll show up as a notification on your screen. Okay, so that's the best way to do it. With that said, How to Run a Successful Business was actually the title of the longest running room on Clubhouse. Okay, so that's the title tonight. It's the 1 year anniversary. We got Dr. Forbes Riley showing up. We got an amazing crew here tonight. I want to welcome everybody. So we're gonna just pop around a little bit because we have people coming in that haven't been here in a while. I just want to let you know the room has not stopped. We switched clubs about five months ago, but the room has not stopped. We just went into the Finance Club. We now got about 12,000, almost 12,000 followers here, members, I guess you can call it. We also are collaborating. The community collaborates with Diamond's room on Wednesday night. So we go Wednesday nights. If you're free, join Diamond in her room. It's between 4 p.m. Eastern time to about 6 hours later. Why 6 hours? That's the recording limit that Clubhouse put on us. But Friday nights we start about 6:30 Eastern time, and then go about 6 hours after that, usually to midnight. So every Friday we've been getting big guest speakers. Check out the schedule. We got just in the next, I say 5 weeks. I'll name some names. We got Laura Langmeyer from The Secret. Next week we got an Oprah's protege. We have one of the co-owners of Gold's Gym. He's on the stage right now. Who's going to be here 3 weeks from now. We have one of the top motivational speakers in the world. Dan Clark will be here in a few weeks. We have several others, folks. So many more in the background, just in the works. Definitely just stay tuned. That's the nature of the business. We have a lot of great speakers and just bring great value. With that said, I want to welcome. We got so many amazing people. Let's go. If you want to do a quick intro, Ella, how are you? And by the way, when you give your intro, if you could tell us about if you have any experience with this, the longest running room. Ella, you're here. Just flash your mic. Going once, going twice. All right, Ella, whenever you're ready, just let us know. Mike stepped away for a second. Nancy, welcome, Nancy.
Hi, hello. I have to apologize. I am on the road, Bay Area, and bad reception. So I'm so sorry, but it's so good to be here and great to see this amazing stage. And Larry, hello. It's been a long time. Haven't seen Larry in a long time. So it's good to see him here.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Appreciate that, Nancy. And Nancy also, I believe, goes back. Nancy, you were part of the longest running room as well, right?
Yes, yes. I got that red bar, so I'm so sorry. I can't tell how much time I've got.
Okay, stay tuned. We'll get back to you. And folks, if you were part of the community, here's a little exercise I got. We have the chat box. I'm opening up. So if you wanted to maybe just put your best moment into the chat box, you can type that in here, and we'll share it later on as we progress. Okay, but here's the basic outline for tonight. So in about half hour, Forbes Riley will be speaking. She's actually bringing her two kids on tonight, just in the custom fashion that we did when that original room started last year. So it was basically 1 year from today. Well, actually tomorrow, the last Friday of April, where there was a room that had about 12 people in it, and I came in. It was about 3 o'clock of a club that usually closed like 2 hours before, and I was just like goofing off. I'm like, hey, I got a few hours to kick, so let's see what happens. And next thing you know, it turned into a really big room. I mean, over 500 people were in the room at that moment. Dr. Forbes Riley was there. We had the Dragon from Dragon's Den in Canada was there. She stopped by, and several other celebrities. And the room just went on. I was on my feet for 10 hours. And basically, I woke up the next day. The room was still going, and they decided to beat the record for the longest running room on Clubhouse. And that's the way it went for 84 days straight. The room went on 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. They had over 200 moderators in that room to make that possible. There's a room right now out there that's actually doing something like this with the Russian room. And you can see how long the Russian-Ukraine war has been going on. What, 50 days? In 50 days, they already got over 1 million people. We had way more people in that room every single minute, and it went on for 84 days. We didn't have a calendar clock, like an actual able to way to completely total the numbers. Some estimates were saying over 1 million, but I think it was way past that. It could have been 2 million or more. But I don't know. We didn't have those kind of capabilities at the time, but it was definitely over 1 million directly and indirectly. Anyway, I want to welcome our next speaker up to the stage. We got Rochelle here. Rochelle, if you want to do a quick intro, maybe 10, 20 seconds. Welcome, Rochelle. Rochelle, if you're there. All right, we're going to bounce around a little bit, folks, because we have some. Okay, so we got Linda Sunshine's in the house. Wow, and Dory Cordova. Appreciate you. Linda was from the older room as well. Welcome, Doria. We got Jude. Linda, welcome, Linda. You want to share maybe something about 30 seconds or so? Well, introduce yourself.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Dr. Finance. I just love seeing the 1 year anniversary. It's incredible. I've learned so much by being on Clubhouse, met some absolutely incredible people. And I actually moved into my new business model while I was in Clubhouse, and Clubhouse had a lot to do with it. And just everything I learned in all those rooms. My name is Linda Sunshine. Sunshine's not my given name. It's a name that was given to me after I started a personal development journey and my entrepreneurial journey. I help you to share your story with the world, to put it on paper, to get you to become a #1 international best-selling author. If that's something you're looking for, just go ahead and reach out to me, and I'm here to help you. And Dr. Finance, I'm so happy anniversary.
Thank you, Linda. What was your best experience from that room? Anything you'd
Oh
like
my
to
gosh,
share?
my absolute greatest experience was, and it might, as I look back on it, it might sound a little weird, well, it does to me at least, but I was coming to these rooms, the run successful business, and sitting in the audience for probably about a week. I came every single day for about a week, sitting in the audience. Then I finally had the courage to raise my hand and get up on the stage. And then I finally had the courage to ask a question. And then it was probably by my second time that I was up on the stage that the moderators, nobody was responding. And so I was like, I'll go ahead and take over. So I took over. I was terrified, absolutely terrified to do it, but I did it. And it felt good, because the reason I was terrified is I didn't feel like I belonged in the room. But the people in the room, moderating the room, made me feel at home. And so that right there was a big step for me personally and in my business. So thank you all so much for helping me to level up myself as a human being as well as in my business. That was my greatest.
Thank you, Linda. I appreciate that. And yeah, no, honored to have you here, honored to met you, and definitely you're always welcome here. And folks, you know, we've had a lot of shifting to make a room on Clubhouse. Clubhouse is one of those apps where like information changes every day. Like if you haven't been on the app for a week, you missed out a lot. And if you missed running a room for a week, you missed out on a lot. Right? You can actually destroy your club if back in the day at least if you were off the app for a week. So there's been an amazing amount of shifts, and I appreciate everyone for continuously being here every Friday to support the club, to make something like this happen. It's just a tremendous amount of effort, not on one person, on so many people. So thank you, appreciate you, Linda, for being here, and welcome to the stage. I just want to quickly bounce around to some others that were. Oh, we got Laurel Langmeyer on the stage, so I want to welcome Laurel. So, oh, Ella's
Hey, how are
okay.
ya?
Oh, we'll get back to you. Yeah, Laurel Langmeyer from The Secret. She has many amazing books. She's just an incredible person, superstar in the financial world. Became a great friend. She actually started the day before me on Clubhouse. We both were nominated from Sharon Lechter, and we both mutually agreed last week we would never have been on the app if any other person told us to do it. She was a part of the story because she was one. And by the way, folks, this room tonight is not about just nostalgia. If you're new to Clubhouse, you're actually going to learn tonight about what it takes to run not just a successful business, a successful community on Clubhouse, to be a part of a successful community. This is out of millions of people have been on this app, but this room, unfortunately, the founders of Clubhouse have not figured this out yet. But this community is a testament and the greatest marketing community for this app, because what we have accomplished here in a year is why you're here right now. And what you would like to accomplish on Clubhouse, you can learn from tonight's stage for sure, because you can learn what to do and what not to do. So I want to welcome Laurel, because Laurel actually was one of my first main guests, which really lit
Hello,
the
hello.
fire. In making the rooms happen so consistently. So welcome, Laurel.
Thank you. And I'm going to get us Brian Tracy. And there's a few others I've been thinking about, yeah. So I have some ideas about maybe doing like a monthly, showcase where we can co-host. And Diamond, good to see you. Thank you for the room this week. Appreciate you so much. Um, So yeah, I'm excited and I'm excited to be here. So I'm known as the Millionaire Maker. I have a brand new book coming out, makeyourkidsmillionaires.com. Thanks to all of you and others. We have already hit several of the Amazon bestseller #1 categories. Now we are underway. The book comes out May 10th, but we're in a pre-order. So when you order today, we're doing $1,500. But it's not about making your kids millionaires only. That's just a really sexy title, right? Would that be safe to say after your room, Diamond? Like, there's so much more to it. It's like, it's really family financial literacy. And it's a parent or a grandparent or an aunt and uncle. How do you bring making money and money a conversation into your household? It's the how to do that at 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. I have some clients, they just had a baby boy. He texted me, he said, "Hey, Laurel, I got to employ my little guy. How do I do it?" Got to get him a Roth IRA right away. So, like, we live this and breathe this. So, I am here to answer money questions, support the room, support Forbes. I love Forbes. I met her with Kevin Harrington. We've done,
From Shark
sets
Tank, Kevin
together.
Harrington from Shark Tank, you mean?
Oh yeah, Kevin and I have a book together too. We didn't run it to the bestseller. We just did a collaborative book with a bunch of my clients on just the need to put a shark in your tank. And it's just a real fun motivational book with a bunch of success stories of my clients and how Kevin worked with them to get their pitch. And then he said, "Well, we really need to do some like." Some like 3-minute commercials with them, but we got to involve Forbes Riley. I'm like, "Well, who's Forbes Riley?" So we've known each other for I like she jumped on Dime in your room the other day, so appreciate you bringing her. She is amazing. So I mean, if you've not heard of her, you know her voice. She has sold more money online than any woman in the QVC HSN space. So that's where she came from. So this, the brand that she's working on now with her daughter I don't know how long she's been doing it, but she's genius. So I don't know that I've seen her yet today, but can't like I love her. So I just want to endorse, being here and supporting her as well today. Um, but thank you for having me. And so, any of you that are out there, you need to be in a daily conversation about money. And if you're scared of it and you have mindset issues about it, then we'll work on that. I see Kamal. Kamal's part of our team too. And he just ran a marketplace room for me today. We had people making money, throughout the day. It was awesome. So, like, this is real. Like, how do you make money every day? How many leads do you have to have every day? What are your offers every day? If you're seriously going to monetize and have a run, too many people say they have a business. As you know, Dr. Finance, and hi, Mike Aldine, how are you? I love you too. You're awesome. Um, but too many people have businesses and they aren't making sales. So are you just saying it because you need to say you're an entrepreneur, or are you really seriously going to get, roll your sleeves up and get to it? So how do you make money? How do you keep money? How do you invest it? How do you use a team? And in 3 to 5 years, how do you be a millionaire? So I appreciate you having me tonight.
Thank you, Laura. Appreciate that. And Laura, on to the story of the club itself. What's your thoughts on your? By the way, we got Alex Stern here, folks. I'm going to introduce Alec in just a little bit. If you think we don't have an amazing $1 billion stage, just take a closer look. We got one of the co-founders of Constant Contact on here. This stage has incredible influencers. We're just getting started. But Laura, what's your thoughts on let's talk about the longest running room? You played a part in that. I mean, what's your thoughts on, and maybe just your experience you want to share, maybe a minute or less?
Um, well, first of all, I love the room. And I think, you, Diamond, a few others, really, I'd have to just acknowledge you and congratulations on the 1 year, right, of the longest running room. But I have to just, respect and give you the acknowledgement. You were so committed to making those rooms happen every day. I mean, you went out and you found us and you're like, yeah, you got to join a room, like, come join my room. And I know you have influence, you can join the room. So I'm going to put the acknowledgement back to you that you created the stickability. But I think those who just come and listen have no idea the amount of work that it takes. I mean, Diamond and I made up her room. She was just super generous and gracious the other day. She changed her title. She sent a link. We changed the title. We made it about, my book and the Make Your Kids Millionaires. And then, we got busy finding people to come. I mean, it's a lot of work, and I'm not scaring you from it. I'm saying if you want to build an amazing database, this is one of the top places that I am. I'm here regularly because it's the place to be to really build a business properly. But there's some really strategic things like you're going to talk about tonight that a lot of people aren't doing enough of, and follow up's one of them. I gotta bust everybody for follow up. It's horrible. Um, at least I find that it's inconsistent. I'd say that's probably a more confirmed word. But you have to be consistent. You got to be, which is why we take people out of Clubhouse to our database. We automate the follow up, and we are consistent about our communication. And I think that's a huge piece that you have done here too to keep these clubs together.
Thank you, Laura. I appreciate that, and you are correct on so many levels. The amount of
I know.
energy to
It's like,
run
which one
this
do you want to
room.
pick apart for a little minute, right?
Yeah, we could do a dissertation on that for sure. Maybe we should one day. But yeah, thank you, Laura. Appreciate that. Appreciate you being here. And I want to
Absolutely.
welcome a couple other superstars. But by the way, before I leave Laura for a second, I want to just let you guys know, Laurel, actually, we got an incredible room designed in about 2 weeks. So 2 Fridays from today, Laurel's coming back. Folks, she's one of the like 25-ish people on the movie The Secret that impacted
27.
over
There's 27 authors.
27 total? Okay.
Yeah.
One of 27 people from The Secret that impacted $500 million, according to Dr. John DeMartini, who was here a few weeks ago. He said, Tony, I think those numbers are way, way underestimated. It's probably way past that, probably closer to
Yeah.
a billion.
Yeah,
So
and John is one of my dear friends. I love him. That's why I came tonight for Forbes. 2 weeks from now, Sharon Lecter will be here, DC Cordova. I believe Forbes is going to jump back in. Like, we want just a powerhouse. I shouldn't say it's going to be for powerhouse women, but those three women have been extraordinary friends and colleagues and mentors to me, and I appreciate putting that room together. On May 13th, we will be back, and it will be it'll DC runs Money and You. Um, you know, you all know Sharon Lechter, and if you don't, like, she's been my financial mom and a mentor to so many. I was part of the Rich Dad Poor Dad team with her. That's how I got my role as the cash flow distributor, master distributor. I helped put that on the map with her, which is why she got me here. So these women are coming to help support the Make Your Kids Millionaires launch that will just hit bookstores that week. So I'm super excited to share. So tonight's not about the book. May 13th will be. But if you want the 1,500 in pre-orders, I do want to just say that you got to go get it now or you won't get the pre-orders by the 13th. Actually, I might extend it one more night for you. Nope, I'm not going to. I need them now. Mike would
Okay.
shoot me for saying that if I extended. So
Get him,
Mike would
get
be
him.
like, no way.
Today's the day. Let's do it.
All right. Well, thank you, Laura.
Thank
Appreciate that.
you.
All
Yeah.
right. We got
If
to
you ever
welcome.
want to do a room on, I know Mike's, you know, a New York Times bestseller too. They're very difficult to get. You know, I don't know, Mike, if you're up to doing that. Is Mike still? There's Mike. Yeah.
Yeah, we can we can
They're
we can talk about.
difficult to get. They are challenging, but I would love to do a room just about what it takes to be not an Amazon. I'm talking the real ones. You know, like you said, your week 6 on Wall Street Journal. Good job. That is not easy to do. Not easy to do. Just you can get on, but to stay on, that's a job. So well done, Mike. That's difficult.
I mean, there's a club I've heard of it that's really good on this. It's called Bestseller Secrets. This guy Mike
Oh
Alden runs
yeah,
it.
you have
Yeah,
it.
yeah, yeah, and he talks all
He's
about
sitting
that
right next
stuff.
to you,
So
Laura.
feel free to pop in.
I know he is smart ass. Oh, sorry, I passed on
That's
the app. Whoops.
Dr. Forbes
Whoops, whoops.
Riley's best friend on infomercials. They were hosts back in the day for Kevin. So Mike is extremely knowledgeable about books and all that kind of stuff too. So we do some incredible things in the background. So welcome again, Laura. Appreciate you being here. And I want
Thank
to
you.
welcome. You're welcome. And I want to welcome Alex Stern here, folks. Alec can
Hi,
only be here
Alec.
for a little bit. So Alec is an incredible, amazing entrepreneur. We had an event for him one time, actually, I believe twice. But I want to welcome Alec to the stage. Alex is up here. Welcome, Alec. How are you, sir?
Doing well, doing well. Good to see some friends here. Dr. Finance, I saw Diamond, Laurel, waiting on my good friend Forbes. She's probably back in the green room, you know, getting the hair done and all that.
Hi, honey.
Hey
Yeah,
there.
she'll be here pretty soon. We got a late start today, but she'll probably be here in the next 10 minutes or so. So Alec, yeah, if you want to tell us about yourself and maybe 30 seconds or so, or Alec, were you a part of the longest running room? I think that you came in once or twice to experiment with it, and I even think you were a speaker at one point.
Yeah, no, I participated, and congrats on that. That's an amazing milestone, and you know the fortitude to, as you know, Laura was saying, it's not easy to do this and to do it consecutively for so long. It's amazing, and now to continue it under this. And I spoke then, and I've spoken with you here, and also I've been sponsored by the Startup Club and some others, and have done a lot of my own rooms, and just jumping in and out where I can add some value and pay it forward, I guess, on this social talk radio platform.
Thank you. Appreciate that, Alec. Well, you're always welcome to the stage. And Alec is a true testament of what it takes to run a successful business. I mean, what he's done is the dream to the average person who is an entrepreneur. And he's done it more than one occasion. So he knows the formula. Just real quick, Alec, before we move on to the next person, what is your thoughts on how to run a successful business, which was actually the title of that room that ran for 84 days straight, impacting over 1 million people. What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, so I've got a lot of thoughts, but I guess a couple that top of mind. So I'll just set the stage. I mean, 8-time founder, co-founder, founding team, 6 exits out of 8. So 2 IPOs and 4 acquisitions, and so a lot of things are repeatable, but you got to know the formula and that the steps to take to success. And I guess a couple of them initially is get out of stealth mode and get your whatever your product or service is in the hands of your target market as early as possible to get feedback. So every single day, if I had $1 for people that come to me and say, "What do you think of my idea?" I could retire on that alone. But the real answer is, it doesn't matter what I think, it's what does your target market think. Most people wait to go to their target market, or they're like, well, I was the target market, I know what they need, but it changes daily. So you just got to get out there, even if it's a concept, and you want to see if they can answer two questions. One, do you see value in what we're doing here, and do you think it will help you? And if they're like, yeah, of course, this is amazing. And the second one is, are you willing to pay for it? And the response is, it's priceless. I'd pay anything for it, because they see that value. You're onto something, because you're gonna struggle with obstacles, and you're gonna get a lot of no's and doors closed on you. And I always love that, venture capitalists got in to see them, got to like slide 3, and they kicked us out, said, this isn't going to succeed. They give you all the reasons why not. And of course, running into them years later in a few instances where we had success, and like, oh, that one got away. We should have done that investment. I'm like, what are you talking about? You kicked us out. You weren't doing that investment. That's great hindsight, but you weren't going to fund us. So it's always fun to rib them on it. But the key thing is to just get out there, get the early feedback. Go to strangers, don't go to family and friends who are going to love you and tell you how great you are. Feels good. It's not going to help advance the idea. Once you get that feedback and start iterating on it, noodle on it with others, stay in your lane and bring in other people who can do other things that you're not doing today and are probably not good at. Because then you can stay in your lane and double down on the stuff that you are good at, and bring in others to do the other things. And the last thing is really important, to set the culture early. To egos are left at the door. Be title agnostic. Doesn't matter what your title is; it's going to change. And someone might take your title, and you might move on to something else, or they may, and be comfortable with people coming above you, at your level or below you. And there are a lot of people that, just, I only want to report to you. And, I want the chief of whatever title, and don't want it ever taken from me. And, stay in your lane, add value where you can, and bring in the right folks that can help you accelerate. So just a couple of quick thoughts. This is Alec, and here to serve.
Wow. Thank you, Alec. Appreciate that. That is incredible tips. Folks, if you want to hear Alec's story, or actually Laura or Mike, I've interviewed all three of them on the Dr. Finance Live podcast. We got the link at the top to Forbes Riley's interview, which is 2.5 hours. Laura, you were one of the first people on my show, and we only had about like 50 minutes. Around 1 or 2 episodes after you, my style started getting to be known as the longest interview on a podcast out there. So we got to get you back to really get that interview going. But Alec had an incredible interview, about an hour and a half. If you want to check it out, go to the Dr. Finance Live podcast. It's all over YouTube or any other podcast directories, and you can just type in any one of their names and you can hear the whole story. Thank you. Welcome again, Alec. Appreciate you being here. I just want to bump around real quick, folks. We got about 112 people here right now. We're building the room up. Dr. Forbes will be here momentarily. We're going to have an amazing journey tonight. I just want to welcome some of the people who were actually part of the club. So I'm bouncing around, who were part of that room, who were major influencers on it. And again, this isn't about nostalgia. We're not just going to sit here and just, remember the time. And no, we're gonna learn. Even if you're new to Clubhouse, especially if you're new to Clubhouse, hopefully this stage will show you why you should stay. That's what I want to convince you today. I want to convince you why you should stay. And we had this big conversation in John Lee's room the other day. He was getting a little antsy, and he said, I don't even know if I want to be on Clubhouse anymore. And John Lee, by the way, is one of the top marketers out there. There's only a few other stages that I actually visit. John Lee's room, which has the #1 entrepreneur room out there. Occasionally I go to Breakfast with Champions, and Diamond Diva's room on Wednesday. They're the major rooms that I pop in. And John Lee, he was like, maybe I should leave. And I raised my hand and I talked to him. I'm like, John, like if you guys leave, if Diamond leaves, if this room leaves, like what's going to be left for the community? we got to find a way to keep these rooms going so that we can keep the community tight, and the networking, folks. That's where the money is. It's in the networking. So the amount of people that have been met on the stage, not just by myself, but a lot of the community here. We're going to talk about some really cool stuff that's happened. There's some people that pop in every stage. Somebody pops in. I feel like I'm fishing sometimes. Like people just come in that are just superstars. Like Ivan Meisner, I had no idea who he was. He came on my stage one time. And next thing I know, I find out he's the head of BNI. We become great friends. We did a stage together, podcast, and connected me to Michael Gerber. I mean, so many things happen because you're there. That's why, it's hard to be here on Fridays. I get it. But meeting people and changing your life, what is that for you? How much does it mean to you to be at the right place at the right time? If you're not there, you might have missed out. So welcome again, Alec. Appreciate you being here. I want to pop around real quick. Speaking of, we got the fastest running man in the world on stage tonight. We got Curtis Mitchell here, who I haven't seen in a few weeks. So I'm really excited to see you. Curtis was actually part of that room, I believe. So, Curtis, welcome back to the Friday nights. Appreciate you here, man. You want to give us a quick intro, maybe 10, 20 seconds, as well as any of your experiences, maybe your top experience from that longest running room. Welcome,
Dr.
Curtis.
Finance is a pleasure. Thanks for having me. Curtis Mitchell, professional athlete, going into my 11th year, world bronze medalist, USA national champion. One of my favorite rooms. Learned so much in, Dr. Finance's room, financial literacy. Definitely one of the best rooms on Clubhouse. So thanks for having me. It's a pleasure. Looking forward to speaking with Forbes Riley.
Well, that's incredible. Thank you. Appreciate you joining us, Curtis. And yeah, man, we've got tons, folks. The room has not changed for the worse. We've gotten the science down better now. We're getting better. I mean, we've always had great guests. We're getting really good guests continuously. We had the best speakers, writers, New York Times bestsellers, Les Brown, you know, entrepreneurs like Alex Stern. We had about 4 or 5 billionaires here just this year alone. This is not a bragging thing, folks. This is just to let you know that your frequency is dialed correctly. This is the right place to be if you want to learn about becoming a success, whether it's financial success or mentally successful. Okay, which is Diamond's room on Wednesday. She does the mindset reset. This is the place to be. Okay, so welcome again, Curtis. Appreciate that. We're gonna take just a few more intros, and then we got Dr. Forbes in the house. We're gonna start in about 5-10 minutes. So we got Michael Butler. I'm gonna welcome Michael. Michael was also one of the original people from the longest running room, and an incredible networker and publisher as well. So welcome, Michael. If you can come off and just say hello for maybe 10 seconds or so. Welcome.
Dr. Finance, great to be here. Always great to be here when Dr. Forbes Riley's here. If you haven't been in the room with Dr. Forbes Riley, I met her when she was on stage speaking in Las Vegas to 9,000 entrepreneurs, and her energy is magnetic. She's electric. She's done $2 billion in sales and revenue. You know, if you ever bought one of those Jack LaLanne juicers, I actually bought 2 as a high school kid. So I tune into Saturday morning QVC Shopping Network, and there's Forbes Riley with her mentor and coach Jack LaLanne. I mean, this guy pulled a boat with his teeth and a rope from Alcatraz to San Francisco. This guy did the same thing in the English Channel. This guy lived to be like 95 years old. This was, you know, Forbes will tell you she's had a lot of mentors in her life over the years. I know she looks up to Laurel. She looks up to Alec Stern. She looks up to so many in this room tonight. But I tell you what, it was Jack LaLanne that really impacted her in such a great way. And if you really believe and have a vision that you can 10x and 100x your business, your life, your ideas, get your ideas funded like Alec talks about, get your ideas exploding so you can create wealth for your grandkids like Laurel talks about, then you are exactly in the right room. So I want to say, Dr. Finance, you work so hard in these rooms, and but you provide so much value. I know you're making things happen in Philadelphia, but all over the world. So get dialed in, get tuned in. Dr. Forbes Riley is incredible. I have so many of my authors that have benefited and been blessed by her training, her coaching, the Forbes factor. She helps you nail the sound bite, and she's just phenomenal. And you know what? She's had so much tragedy in her life. She's one of these people that her life has not been easy for her, but anytime she's faced with a tragedy, she bounces back and she creates $1 million revenue stream out of it. And she's all about multiple streams of income. So grab some people, tweet this out. I love it that on the socials, it's so easy to share now everywhere, Dr. Finance. I've been sharing, and you know what? You can hashtag whoever Dr. Finance, hashtag Forbes Riley, Elon Musk is blowing up right now. I think you need Elon Musk in the room at some point, Dr. Finance, and I believe that it's going to happen based on your momentum. So good job, buddy.
Hey,
Thank you.
Monkey Butler, I love you, but you know who's in the room? McKenna Riley. What do you want to say about her?
She is
Hello.
epic. She's the mini me of Dr. Forbes. So I am just double, triple bonus right there. McKenna Riley.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Michael. We're going to give we're going to start in just a moment with Dr. Forbes Riley. I got to give her a proper welcome first. So before we do that, we're going to do a quick reset, and then we're going to move into our next step, folks. So you're in the Finance Club: How to Run a Successful Business 1 year anniversary. That was the title of the room that began the movement that impacted over 1 million people. The room went on for 84 days straight. Okay, that's 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And Dr. Forbes Riley was actually a part of that room because the room started 12 people in the room. And I kept saying, it was around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Eastern time. And I'm saying that to the club, and I'm like, I've got a feeling Forbes Riley is going to be here. I never met Forbes. I knew she was on the app. I don't know where this came from, but the room kept getting bigger and bigger. This was my first time really running a room. And, a few hours into, we're up to 100 and then 200 and then 250 around. Then all of a sudden, Forbes Riley shows up, and then the game changed. We had the Dragons Den, Arlene Dickinson come in here, and the room went to 500 people, and I was on my feet for 10 hours, and Forbes Riley played a major part of that. That's why she's been the permanent host to this, co-host to this room since then because of that role. The room went for 84 days straight, impacted over 1 million people. When I woke up the next day, the room kept going. I'm like, what are you guys doing? The room is over. They're like, no, we're going to beat the record. And they did. 31 days, 200 moderators later. And they're like, yeah, we're going to keep going. We're going to go to as long as we can. And 84 is where they closed shop. But we continued this every Friday since then. And that's the story, folks. And we can get in a little more detail, but it's really not the story so much that we're here to honor tonight. It's the learning about how to be in a part of a community tonight that really can build your network and your career and everything about yourself. And we also are going to be highlighting, finally, we got Dr. Forbes Riley to show up tonight as a planned guest. This time it's planned. So, and it's her birthday week, folks. So with that said, we're going to, if you can, just share the room to as many people as possible. Put in welcome to the longest running room on Clubhouse. I want the owners to be here tonight. I want the owners to find out what's going on because there's no reason why the owners of this clubhouse does not know about this club. This is ridiculous. Like, we really need them to know. We got Paul goes into, I don't know if you know the Ukraine room. It's they got over 1 million people. They've been going since the Ukraine war, 50 days straight. Paul, the owner, goes into there. He doesn't even know about what happened here. So I know that you guys, some of you might know Paul. Bring him in here. Like, we want him to know about, because we're marketing this app like crazy, right? We're putting a lot of energy, and he needs to know about his marketing engine. So with that said, folks, if you can't follow everyone on stage, they've been hand selected here. Definitely give Dr. Forbes Riley here a follow. We got 142 people here. I want to get the same results as last year. I want to get this to another 500 people if we can, because I just want to do it. I want to recreate that moment. And this time, this year, looking forward, yeah, we're going to get Elon Musk here, Mike. I believe that. We're going to get Oprah. We're going to get all the top names. As Laurel said, we're going to get Brian Tracy. Dr. Dennis Waitley was already here. Les Brown. We're going to get them. But we need the community to stick together and show the world why we are doing what we're doing. Okay. So with that said, folks, if you can, I want to thank those who've been sharing the room already. We got Deborah shared the room. Thank you. We got Savannah shared the room. Pamela. We got Kamal. Dr. Christina. Kyle has shared the room. Dr. Forbes has shared the room. Mo. Appreciate that, folks. And give everyone a stage on file. With that said, okay, if you can, also type in happy birthday Forbes Riley and put that in the chat pad and both into the share. So if you can share it, say happy birthday Forbes Riley. I think that would be incredible. And folks, if you can come off your microphone in just a moment, when I say give the word, come off your microphone and say happy birthday Forbes and give a round of applause for Forbes. Welcome, Forbes Riley. Welcome.
Happy birthday,
Happy
Forbes.
birthday,
Happy birthday
Forbes.
to
Happy
you.
birthday,
Next we have
Paul.
Christina's birthday. How
Happy
awesome!
birthday.
Happy
Happy
birthday.
birthday
Happy
to
birthday.
Happy
Happy
birthday.
you.
birthday.
Happy birthday.
Go, 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 go,
Whoop,
go.
whoop, whoop, whoop.
Happy
Yeah.
birthday.
Get
Well,
oh
Matt,
my
welcome,
God.
Forbes. There you go. All right.
Oh my God. You know what? It made living this long and going through everything so worthwhile. You guys just tickle me pink. Who said they shared the same birthday with me? Who do I get to kind of say hi to?
Linda
Me.
Sunshine.
Savannah. It's Savannah. My birthday is tomorrow. How awesome!
Love it.
Happy
You
birthday,
know,
Dr.
my
Forbes.
Torian sister for all of us. There's
Yes,
a lot of
yes,
people
yes,
born.
yes.
I'm just so happy. You know what? Dr. Finance, you are a rock star. I did reach out to Les Brown who said he's showing up. I don't know if you noticed, but we have an amazing special guest, and that would be Joshua. Joshua never comes out to this. That's the love of my life. My daughter's here. My son's going to join us. And we are going to, you know, it's funny, Dr. Finance, it's literally pouring, raining here. I'm back in the jungle. And oh my God, last year it was crazy. This goes out to all my girls. Can you guys hear this? Because we got to celebrate that we are women.
Make it louder.
I talk with a mouthful, but I couldn't be sweeter. You're from my cutie in my own way. I won't do it, but I know the leader. And I don't look like this. I'm worried about this. Yeah, and yes, that's a good entrance, isn't it, Tony?
Yeah, that's great. Thank you, Forbes. I appreciate that. And the way it's going to work, folks. So we do our standard customary just to keep order here. Now, remember, mods. I have way more mods than I usually have up on stage. Please don't invite anybody else without letting me know because I want to preserve the recordings. That's the main reason. Other than keeping order, that's what's made this room so successful. Believe me, I've tried every kind of possibility, and my room is run completely different than a lot of other rooms. I don't have too many mods up, and that's why we don't have people getting kicked off stage or any of the shuffling problems. We've already been through that. The longest running room taught me as a top host in Clubhouse, don't do that. I don't care, like, if, because there is a psychological benefit to the mod thing. Everybody wants to have this green badge. That's why I created an imaginary badge called the Gold Badge Mod Squad. Everyone on stage has been invited, hand selected to be here. You already got that gold badge. So the green badge is only for administrative reasons only. I don't want to lose Dr. Forbes' special night as a recording because that would be a horrible tragedy. So, folks, please let me know. Those with the green badge, just let me know if you need to invite anybody up, and I'll take care of that or Diamond. Okay. So, with that said, before we get started, Forbes, I'd like to do maybe a few questions for you, and then we'll turn it to the panel and we'll get some questions for you. But before that, folks, I'd like to sing "Happy Birthday" to Forbes Riley. And folks, she played an amazing part of this story. So, folks, if we can come off the mic and just sing "Happy Birthday" for Dr. Forbes Riley. McKenna, I'm following you, by the way. Welcome to Clubhouse. Welcome to the stage. McKenna was a part of that night as well. She was actually here in Costa Rica the first night we started. Oh, and Josh is here. Welcome, Josh. I appreciate that. I met him on the podcast. So, McKenna, would you like to lead the song for your mom, the happy birthday song? You want to start it out for everybody? And folks, come off your mics and sing along with us.
Sure, as long as everyone sings along with me, as I have a terrible voice. So 3, 2, 1.
Happy
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 birthday
birthday
to
birthday
to
to
you.
you.
Happy
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 birthday
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 to
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 you.
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 Happy
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 birthday,
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 Dr.
Forbes
Forbes
Riley.
Riley.
happy
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 birthday.
birthday.
birthday
And many more.
And many
Clap,
more.
clap.
to you.
Pew, pew,
Happy
pew.
birthday.
Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday, Forbes.
Wow,
Finally, somebody who can sing.
that's
So
incredible.
just real quick, you know what? And we'll get into this, but I am a kid who dreamed. I told the story to Dr. Finance the other day that I'm so glad that Facebook happened because before Facebook, Three people, it was my birthday: my sister, my mom, and my dad. I didn't have any other family. And they were all gone. It was like, shoot, what am I going to do now? And I remember thinking the coolest thing about Facebook was that everybody wished you a happy birthday. I just can't tell you. You should all experience what I'm experiencing right now. It's just a sense of love that you matter. I haven't had that in my whole life. And that was really sweet and insanely touching. And even for those of you who can't carry a tune, I love you.
Thank you so much, Forbes. Appreciate that. All right, folks. So to keep order. By the way, I just pinged Les Brown, and so hopefully when he joins, we'll see the notification. Appreciate you guys being here, and I want to quickly welcome before we get to the next segment. I want to welcome because we haven't got a chance to give a lot of intros to everyone. So I want to welcome, of course, the top one of the top hosts on Clubhouse. We got Diamond Diva in the house. We got Mike Alden's going to be helping out tonight. Mike is an incredible, amazing guy, a business person. He was actually he's co-hosting tonight. I asked him to co-host because he and Forbes had done some amazing things with infomercials. You know, Forbes Riley, we're going to talk about this later, was actually one of the top and the original host of infomercials back in the day. So we're going to learn about that. Mike played a part in that story. Dory Cordova from Money and You, she is the CEO and of the one of the greatest Money and You money programs out there that has many of the major entrepreneurs and successful writers, business people like Jack Canfield, Mark Victor Hansen, they've all been a part of this program. Laurel Langemeyer from The Secret, five-time New York Times best-selling author. So many other amazing things is on stage tonight. Alex Stern, co-founder of Constant Contact, folks, and just a highly successful entrepreneur and pretty much everything he does now. You know, with business, there's always comes failures. It's how you make people great. But Alec has definitely proved to the world that he knows what he's doing. So he's the idol to many regular entrepreneurs trying to figure out how to get to the top. Appreciate him being here on stage. And then we got Dr. Forbes Riley's crew here. We got her daughter and her son will probably be joining. And Josh is on stage. Appreciate you, Josh. And we got Ella, we got Deborah, we got GB, Kamal, we got Nathalia, Savannah, one of the co-hosts of Diamond Diva's room on Wednesday night. Appreciate you being here, Savannah. Incredible orator as well. So welcome, Venezia. And folks, I mean, literally, I can mod this whole give the green badge if that meant anything to me. Like it's only for administrative person. I can if it came down to badges, I would give this whole stage it. But we're keeping the room just for organization's sake. Ed is a new member to the community. Actually, a few hours ago, Mike Alden's friend. He's going to be here in 3 weeks from now. He was one of the founders of I'm sorry, not the founders, one of the owners of Gold's Gym, and the reason why it turned into the largest gym in the world. Forbes, you would appreciate Ed. You really gotta talk to Ed in a little bit. Ed is this is new to the Clubhouse. He's on stage. Ed Connor. Then we got Darlene. Now, folks, with the mod badge, can you please? The main thing I need you to do is just check for hot mics because I definitely, that's one thing. That's one of the big things with mods, the green badge, just to make sure we don't have any hot mics or trolls. Welcome again, Ed. We got Darlene, we got Luana, we got Bali, Paul here. Welcome, Bali. Paul was actually part of the longest running room as well. This is his second account. I think his first account got lost, but Paul was there that first night. He sat on the stage with me with 12 people. So he was there, right, Paul? Welcome, Paul. Real quick, Paul, you want to just say
Yeah,
hi?
it was. Thanks, Doctor Fancy. It was about this time last year, and it was you were really motivated, and you were saying this is getting bigger. It's getting bigger. We're getting 10s, 12s, 15s, 20s coming in. We're going to need some more mods, and you were really getting into it. And I'd not been a moderator in the group, and I was unknown, and I was getting into it. And then that's when you said, Paul, I've modded you, and I was just absolutely blown away by that. And then, as we know, that evening the room went effectively viral, didn't it? That was what happened. It's terrific. It's great to be here for the celebration. Really good. Can't wait. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Did you ever expect this to happen? And 1 year later, Forbes Riley to be planned on the show? Not only
I,
that, did you actually expect her to show up that night? Remember we were manifesting her, and I never met her before, and we're going to talk
I
about that.
didn't. I'm ashamed to say I didn't know who Forbes was. I had no idea, but I do now, and I'm here. So listen, but anything is possible with this club. Anything. That's what I've learned. Thanks.
Thanks, Paul. Appreciate that. We got Ux Diva in the house. We got Tracy. We got Elliot in the house, Noah and Fred and Rex in the house, another major superstar, folks. Definitely give Rex a follow. And Fred actually was part of that club as well. Fred, I'd love to hear from you a little bit. Pamela, we got Carissa, we got Jude. Jude is one of the top uh, reporters out there, and so many other things. Welcome, Jude. We got Linda Sunshine. We got Katya. We got Curtis, the fastest running man in the world on stage. We got Gary, Sally, Jason, new friends that came over the months to this club. Like Jason came, I believe in September or something. He grew. We watched him grow and evolve on Clubhouse. So I appreciate Jason and many of the others that were also building their journeys here in Clubhouse. Tina, Lori, welcome, and Kate and Michael Butler, and one of the top photographers out there, Richard. He's a big futurist. If you're into that, follow Richard and Jennifer. And then we got Dr. Christina, who actually nominated Robert Kiyosaki to the app. So welcome. Appreciate you being here. And then we have Natasha, Nisa, great supporters. Dr. Shirley Clark, who's also an expert in so many other things, including mindset and different aspects of wealth. And she's a millionaire brand strategist. She's really made it incredible waves here on Clubhouse. Amelia, game changer. BJ, welcome. We got Eric in the house. Welcome, Eric and Selena, Lauren, Josh, and then Giuseppe, who was also there from the beginning. And Giuseppe, we'll love to hear from you in a little bit. But back to Forbes Riley, folks. Forbes, if you can just give us a quick, 2-minute breakdown of your story. You've done so many incredible things. First of all, you sold over $2 billion on infomercials, which is incredible. You're known as the pitch queen. 20 years marketing products on home shopping channels worldwide, host of more than 100 infomercials, creator of the SpinGym Fitness. Can you just give us a quick snapshot so everyone knows who Forbes Riley is? She knows every superstar out there, by the way. And she gave, she'll tell you. Welcome, Forbes.
Finance, I love you and thank you so much for this. It's funny because you're talking about Alex Stern, who's just a dear friend. This is a guy who's still constant contact for $1 billion. Mike Alden and I have done things together. Actually, a lot of students of mine are on this stage. So hello everybody and welcome. It's always a little awkward and fun and weird to talk about yourself in the third person. One of my personal goals is that I never ever have to do this again. All you do is everybody welcome Oprah, welcome the president, welcome the queen. You don't have to read their bios. So at some point in my life, I would like to go, welcome Forbes Riley. And y'all go, oh yeah, we know her. But I totally understand because even though I've had a phenomenal career and we don't have long enough, in fact, Tony and I got to call him Tony. Dr. Finance is sweet, but his real name is Tony. We had a 2.5-hour conversation where I showed him videos of how I started. It's all on YouTube, how I started Kim Kardashian's career, how I helped start Billy Blank's career, how I've done 194 international infomercials. One of them grossed $1 billion with Jack LaLanne. Somehow this little kid from Long Island who grew up with a New York accent and a big broken nose and frizzy hair and a buck teeth created this person that I just wanted to be. I wanted my life to matter. And believe me, in the beginning it didn't. Nobody.
Forbes, you there?
Did we lose her?
Hey, Forbes?
Sorry, I smiled and I unmuted myself. You guys hear me okay?
Okay.
There you
Some
go.
of the
My
lessons
cheeks
of
are so
finance.
big that I muted myself. Yeah,
Yes.
the other day I did a great soliloquy all to myself. I completely lost the connection. So if I do that, somebody ping me or text me, okay? There is nothing more embarrassing than doing a speech and there's
Oh,
nobody
no
listening.
worries. No, I'm here. If I hear it go silent, don't worry, Forbes. I'll let you know.
All
And
right,
if
I
I go
appreciate
silent,
that.
folks, let me know, please. Thank you.
All right, I appreciate that. And so I'm going to say that all the great people that we respect came from nowhere, unless they are the daughter or the son of somebody. Where did they come from? Where did Gandhi? Where did Mother Teresa? Where did Oprah? At some point, I look at a lot of the people I just mentioned who were poor, who had no idea that they would have any impact on the world. And I'm not saying that I am any of those people by any means, but I did have a hero's journey. And I guess the message of tonight for me, and the message that I'm going to stand by for the rest of my life, is that there is no book called Life is Fair. I've been looking for it under every bed and couch I've ever stayed in, every hotel room. The book doesn't exist, but people keep screaming, it's not fair. Life is not fair. Life is a roller coaster. And if you want the high highs, and man, I have had them. I have been awarded on stages. I have gotten to make speeches. I've gotten to meet my celebrities. I've had Paula Abdul tell me I'm amazing. I'm hanging out with Vivica Fox, SpinGymming naked in the sauna. It's a whole nother story. Hanging out with presidents, meeting people that I only imagined in my wildest dreams I could ever have any impact on, with, or around. I've been in movies with some of them. And then I'm also in the digital marketing space, have met the superstars. I'm on stage right now. Guys, write this down. This was a big win on Clubhouse. Clubhouse is my favorite app of all time. It changed my life. It saved my life. And I'll tell you why in a second. Number one, I don't have to wear makeup. You have no idea what I'm wearing right now. If I'm on a Zoom call or I'm on television, oh my God, it's an hour in hair and makeup. This is the coolest thing because it's the sound of our voice. It's our passion. It's our heart. You can't lie. You can't Photoshop my voice. If you're within the sound of my voice and you get that this woman is on fire, there's a reason. I waited my whole life for you guys to show up, and now you're here. And so one night, I was moving along in my speaking career, and I started to look around and go, why are all the people that I'm listening to men? I love my men, don't get me wrong. I've got Zig Ziglar, I got Tony Robbins, I've got Grant Cardone, you've got Gary Vee, you go down the whole list, Deepak Chopra, Jack Canfield, all the big speakers. And then I looked around and I said, well, who's the women that I'm looking at? Who's my role model? And I think in today's day and age, one reason our culture is getting diverse is we're all looking for our role model, the person that looks like our skin color, our gender, or whatever it is. And I was looking for a woman, to be up there. And I love that Laurel's on stage. She's one of my heroes. Sharon Lecter's one of my heroes. Oprah Winfrey is one of my heroes. And in fact, Oprah's someone I've not met yet. I'm going to put it out to the universe. That was in this month. She and I are going to be speaking one-on-one. I've been meaning to do this for a while. My SpinGym is on her platform on Weight Watchers, but she and I have never spoken. So that night, I said, I want to be speaking with the best speakers in the world. Guys, you want to hear what the word manifestation means? The next morning, I have an email waiting for me that says, hey, would you like to join the tour? I'm like, what tour? It's called www.realsummitswithan.s.com. And within about 2 weeks, there's a picture of me that they sent me as the headliner. There's Jack Canfield, Deepak Chopra, Damon John, and Les Brown, and the one and only little Forbes Riley is in the middle of all of them. I almost fell off my chair. Oh my God. Was it just asking for it? Or was that why I was just playing too small? I never had the courage to ask the universe for it. And it was a woman in a clubhouse room who I'd never met before, Miss Dinah Deef. And she just said, I'm going to pull you out of the crowd. And I mean, it was kind of like that moment where Courtney Cox got pulled out of, what's his name? Who's the Bruce Springsteen? Like, I did it. I stepped out. But now here's the thing that's important to know. Was I prepared to be on that stage? Had I done 2,500 speeches before I got there? Did I have a product to sell so I could monetize it? And here's the thing, guys. The thing that I'm known for, I'm called the queen of pitch. And during the night, I'll talk to you about what the word pitch means because you all need to embrace it. I listen to Michael Butler just pitch me. Michael's a genius pitcher. That's how come he has a company and amazing best-selling authors. Alex Stern is successful because he pitched the idea of this crazy platform, got investors, got people to buy it. You guys, you are pitching all the time. You're pitching to go to your favorite restaurant. When a man asks you to marry him or a woman asks me, you're pitching that person to spend the rest of your life with them. Maybe just to go to your favorite movie. If you can master this art, and thanks to my amazing daughter, you want to meet somebody that you've never experienced before. Her name is McKenna. She's on the stage right now. She was here and co-launched this room. She and I were in Costa Rica. It was my birthday, just like it is now. 2 years ago, this beautiful little girl, who's not little, she's 5'9" and gorgeous, comes to me and says, Mom, it's the middle of the pandemic. We all need to pivot. And I have an idea. What if we take the classes that you've been teaching pitch live and we really take it to Zoom and we take it online? And I'm like, I don't really know how to do that. She's like, but I do. I've been doing digital marketing for 7 years, Mom, and now is the time and I want to work with you. I have to tell you, within a year, we had more than 10,000 students. She's the 19-year-old CEO of our company, and she's grossed well over $1.5 million. People are like, has she gone to college? I'm like, guys, she's too young to go to college, and she can't afford to go to college. She already has a PhD and a couple of masters. You know what? They're working for her. She has 15 people on her team. I'm excited for you to hear. I want you right now to ping some people into this room who need to hear the voice of the future, who need to hear a young woman who is nervous that the planet might not survive the next 30, 40 years, so she gets to be 60 and have a place to live. You're going to hear from her. And this is how this room really started, is that people were shocked at her sensibility, her voice, the way she is. And then I would also, I mean, by the way, I'm hi, oh my God, if I'd say hi to Diamond and Dorian, all the people that are here, but Joshua's also here. Joshua doesn't make many appearances on stage. Joshua is a two-time world champion professional bodybuilder who looks like Thor wishes he looked. I know Tony, Dr. Finance, got to see him live the other day. You cannot believe this man exists. But I'm going to go full circle. 2 years ago, before any of you were in lockdown, my Joshua was riding his motorcycle and a kid in a car didn't see him and just crushed him. Crushed his foot and his ribs and his body. He was in a coma for a little while. He woke up. He was in the ICU. He spent 6 months in a wheelchair. And this beautiful man who had this physique, who was going for Mr. Olympia, was stuck in a wheelchair. And 6 months later, there's a picture of him on his Facebook. I encourage you to actually just go like his Instagram. And he stood up with his crutch and he said, "Take a picture of me." And I'm like, okay. He was skinny. He was scrawny. He looks like most men look who don't go to the gym and don't really take care of their bodies. And he said, "In 18 months, I'm going to be Mr. Olympia." And I'm like, oh, dear God, have you looked in the mirror? But I'll tell you what, I've had the honor and the privilege of going to bed and waking up every morning next to a world champion. World champions get up when they're in pain and hurting and go to the gym. Eat the weirdest foods because they don't care about how it tastes. They know how it builds their body, their muscle. And within 18 months, he was on stage at Mr. Olympia. And I'll tell you what, he now looks, I think, better than 1/100th of 1% of every single person on this planet. And I get to call him my man. So I'd love you to meet him and say hi to him. And Tony, I forgot what the question was, but that's a pretty good intro.
It was just an intro.
It was what was how do you spell your first name?
Well, welcome, Forbes. Appreciate that. And Josh, yeah, we'll get a quick intro from Josh, and then I'm just going to ask maybe 2 or 3 questions, Forbes, because we got such a great stage of amazing people here, folks. You're listening to our main guest speaker, Dr. Forbes Riley. This is a special night. This is actually serving multiple purposes at once. I guess you can call it 2, 3+ prong. There's a lot of reasons for being here. Dr. Forbes Riley was actually a part of the first longest running room on Clubhouse. Well, not the first longest running room, the longest running room. I don't know if the record's been beaten. There's a room right now out there in Ukraine. It's happening right now since the beginning of the war. They got over 1 million people in there. And they've only been doing it like 50 days. And we didn't have a tracker at that time, Forbes and company. So we didn't really know exactly. We had to use third-party apps to figure out how many people were actually in the room. So you could just figure it based off that room that's open right now. The guy's name's Piotr. And he came here and talked one night. But they got 1 million people in 50 days, million plus. We had 84 days. So do the math. I mean, it's got to be close to at least 1.5 million plus. And that's directly and indirectly that we know of. Who knows? There could have been a lot more. So anyway, Josh, if you want to come off and say hi, we're going to hear from McKenna in a little bit. Josh, this is incredible for you to be here. Perfect timing. We got a guy on the stage right now. His name is Ed Connors, who's going to be the special guest in a few weeks. He actually owned the Gold's Gym. He was the guy who really changed Gold's Gym into what we know today. He wound up selling it in, I believe, 2004. I'll have that story straight in a little bit. But he worked alongside with a lot of the amazing initial bodybuilders in the industry, like Arnold Schwarzenegger and many, many others from the original Gold Gym. But welcome, Josh. How are you, sir?
Well, thank you for having me. And actually, I met Ed in Las Vegas after a competition of the USA's in 2015 or 16. He's a friend of mine, of Chris Justice, who's a trainer in Vegas. So I don't know Ed too well, but I do know of him and met him, and he's a very nice man.
Thank you, Josh. Appreciate it. And any words on Forbes, if you want to, maybe say maybe 20 seconds or so,
Oh,
if you just want to tell us about her.
Forbes who? I don't know any
You're
Forbes.
right. It's Dr.
That's really
Forbes.
cute. You and Mike are in the same room.
Oh, that Forbes. I thought you were talking about somebody else. Well, let me see. I think I could probably had any woman in the world I wanted, I believe. And, after meeting her, I thought to myself, there's no other woman as special as her. And boy, was I right. And I'm so proud and happy to have her. And I pretty much dedicated my life to make her happy. And that's my purpose in life, is to make her happy. And I love her so much.
Thank you. Appreciate that, Josh. And folks, if you want to
Could
see the
every
full
woman
interview
just
of
flash their
yeah,
mic right
Forbes.
now if you dreamed that a man would say that? Now, I tell you what, yeah, seriously, that's this. I feel like one day I'm going to wake up and realize that this is a dream I'm living in. Do me a small favor. I have a game that I play, Dr. Finance. I say, and call me shallow if you want to, but people always say, oh, so tell us about, your man. And I said, well, here's the deal. I go to Facebook, I type in Joshua Self, SELF dot ESI for Elite Self Image. And I say, if you don't say wow when you look at his photo, I'll give you $100. I say that with a straight face. I probably say it 3 or 4 times a day. Guys, go to the Instagram, like it if you would. But if you don't say wow, like look it down the third layer and look at his photo, I'll give you $100. You cannot say wow. And
Wow.
then for you to say what, right, come on,
I
take off your mic.
Yeah,
was.
folks,
Give
take a
Wow.
him
look at Josh, folks.
Wow.
Amazing bodybuilder. We got to give him
Wow.
credit because we talk about the mind here, but
Yeah.
also the body's important. If you can get your body to be in perfect condition, I mean, along with improving your mind, you really are helping yourself out. Josh, I give you amazing credit because that's a lot of hard work to be like that. So welcome, Josh. Thank you so much.
Well, I appreciate that. And I do. It does take a lot of hard work and dedication, but I wasn't just a fitness model. I started off as a fashion model and then worked my way onto the Chippendale stage in Vegas. And then I turned into fitness. So, um, what can I say? I'm blessed.
and you like to hang out with me? Oh my God, I'm blessed.
Not only is Josh good looking in fitness, he's a good guy.
Well, thanks. I appreciate that. I try to be funny as possible. So
Good guy.
I got my liners.
All right. Thank you, Josh. Appreciate that, folks.
Excuse me, may I
Oh,
just
Doria,
say
go ahead,
something
Doria.
real
Sure,
quick?
absolutely.
Hi, everyone. I was just going to order some French fries, and you guys have this conversation.
That's like the worst thing you can eat besides donuts.
Anyway, I love you, Forbes. I love Laurel. Oh, so many people I love, Maud Rock. And I was going to say very quickly that we have one of our greatest other graduates that from Money and You that you should all know is Nicola Jackson Smith. She's actually in the audience, and she is from the Pink Millionaire. And totally, she's your sister, you guys. She's the most beautiful human being. And then we have a newbie, and our beautiful Kelly, and who actually joined Clubhouse. We were all at a church together last Sunday. And I was telling her, she goes, "Wow, tell us some great things to do." And I started telling her all about all of you and Dr. Finance, and of course, Diamond Diva. And they're new to Clubhouse. So that's Kelly, follow her. These are gorgeous rock stars from Maui. So we have some beautiful people in this room. I just wanted to share that. And I still think might have some French fries. Love you all.
Wow, thank you, appreciate that, Doria, and folks, just to keep order because our stage is really getting bigger now, and I'm guessing this is going to be huge tonight, so we've got to keep some order to here. We've got 168 people in the room now. If Les Brown drops in, if John Ledger drops in, which I got a feeling both of them might, this room can go off the charts. So with that said, Forbes, if you don't mind, I just want to ask you maybe 2 or 3 questions, and then we'll go into our normal format. But I appreciate you for being here, and definitely McKenna and Josh, incredible. You guys are here as well. First question. Let's start with the room title itself. So this was actually the title of the room, and it was a total, freak accident. I didn't even pick the title. The title was picked by the owner. Give them credit, of the old club. They picked the room. It was going on for about 5 hours before I got there, and it was just an amazing title that went with the people. Like everything was aligned. The stars were aligned. You were there. I mean, everybody that needed to be there, who should have been there, was there at that moment. What is your thoughts on this original title that wound up impacting over 1 million people through that longest running room? How to run a successful business. We had Alex Stern make a share earlier. What's your thoughts? Maybe a minute or two, okay?
I'll tell you what, I'm going to take a moment and turn it over to my business partner,
You're
the
breaking up,
woman
Forbes. I can't
who
hear you.
lets me run an insanely successful business. Oh, I said, I'm going to turn that question over to my business partner. McKenna, will you talk about what does it take to run a successful business?
Sure. Is that what the question was? I'll be honest, I just heard my name and popped on Clubhouse real quick.
Yes. The question is, you were here when they started the room. You and I were at the top of a mountain in Costa Rica, and I was just showing somebody in the hotel what Clubhouse is all about. And the next thing, for 4 hours, you and I are talking with Dr. Finance and everybody on stage. The question is, what does it take to run a successful business?
It takes two things to run a successful business that I've really learned over the past 2 years. And one of them is focus, 100%. Cut out the butterfly entrepreneurial syndrome that pretty much everybody here suffers from, and pick one thing and focus on it. And then the other thing I can say is work hard and know that just because you don't see other people doing it doesn't mean that you don't have to and you're an outlier. I look at myself and Forbes we are at this health retreat right now, and we are setting up shop in their library with the big lights and the camera and our beautiful 4K camera, and we look like crazy people, but it's because we have a passion about what we do. We work hard, and to know that anything's possible. I think those two things, focus and a good work ethic, can get you a successful business 100%.
So, McKenna, I look at you as a 7-figure business owner, but you're only 19. How is that possible?
Oh, Mom, I love you so much. So what I would say is you have to fail. Like, I feel like a lot of us, and I watched this another marketer named Alex Ramosi talk about this, and a lot of you in the audience, if you're just getting into the marketing space and the business world, you have to fail, and it sucks. And I did business after business for many years, did things, didn't work, because it's the only way you really learn. And a lot of the people here who you see are really successful have been in their niche for 10 years plus. I've been in my niche now for 7 years. I've been in the internet marketing space. I've been working my butt off. I've been talking to every person I can, making mistakes, starting businesses, investing time, not getting the return I wanted, until I finally really sat down and took all the knowledge I accumulated, and I found a rock star business partner. And I think that's what a lot of us need. Is when you look at the Fortune 500 list at Forbes, the list of the top businesses in America, there are only a handful of companies that have one person at the top. There's usually two people at the top, a visionary and an integrator, and you need that. You're either the bright idea thinker, the big person coming up with everything, or you're the one going, okay, how are we going to get this all done, prioritizing, making shit happen, just like GSD, get shit done. So when I look at businesses, for a lot of you guys, you need a kick-ass business part. You need someone to talk to run ideas off of. And I think Forbes and me, we just found this synergy over COVID. And I am so blessed out of my mind to be able to say that my mother's my business partner and somebody that I just enjoy to no end.
Folks, you got a 19-year-old on stage that is a 7-figure entrepreneur. And this is the daughter of Dr. Forbes Riley on stage.
Yeah.
She's telling you how to do it, and she's learned. Don't forget. I mean, she's been around. Not just because she's 19. She's been around serious mentors. I mean, like Les Brown's her mentor. Kevin Harrington from Shark Tank is basically like her uncle. I mean, she's been around all these people. She's been exposed to these people. She knows the secrets, and her mom has taught her this stuff. And you can learn by coming to these stages and learning. So I appreciate you, McKenna. You played a huge role in the longest running room on Clubhouse, as well as your mom. I talk about your mom, but the reality is you were there that night too in Costa Rica. And I'm so honored to have both you guys here. I got to just turn real quickly. I want to give some action takers some credit. Those who shared the room. Heidi Wild has shared the room. Kristen has shared the room. Dr. Forbes shared the room. Dominic Prosper shared the room. Thank you so much. Thank you, Deborah and Darlene. Michael Feddick, Danny Calafell, who's a 10X guy. Appreciate you sharing the room. Giuseppe shared the room. Thank you so much, Eric. Thank you, Dory, Cordova, Nisa, Pamela, Andrea, and Kate Lee, and so many others. We're up to 75 shares, folks. Can we get 100 shares? I got a feeling we're going to get to 250 people very soon. I have that feeling. And I'm saying this kind of in the same mind frame I was exactly 1 year ago from today, where when we hit 250, it was like, all right, let's get 350. And the next thing you know, we're hitting over 500. And who knows, folks, this room tonight might start another marathon room. I'm not running it though. But if you guys want to run it, you're more than welcome to. But it might start another one. So I'm just saying, wink, wink. Now, with that said, I want to just quickly pivot. But before we do that, folks, follow everyone on stage, especially give our superstar, Dr. Forbes Riley, a follow as well. But also, everyone on stage has been hand selected. That's what I call the Gold Badge Mod Squad. Okay, so give them a share, a follow. Share the room out, folks. We got 85. We jumped up really fast with that. Linda shared the room. Thank you, Linda. Thank you, Julie Hurst, Sai. Thank you, Reed Charleston, for sharing. Lynn Serrano, thank you for sharing. Fred Moskowitz, also one of the leaders of this club. Thank you, Fred, for all of your support, even in our most darkest moments on Clubhouse. Fred was always there. Appreciate you, Fred. I know you're great friends with Forbes as well. Thank you, Jeremy, for sharing the room. Michelle, Julie, Kamakayism has joined. I'm going to invite you up in just a moment. So with that said, moving on to the next question, how does it feel to know, and this is for both McKenna and Forbes, how does it feel to know that you have played a major role in the creation of the longest running stage on Clubhouse? Now, folks, we can call it the longest running room. There was technical errors, okay? I'm not, I wasn't just doing that part behind the scenes. Sometimes the room we had blackouts and all kinds of weird things that happened. But the stage is really what it was known for. It was continuous. The stage was continuous. It's like moving from one room to the next and never dropped. The stage was going all the time. So how does it feel to be a part of that room impacting over millions of people, or at least a million?
You know what? As I'm about to approach 50,000 followers, which we all know on Clubhouse is real people, which blows my mind. I just want to honor the platform. You know, I got here when this platform started. And I remember, I don't know if many of you do, when it first started, it was by invitation only. And I had a whole lot of people invite me to this Clubhouse thing. I thought it was a network marketing and I didn't want anything to do with it. And then one day I popped on and I saw some of my friends like Kevin Harrington and Les Brown and some people who just pioneered. We didn't even know what mods were back then. There was no real rules of the game. It was the Wild West. And for many of us, like Tony Rodriguez, who introduced me, who I know from Tony Robbins, remember Joshua had just come out of the hospital. And I was a little, I tell him I was a little lonely because he was in bed a lot. And it was like I could go into another room, not put on makeup, and hear voices and hear philosophies. And I'm a thought leader and I love knowledge. And we were just sharing ideas and speaking. And it something inside of me ignited and said, this is my medium. This is my platform. I can stand here and just speak and pour knowledge. And if you guys want in a little bit, I'm open. I mean, I do some transformational changes that I can do in this room. And I'm happy to use
Yes,
me.
this is game changer.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no, I
maybe we can do that
thank
for us,
you.
Yeah.
folks. Why don't you guys put it in the chat pad if you're interested in it, and maybe we can do that in a little bit after the question. So put in the
There's
chat
two
if
things
you're
that I
interested in that,
specialize
folks.
in. Sorry, Tony. There's two things I specialize in. One, I can tweak your pitch. I can do that live here. And two, I can heal a trauma. And all of a sudden, I'm like, I fell in love with this. You have no idea how much I love Clubhouse, how much the people, I have friends that I've never met on this platform that we are so close that we talk all the time. And we talk in a very deep way because there's nothing else to do. You can't see the person. I would walk around my house all day, sometimes 20 hours a day, talking, listening, sharing, loving on people, being loved on, being poured into. It was like the coolest thing ever. And then I went to Costa Rica for a 2-week mastermind. And one of my girls, Ann Landstrom, she's on the stage, branding photographer. She was down there. McKenna was there. Joshua was there. And we're up at the top of a mountain. There's not a lot to do in Costa Rica at night. There's no TV. And Tony just asked questions. And I'll tell you one of the things that I love the most, besides hanging out with my family, which I love, is sharing knowledge and being of service. And the questions kept coming all night long. And I don't know if you can feel it, but I also love listening to McKenna. I don't think that there is a brighter voice out there of a young woman who understands systems and processes and equality, and who's striving for a better world so that when she's my age, there is a planet to live on. And there's not a single idea I can't bounce off her, and she comes back with 10 more, and then she makes my dreams happen. And this went on, and Tony is this unbelievable facilitator. He's as excited. You hear it in his voice. He loves that you are on this stage right now. He loves that you share this. He loves the fact that we did this and it went on for 85 days and we checked in every day and it grew and it grew. And I thought, can you imagine how wonderful the world would be if we really could love on each other? And that's what this platform is. And this particular room, I'm excited to get it up to 1,000. Back then, it was really easy. I think the algorithms have changed a little,
We can
but
do it.
you need to hear it.
I love it.
There's
And
no
So,
you're
Tony,
right.
reason. We've got Dr. Forbes Riley in the room. Are you kidding me?
No, I know this is
you know
happy.
what?
I just
Actually,
want to
Tony, you
check
haven't
in and
talked.
say that's why I tweeted it over. Because of Forbes and Josh and McKenna, I lost 50 pounds. Like I
What?
haven't been perfect on my journey. Nobody, yeah, I've lost literally since when I met y'all to this day. I weighed in at 189.9 pounds, and it's because of being around you three. The mentality, the positive, the manifesting. I haven't been perfect, and I've went through all my own struggles, and I'm not going to dive in for the pitch perfect that you teach us. But my pitch perfect is thank you from the bottom of my heart, because just being around the three of you, I've lost 50 pounds. So happy out.
Oh my God. Well, and I'll tell you something. I know, Tony, before you go back to your next question, there are some people on this stage, and I wouldn't mind touching them, who, because of McKenna's system and the training that we set up, that I personally changed their lives. Now, you want to know that you matter on this planet? Fred, what is it like to be in my home? What is it like to be around us, Mr. Moskowitz?
Fred was in your home? Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Forbes,
Me
you
and
got to
Fred
invite
had
me
some
over. Come
great
on.
conversations.
Fred, welcome, Fred.
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Yeah, after knowing
Hey, Fred,
Forbes
your
and
microphone is really
McKenna and
low.
Yeah,
Either
it's a little
you.
low, Fred. You want to try again, Fred? Okay, yeah, that's a good idea. So sometimes when it happens, folks, best thing to do is just
All
leave
right, so watch
the
this.
room and then
I
come
do
right
not,
back.
not
It'll
going to
reset
stop
everything.
there. I've got Miss Noah Crane. She needs to pop up. We've got Ann here, people who've been in my home, whose lives I know that we've changed. There's Kat Oshman. Any one of you guys want to open a microphone? Because that's what's made my life meaningful, is what I've done for you guys.
hello, everyone.
Yeah,
Is
there he goes,
my
Fred.
audio better now?
Yeah, you sound great. Thank you, Fred. Appreciate you being here. By the
Great.
way, appreciate all that you have done. I honor you as well for the amazing contributions you have done for this club for the past year. So appreciate you, Fred. Fred, welcome.
Thank you, and I appreciate you as well, Dr. Finance. And yeah, Forbes, happy birthday! And it's been such an honor and pleasure getting to know you and being in your trainings and just knowing you over Zoom for 2 years, and then finally meeting in person and spending a few days down at your studio and meeting McKenna and Joshua and in person. So wonderful, and it really takes makes an impression, a very impactful impression, and seeing the way that you impact people, the people that come in contact with you, uh, people that go through amazing transformations and heal traumas, and perfect their pitch as well, right? That's really what you're known for. And it's wonderful. And yeah, such a great experience. And I'm so happy to be here in the room tonight, seeing so many familiar faces and voices, a lot of friends. This is really wonderful. And I will pass the mic back to you, Dr. Finance. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Fred. Appreciate you being here, man. It's incredible. And we got C Rock in the building. My buddy C Rock, one of the Grant Cardone's uh, partners, is in the building. So I want to welcome C Rock. I know he's usually busy on Friday night.
Who?
Whenever you're ready, just let
Who
us
is it?
know, C Rock. You
Who
there,
is
C
it?
Rock?
What's happening,
Who?
Aunt? What's
Who?
happening, everybody? Hey,
Welcome,
Who is
brother.
thank
We
it?
you
got
for
I don't know
Dr.
this guy.
Forbes Riley in the house.
Rockman and I have had dinner together. I know that man.
What's up, Forbes? Mike Alden, Diamond, everybody. Alec, I see Alec, my buddy Alec. Great to see you guys.
Thank you, C Rock. Appreciate you being here, man, and looking forward to this incredible journey tonight. So we're basically celebrating the 1 year anniversary of the longest running room on Clubhouse. Magical things happen on days like this. Dr. Forbes Riley is here with McKenna and Josh as well, and this is we're talking about we're not just doing nostalgic. We're also teaching people how to run a successful business. Number one, number two, the magic of Clubhouse. If you're here right now for the first time, you got a party hat on, or this is your first week or first month, and you want to know why you should even be on this app, you should be in this room for the full 6 hours, because you'll learn what a Clubhouse stage, if you're in the right room, even in the audience, if you're in the audience, how it can change your life, how it's transformed so many people here. And we'll talk about how. I love to turn it to you, Forbes, real quick. My question for you, Forbes, my next question is, what is it going to take, what does it take to host the biggest rooms on Clubhouse? What does your journey look like? You were one of the top hosts as a on the infomercials that have impacted millions and millions of people from an infomercial. That's probably where the universal connection began. What do you think it takes to host one of the top clubs on Clubhouse, especially now that like so many clubs have really, the people who run those rooms they're seeing the numbers a little bit going down a little bit, and they've left the app. What's your thoughts on that?
Well, so far, Tony, you just hit 200 people. You hardly see that anymore in Clubhouse. Here's the thing, guys. Be interesting. Deliver value. There's a bunch of rooms on this club that make no sense to me, and that's fine. By the way, you can have a room of any kind. That's what's so cool about this. But if you want to attract a lot of people, then be attractive to a lot of people. So, guys, you're going to want to get your pens out, because I pitch this the way I pitch everything else in life. Number one, you are not here to tell your story and just blah, blah, blah. My big advice, number one, stop talking and start communicating. Oh, well, what's the difference? Well, that means that you're pouring into somebody else's ears. I could turn this mic over for an hour to Laurel or Dorian or Alec. They have so much knowledge and information that you want to hear. But if we're just yakking away and you hear so many people being uninteresting, why does someone want to take time out of their Friday night to hang out here? So my thought is, number one, you want to see what a 19-year-old can blow up. You want to meet someone like Joshua. You want to hear Tony's amazing questions. You want to then be part of a community that you don't understand. A community. You can go far. You can go fast on your own. You want to go far? You got to lock arms with amazing people. And I can tell you stories for days about Mike Alden, about Laurel Langmeyer, about Alex Stern. These are not just names. These are not little squares. These are people who are in my life. Luana Sandoval. I know Rex Sykes and Noah Crane. Linda Sunshine. I don't know. I can't even see their last names, but I know them because I really know them. How many people do you really know? And so I will invite you for free, because now you qualify. We have a group called the Millionaire Maker Inner Circle on Facebook. I'm up to 5,500 members. I know them all. How many people, how many gurus or celebrities in your life do you know? Do you care about? I happen to be this crazy person who just wanted to be part of this. And I've got so much knowledge and so much to impart, but it's always been kind of lonely. And so I said, I'm going to start a group. Not about how much I can sell you. That's irrelevant, guys. I make a lot of money. I do it on the only reason we charge for our trainings is so that you show up and are accountable. Turns out, here's an irony of life. If I give you guys free access to things, you don't show up. And you know why? It's okay. I've learned about human nature. And what you want to do is you want to use and activate human nature for your benefit, for your idea, your product, and your service, okay? So you got two watches sitting on the table. They're both $14.95. One watch is made by Swatch and it's $14.95. The other is a Rolex. It's $14,995. Which one do you put into the vault? Which one do you protect more? Which one do you hide from the maid in the hotel? Really? You know why? They both have an analog face and they only tell time. They're not even the smart watch. They don't tell you how your sleep is or set an alarm for you. They're just a watch. But the difference is you invested a whole lot more money in the $14,000 watch. So it matters more to you, protect it more, you look after it more. So it turns out that when you invest in a trainer, you invest in a mentor, you invest in an expensive car, you just take care of it better. So that is why some of your best trainers we charge. So you show up. How funny is that? Oh, but I want to come for free. Yeah, but you don't show up. You don't value it. You know what advice that's free is worth? Exactly what you paid for it, except on Clubhouse. Tony, does that do it for you?
That is a brilliant, brilliant response. Thank you so much, Forbes. I appreciate that. And Forbes, last question, but before we do that, I want to appreciate the action takers for being in this room. Keisha has shared the room. Thank you, Keisha Moore. Trey has shared the room. Thank you, Trey. Lauren has shared the room. Thank you, Lauren. And Tressa, Noah Crane, and Rogs, and Catherine Reven, Janice, and Michael Fedek. Thank you, Michael. Appreciate you being here. Michael's always been very supportive. Happy Medics shared the room. Thank you. And BJ, Richard Shepard, Michelle, Amy, Heidi, Jay Curtis, my man. He was actually one of the first people I made a room with, experiment at 3 o'clock in the morning to get my, I guess, my rustiness out before I figured out how to really shine here. But thank you, Jay, for showing up. Thank you, Shailene, for sharing the room. Thank you, Anxiety. Folks, if you can share the room, we got 116 shares so far. I'd like to get up that to 150 if you can. Actually, I would like everyone to do this. Can you just share the room and put in the share? I want you to write this exact phrase, okay? Put welcome to the 1 year anniversary of the longest running room on Clubhouse. Let's see how many people can do that. So you share, you hit that little square at the bottom with the arrow pointing up and put welcome to the 1 year anniversary of the longest running room on Clubhouse. Mike or Diamond, if you guys can type that in the chat so they have the exact verbiage. Put that in the share and share it out, folks. I promise you, we're going to bring a lot of people back from who were here that might even not realize where the club is, that are stuck there in the metaverse, and we'll bring them in. We'll make this room gigantic. We're going to get to as high as we can. We're shooting for the moon tonight, and if Les Brown steps in, the party's over. So, folks, if you can do that, we're going to move on to our next question. Before we do that, though, folks, everyone on stage has been hand selected to be here to our Gold Badge Mod Squad. It's a special title only in this room. So if you're on stage, you're one of the special folks. You don't need to worry about the green badge in here. It means nothing in here. It's just a way for me to organize the stage and to facilitate this room better. If you're here, you got an imaginary Gold Badge Mod Squad. It means you have done your work on Clubhouse. So I appreciate that, and you're a major influencer. So welcome everyone, and folks, we have an incredible room tonight. I want to ask you one more question, Forbes. Then we're going to turn into our next segment. So we had a great discussion in John Lee's room a few days ago about Clubhouse. He was getting a little nervous about where the future of Clubhouse is, and I chimed in. And next thing you know, we're talking about this, and it probably could have went on for hours, but we stopped it. I had to help Diamond in her room for a while. We got Diamond, by the way. Diamond D is one of the top hosts on Clubhouse, folks. Give her a follow. She's a permanent co-host, other than Forbes Riley here, and she runs her room on Wednesday nights at 4 p.m. So with that said, folks, we were in John Lee's room. We're talking about the future of Clubhouse, why he should even be here, and I was saying, John, we've got to figure this out. We run these rooms consistently. We're here. I don't know what's in the minds of the owners of Clubhouse, why they don't even know about our room that impacted over 1 million people. It's incredible. So first of all, what do you see as the future, Forbes? Because you are already a superstar. You come here all the time. Why are you here? What's the future of Clubhouse? First question. And sorry to machine gun you with questions, but what is it going to take to get people like Oprah and Elon Musk and big names to this stage? What's it going to take to get the respect that we deserve? I mean, we've not only impacted 1 million. It's easy to say that, but you've watched every single Friday some sort of something big happens. Whether we're introducing Les Brown on stage to his hero, or transformations happening on the stage, people realizing their purpose, billionaires meeting other billionaires. I mean, what's it going to take to get those big names and to get Clubhouse to start supporting our community? Thank you, Forbes.
Well, I know that that's important to you, Tony. I don't know. Things come and go and fans come and go. I'm grateful I've been here for 2 years and almost up to 50,000 followers. I love it, but I also love the conversation. And I would really, as much as I'd like to focus on that, I would really like tonight to focus on people's own businesses. Facebook is still one of my favorite platforms, but it's old, as I've been told by the young people. I'm not a TikToker, but millions of people are. I don't really care. This to me, it may be big, it may not. What I care about right now, honestly, is the entrepreneurs who are listening get served in a way that they feel loved on. And that is why I love when you open the mic and people can ask questions and we can really do the work that we do. I know that McKenna wants to leave, so if you don't mind, I divert just for a second. Would you mind if I asked her a question before she leaves?
Absolutely. Go ahead, Forbes.
And then I want to hear Diamond's voice. I've not heard her yet. So McKenna, before you go, because I know it's late here, um, you've watched your mom on infomercials and home shopping for your entire life and harness the power of pitch, something that most entrepreneurs don't seem to get. Can you just share with everybody listening, why is pitching so important?
Sure, and it's not that I want to leave, it's just I have a thing to go to soon. Um, but the reason pitching is so important is because you pitch in every single aspect of your life. And it's crazy to think about that. When you ask someone to marry you, when you want to go to your favorite restaurant, when you want to go to your destination for the family vacation, when you want someone to buy your product, when you're trying to get a refund for something, or you're trying to get a discount on something, you're pitching. Anytime you are trying to convince somebody to do something in your way or your pleasure or anything in that sense, you're pitching them on that idea, product, or service. That's why we always say we'll teach you how to pitch your product, service, or idea. And so for those of you wondering, why would I need to learn how to pitch? Everybody has to learn how to pitch. You're pitching day in and day out. And something I think you need to recognize for those of us in the audience is just take a second and go, do I get my way in life? Am where I want to be in life? Because a lot of the time it's the way that you interact and you speak with other people, and that can completely change when you learn how to pitch. And if you talk to some of our students, they'll say that they not only learned how to sell their product better, but they got their kids to eat vegetables, and they got their husbands to make the bed in the morning, and whatever it might be, but they talk and think differently because pitching is not only sales. That's why we don't call it sales. We call it pitching because it's about how you speak. It's how you communicate to the rest of the world and the people around you. So Forbes, I hope that kind of answered your question. I know you 100% agree with that because that's what you preach as well.
Well, I love that you get it. And here's a funny game that you can play. You know, you can pick up any household object, and Tony, be a fun little thing before McKenna goes, that it doesn't matter what object you're holding. I'd be curious to see how you pitch it versus how she pitches it. And again, how you get your way. Now, the last thing I want to do before you go is that we created a formula. You asked your mom to die. This is a funny thing, guys. You can all do this. You can all take the thing that you're an expert at, and it could be making your grandmother's brownie recipe because it's everyone's always loved it, and figure out how to make additional income from talking about your expertise. How do you do that, McKenna?
How do you make additional income from your expertise?
Yeah.
You do UPF and GSD. Um, what I've always done is I've started probably 30 plus businesses now, from drop shipping to affiliate marketing to building funnels, Shopify stores, whatever it might be. And I've never put a single dime into it because we know how to work the system. We know how to do a side hustle. And so the way to learn that is I actually have a training called GSD. It stands for Get Shit Done, because at the end of the day, everybody is capable of turning what you know into making money. If you've ever listened to a marketer and they're like, oh, well, they always use the example of an underwater basket weaver, because that is somebody who could actually make money online. There's riches in the niches always. And so I have a training called GSD. It stands for Get Shit Done. You can look up gsdwithforbes.com. But that is all about how do you turn your side hustle profitable, and it's to stop thinking about what the product is and start thinking about how you relate to the product. What are the things that make you unique towards that, and then pitching it. And that comes to the UPF formula that I remember speaking with Forbes, and I said, Forbes, there has to be a pitch formula. You can't just keep trading your time for money and giving people your pitch. And she went, I really don't think there is. I just have always been really good at it. And I went, no way. And so we sat down and dissected hundreds of pitches, and we realized, oh my God, there's a 5-step system to this. And when you understand this 5-step system, you can literally pitch anything, to the point where me, Forbes and my brother, we would play this game while we were building this course. We just launched a pilot course, which is why we're talking about UPF, the ultimate pitch formula. And we just walked around the house and we're pitching everything. Here's a cup, pitch it to me. Here, pitch this lamp to me. Pitch this pot to me. Pitch this pencil. And it became this game because when you understand the formula, it is too easy to get a yes. I can walk anywhere now and sell what we do to anybody I speak to because I understand this formula. It's the idea of how you turn a handshake into $100,000. And so, if you're looking to make a side hustle and to do that, which is completely feasible, you need 7 streams of income, anyways. That's what everybody always tells me. Um, you need that in your life, and something that will 100% help you with that is UPF 100% that Forbes teaches. And I think Forbes would agree with that.
Well, I got to tell you, McKenna, it's funny because I watched the numbers go up as you were talking. I don't think anyone's ever heard somebody like you. And I know that she gets very mad at me when I say she's only 19, but you've never heard a kid like this. In fact, we were working on a book called Every Company Needs a Kid. There's a perspective that's coming out of her mouth that I want to listen to. I could listen to her talk all day long, Tony. It's really become fascinating. But to what she said, McKenna, would you mind? Is it okay? Because I know you don't want too many people in the pilot program. We did the first one 2 weeks ago, and we're doing another one this week, a one-time only thing. Can you just give me a little short, like a little piece about what it is and where we could go for it?
For sure. Yeah, we have a couple spots left in that actually because we do have a cap on it. But me, Forbes, and my team, we've launched this new training called the Ultimate Pitch Formula. It's a 6-day consecutive course. And we launched a pilot training because I think a lot of us forget that you can't just launch a product, service, or idea without beta testing it with real students. Because something that's really important to me in Forbes is yes, money is nice, but we've made money. We have money. We've invested it. So the next step for us was okay, we actually want our students to learn how to pitch. Like, I want to be able to turn to one of my students and be like, pitch this, and they can pitch because if they can't do it, my training doesn't work. And that embarrasses us as a company because it shows our courses don't work. So we put a ton of time and effort to make sure that our courses work by doing beta tests, by having pilot people go through. So, a really unique offer is we're looking for people who have taken none of the trainings with us, who know nothing about pitching. And we want to put you through this course, get some feedback for you. In the exchange, is we're going to charge you 1/10 of the price of what it is to partake in it for your feedback. And so it's called the Ultimate Pitch Formula. You can go to, I'll have to put the link in the chat if you're interested because it's not theultimatepitchformula.com. But I can put the link in the chat, or if you're interested in it, if you're interested in signing up for it, I would go to support@teamforbesriley.com. This is going to be our hero product. It's going to be $1,000 course we sell that you can get for $97 now. It starts on Monday. It'll be 6 days. And what all we want from you is your feedback. You'll get to interact with Forbes live. You'll get to interact with me and the team all live because soon this course will be completely automated. And that's what we're going towards because we need your feedback to know that it works. So if you want to learn how to pitch, get the 5-step formula that I'm talking about that you can literally pitch anything, email support@teamforbesriley.com and I can put it in the chat as well. And that will be your spot to go get access to this new pilot course we're launching. And even if you don't want to take part in it, just email us anyways and we can share more information on pitching because everybody needs this. You need to know how to pitch or you cannot be in business because pitching leads to sales, which leads to revenue. And honestly, there's 3 big parts of business and I'll be done in 1 second. There's sales and marketing, there's operations, and there's finances. You cannot have a business without sales and marketing because your business will not have revenue. You can't have it with the other 2 either, but that part right there is a massive part of your business. So this will eliminate that. We gross, and just one last thing before I pass it back to Forbes, we grossed over $1 million in sales with 0 paid advertisement. We're 2 years into business, 12,000 students, almost $2 million in revenue. And we've done no paid advertisement because we simply know how to pitch people into what we do. So if you're interested in that, email support@teamforbesriley.com to get access to UPF, and I'll see you there on Monday.
Hey, Alec, I know you haven't heard McKenna talk in a while, but you just unmuted. What do you think of what you're listening to?
Well, I was continuously clapping. I'm blown away, McKenna. You're amazing, and I've thought that all along. And now, just you've really found your voice to just now school a lot of people on a lot of things. And totally agree with the always be pitching um, mantra, which I've lived by my whole career, and that has been what's led me to my success. So thank you for being you. Love
Thank you
you.
You know,
so
it's funny
much.
because you've watched her grow up. And Michael Butler, can you do me a favor? If you're still here, can you also chime in? Because I think as I'm watching the chat, McKenna, I know you don't realize this, but no one's heard someone like you. And the chat just
Come
blew
in.
up. Go
I'm
ahead.
so Barbs. I come in to show my love and respect to everybody. As everybody knows, I'm taking a little bit time off, but I just want to come in. I wish you a happy belated birthday, uh, Dr. Forbes, and I wish you all the best. I'm off. Thank you.
Well,
Oh, my gangster, you don't need to leave so fast, but I just love hearing you guys. If you don't know Ori, you got to check him out.
welcome, Ori. Appreciate you being here to support. Now, Dr. Forbes, I don't mind. If you don't mind, I want to just pivot for a second. McKenna, that was brilliant, by the way. And folks, you got Dr. Forbes Riley's daughter here. She's 19 years old, and if you could hear, if you heard her speak, I mean, at such an age, has an incredible wisdom of how to run a business, and she's already proved it. So, thank you, McKenna. Appreciate you being here and supporting. Alex Stern, folks, we got the co-founder of Constant Contact, is here to support as well, but he's got to get going in just a little bit. I'd like to hear just a few words. So, Dr. Forbes, if you want to, Alec, do you want to just chime in real quick? Maybe ask a question to Forbes and McKenna before she leaves?
Yeah, sure. I appreciate that. First, I got to say happy birthday to a fellow April birthday celebrator. Happy birthday. We have to share some cake one of these days, even though it's not on the Joshua journey. But we could break that for one celebration. Yeah. So you know, living with the motto of always be pitching, and you guys have just taken everyone that you've worked with to such great levels with it. I would love to hear from you. What was the most interesting, strange, or I guess oddest place, and where you pitched, where it led to success?
All right, so I've got a fun one. All right, so and I'm also a big manifestor. I'll see if I can make this story short, and I would like you to put on your graphic glasses in your head if you can. So I wrote one of my first books, and the book is about a platform. I shared it with a partner about how to, kind of like audition, like America's Got Talent. And I said, wow, who would be amazing to endorse this book? And I thought, man, Paula Abdul. I don't know Paula Abdul, but that would be cool. So I have this little bracelet called "What Would Forbes Do?" I'm like, well, Forbes is going to figure out where she is. I find out that she's going out on tour, and then I see that she's getting an award out in California with my friend Kevin Harrington. So I call him and he says, yeah, I can get you a ticket. Great. So I come out there. Now, for all of you, I have a handheld fitness product called a SpinGym. It's one word, SpinGym. If you've never seen it, please go to YouTube, type in SpinGym, and you'll be blown away how I've got people in wheelchairs. I've got people like Joshua. I've got people in offices and airplanes and around the world, 2.5 million sold of my little SpinGym. I always carry it with me. Okay. So I'm in a place called the Beverly Hot Springs. I am a sauna fanatic. You look at me and go, Forbes, you look pretty damn good for 62. And I'm going to say thank you. One of my secrets is detoxing as often as I can. And I love steam rooms and saunas. Well, in LA, this is a very down and dirty, affordable place, but nobody knows about it. It's where all the celebrities go before they go on award shows. But it's like $60 an end. It's not an expensive thing at all, right? I mean, I've seen everybody there. Now, here's the crazy thing. I've seen everybody naked. I've seen Charlize Theron naked. I've seen people before they win Academy Awards. I saw Jennifer Grey the night before she won Dancing with the Stars in this little hot tub mineral pool. Crazy, right? Okay, so imagine this. I'm getting ready to go to this big award dinner where, in my mind, I'm going to get Paula Abdul to say yes. Now, just to be clear, I'm such a passionate manifester, and I want McKenna to talk about that before she goes, that we call, when you manifest something, we say, what have you Forbes? To Forbes something means to manifest it, especially when no one else thinks it's possible. Did you manifest the man of your dreams, the career that you wanted, your best-selling book? Everybody on this stage, including Alec and everybody here, has manifested things beyond their wildest dreams. Mike Alden has bestsellers on the New York Times list. We've manifested that. We've created, even when people don't agree and don't think we can. That's called Forbesing it. I will often ask you, Michael Butler published my book called What Have You Forbes Lately? Okay, so now I'm in the Beverly Hot Springs. And it's a little crazy, but everybody walks around. All the girls are completely naked, and we all look at each other and sit in the sauna and go to this. It's the actual minerals, like the tar pits in LA, and it's an amazing water. It makes your skin look phenomenal. So I'm there, and all of a sudden, I see this beautiful woman, but she doesn't look like she normally looks because she has no makeup on. And I'm thinking, that's Vivica Fox, isn't it? All right, so now here's what would Forbes do. I don't believe that you walk over and fawn on a celebrity. Oh my God, I love you in your movie. No, they get people fawning all the time. You get to be creative and innovative. And in my teachings, I play a game. And we can do this a little later, depending on how late you want to stay with me, where you imagine who's in the elevator with you for 20 seconds, somebody that you want to, who could change your life. What do you say to them in 20 seconds to get a yes? Powerful game. So, like McKenna said, how do you turn a handshake into $100,000? It's practice. That's one of the things. It's skill and it's my formula. So I'm looking at her and I'm like, oh my God. I remembered in that moment that I grew up with a girl named Margaret Colin. Margaret Colin became an actress. She is Jeff Goldblum's girlfriend in Independence Day, a movie with Will Smith and Vivica Fox. All right. Can you imagine how fast my brain has to think to put that together? And I walk up to Vivica and I'm like, oh my God, Vivica, I remember meeting you. I'm a friend of Margaret Colin's. That was a complete lie, just so you guys know. But she's like, oh, well, hi, tell me who you are. Great introduction, right? Then I asked her what she's up to. She's like, oh, I'm traveling, I'm doing this, I'm doing that movie. And then I said to her my famous line, do you want to see something cool? Everybody says yes. I went to my locker, I pull out my SpinGym. Now, when you SpinGym, there's a funny phenomenon, which you don't usually see when people have their clothes on, but your boobs tend to pop up and down. Bear in mind, she and I are completely stark naked.
Wait,
I
wait,
give
wait.
her
Can you
my,
say that again? Can you say that again?
what, the stark naked
No,
part?
what was going up and down?
So we are both completely stark naked, and she's spin gymming, and I'm thinking, where's the cameras when you need them, right? And so she's spin gymming, and I'm thinking, oh my God, I wish to God somebody could see this because this is such a classic moment. And then she says to me, oh my God, how do I get one of these? And I looked at her right in the eye and I said, if you give me an endorsement for my new book, you can have this one. She said, yes. We became great friends. We are friends to this day. And that's a crazy pitch. But then it gets better. So now I get to the Beverly Wilshire Hotel that night, and I'm just bought like a regular ticket. I walk in, but remember, I have an intention. The intention is Paula Abdul is going to give me an endorsement. And I have a gift bag of a SpinGym with her. And I'm thinking, at the very least, I'm going to watch her and wait for her to go to the ladies' room. And I'm going to corner her in the ladies' room. Guys, can you see how strategic this is to get what you want? Maybe I'm a bit maniacal, but give it up for me. So I walk into this event. Somebody comes rushing over to me, like, oh my God, Forbes, so glad that you're here. I'm like, hi. And they said, yeah, well, the person giving Kevin Harrington his award on stage is not showing up. Would you mind going on stage and being the presenter for Kevin Harrington from Shark Tank to give him his award? And I'm like, uh, yeah, that's cool. They then reseat me at the front table. You ever watch the Golden Globes? How the superstars sit at the front table? Well, now that's where I'm sitting. You know who's sitting at my table? Paula Abdul. Oh my God. I'm sitting at the table with Paula. There's like 500 people in the audience. She's sitting though at the other end of this really big round table. And if you've ever been at a wedding, you really can't talk to the person at the other end. And now I'm thinking, okay, what do I, and I'm nervous. I mean, I say all these things like I'm really cool, but I'm not. In my heart, I am starstruck because I was a goofy little kid who grew up watching everybody on television thinking they were better than me. And I'm like, oh my gosh, all right. And then it hit me. 3 words: real, raw, authentic. Real, raw, authentic. That is the currency of 2021 or whenever year it was. That is what we're doing right now. And so I get up and I've got this little SpinGym that I've already made for her. Her name is actually on it. And I walk around. I have a picture of this I'll share with you if you guys want to go on my Facebook. I get up and I walk around to the other side of the table, and in my gown, I kneel down next to her. And I am shaking like you can't believe. And I look at her, I'm like, Paula, you don't know me. My name is Forbes Riley. Um, I grew up watching you. I was a happy little girl, a dancer, I had
Forbes, you're going into the
dreams, and
matrix
I
a little
just
bit, Forbes.
loved you. You provided me strength.
There you go. Much better.
Can you hear me?
Yep, absolutely. Thank you.
Is that better? All right. I said you provided inspiration when I needed it the most. I have a fitness product here. I know that you're going out on tour. And I got so nervous, I didn't even take it out of the bag. I said, look, my card's in there. If you need any help with it, just please give me a call. I said a couple of other things. She gave me a really big hug. And I went around and I sat down at my side of the table. She gets up, she does her speech. Now, this is insane. This is manifestation at its greatest. She gets off the stage. She walks down and she kneels down next to me, grabs my hand and says, Forbes, I have to tell you something. I just did something I never do. I can sing and dance on stage, but I get really nervous when I speak. She said, I threw away my note cards and I just spoke from my heart. And I want to thank you for being the inspiration for that. Are you going to speak up as well? And I said, yeah. She waited 45 minutes for me to speak. I get up on stage to present Kevin Harrington Award, and I go into the most heartfelt speech about mentorship. Because at that moment, when I was on the stage, it dawned on me that almost 30 years before, I was in that same room at the Beverly Wilshire Hotel at the Big Brother, Little Brother charity dinner. And I met someone, and we ended up fostering a little kid from South Central. We became his mentor. Every weekend, I had Dexter in my life. I'd completely forgotten until I was actually on the stage, and it hit me like a blessing. And I looked at the crowd and I said, do you know how important it is to have a mentor? See, because my boy Dexter, on a Sunday in July, was walking from a haircut to church, minding his own business by himself, wearing a blue shirt. And a kid who did not have a mentor, same color as Dexter, they were both black, walked up behind him and shot my son 10 times in the back and left him for dead on the sidewalk to die all by himself. Because that kid, Michael, his only mentor was a gang. He didn't have somebody who loved on him and cared about him and kept him from getting girls pregnant and getting tattoos. He didn't have somebody who let him know that he was loved. And he took somebody away from me who'd never even met me. And I looked in the audience and I said, Kevin Harrington's been an amazing mentor to me, and I want to honor him tonight. But I'll tell you what, guys, you all have the money and the means. If you choose not to mentor somebody, think about it. Some lonely kid out there who wants to fit in, who might steal, rob, or hurt somebody that you love, is somebody that you could have touched. I got off stage. Paula grabbed me by the hand. She said, I need you. I need you in my life. You're going to come tomorrow to the dance rehearsal studio, and I'm going to introduce you, and you're going to inspire my crew. And we became amazing friends. Alec, who pitched who?
You were on the receiving end of something special there for sure.
I know it's a funny story, but it's about intention, about pitch, about giving the person that you're talking to what they want, not telling them what they need. And especially when you guys are so excited about your product, you can't wait to tell somebody all about it. They're not ready to hear it. There is a real formula. McKenna, how did that story resonate with you?
That story is everything that we talk about, that we stand for, and I'm glad you gave me a chance. I'm about to hop off in a second. But I mean, I am, again, what you talked about, manifestation. I'm a clear definition of manifestation. So from the time I was 5 years old, I told everybody I was going to have $1 million business at 18, and everybody would laugh at me. I remember being in middle school, and I took 10 weeks off of school to go to internet marketing conferences, a conference that was like a marketing college that's no longer around, that I attribute a lot of my success to. And everyone was like, that's not possible. And I went, when I'm 18, and I wrote it too in my Google Calendar on my 18th birthday, a Google Calendar popped up that I had made in 2015 that said, you are going to be wildly successful. You're going to own your own business. You're going to be working with your mother, which I was not expecting to be in there. And I don't even know how I said that. And I manifested this because how does a 19-year-old have a 15 contractors on her team? She's got $1 million business. She's changing people's lives. Tons of people are following and listening to my voice, and that comes purely from manifestation. And everything in my life comes from manifestation, from the way that I think, I talk to myself. And the key to manifestation is believing and acting like you have something, talking to yourself about it. And a lot of people talk about how they believe in higher spirits and universes and all of that. And at the end of the day, I always look back at myself and I go, I believe in McKenna. I believe in myself. And when something really good happens, when we make a big sale or when a launch goes well, I go, thank you, McKenna. I go, congratulations, McKenna. We did this. This was us. And I think that's always something we need to take back and remember, is that Forbes does that as well, is to remember to say, I believe in you, McKenna. Thank you for helping me get here. Thank you for your perseverance and everybody telling you you couldn't do it. I'm so happy, McKenna, that you kept doing it, because we are in a place that is so much bigger and wilder than we ever thought. And I know a lot of people are like, oh, McKenna, schizophrenia. I promise you I don't. It's manifestation. It's about a belief that when you know you are enough and you know you are on a path to bigger and greater things, and that every single one of your dreams you want comes true, it will come true. But part of that is gratitude. And so remember to be grateful to yourself, to the people around you, to the things you're manifesting. And I just want to say thank you, Forbes, for being my mother. I manifested you, and I have manifested a wild future for us. And I hope this room gets to where it needs to go, because I think it has a big message to spread with everybody. So, Forbes, I love you so much.
Baby, I got to tell you, I don't know if I could have manifested a better daughter. I know my son has heard as well. Baby, your voice, I think, is what the world needs to hear. So I love you very much. Thank you.
I love you too. And for all of you guys, thank you so much for listening to me. And Dr. Finance, thank you so much for having me. This has been awesome. And maybe we'll hop on in about an hour. I just have a meeting to get to.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, McKenna. No, I appreciate you. And thank you again for all you've done for the community and helping to be a major part of building the initial longest running room on Clubhouse about exactly a year ago, midnight tonight. So thank you, McKenna. Appreciate that. We just hit the 200 mark, folks. So incredible. You know, who knows where this night will go? I mean, it was the same event that happened 1 year ago where we just started with a conversation. Next thing you know, is one of the most incredible nights on Clubhouse. So thank you, McKenna. Appreciate that again. And folks, we're gonna do a quick reset, Forbes. I appreciate you being here and hanging out and answering a lot of questions. So we're gonna move into our next segment, folks. So Diamond, if you're available, we'll love to get a quick reset. Diamond, flash your mic if you're here. If not, Mike, Diamond. All right. We got one of the top hosts on Clubhouse here, folks. Diamond Diva has also played a major journey part in this amazing room, this amazing community, folks. So she's going to reset in a little bit. Before she does that, I just want to let you know, folks, you are in on an incredible night. This is what Clubhouse is all about. We're not just going nostalgic. You know, this isn't for that, because there are a lot of new people on here. Want to let you know why you need to be here, why you should be on Clubhouse. This is the right frequency to be in, to tune in, so you can learn about what you can accomplish when you're part of an amazing community. This community has accomplished so many things in the past year. We've had the greatest speakers, writers, entrepreneurs, billionaires. I mean, all kinds of successful people with hearts on this stage every Friday night. And when it first started, it was actually 7 days a week, but now we're doing just one major day a week every Friday between 6 p.m. roughly to midnight Eastern time. So tune in your schedule and make sure you follow us every single Friday. And Wednesday we go into Diamond's room, who taps into the mindset part of it every Wednesday between 4 p.m. and 12. 6 hours later Eastern time. So welcome again, Diamond Diva, one of the top hosts on Clubhouse. Before we do that, actually, folks, I want to thank those who've been sharing so far, folks. If we can get our shares up a little bit, if Les Brown or John Ledgery pops in, they said they were going to do it. So if they do, this room can go off the charts, then we can have another really incredible night. We've already got 200 plus people in the room at this moment, which is unheard of for a non-news room, okay, on Clubhouse, folks. So this is a positive environment. We've always sheltered a positive environment here. We don't talk about negative stuff here. These are the reasons you want to be on Clubhouse. You want to be in rooms that are helping building you up, not tearing you down. So thank you, Dr. Forbes, for sharing. Thank you, Michael, for sharing. Vanessa for sharing, Darlene for sharing. Folks, it's also Forbes Riley's birthday. If you guys can share with that little box at the bottom and say happy birthday, Forbes Riley, I would appreciate that. So I'm gonna turn it over to Diamond as she does a quick reset. Thank you, Diamond, and welcome to the Amazing Finance Club, folks. Here's Diamond Diva, one of the top hosts on Clubhouse. Welcome, Diamond. Diamond here. Flash your mic. We just had her. Now, if she's near steps or something, I always tell people just be careful when you're near steps. So, Diamond, whenever you're ready, flash your mic. Mike, you want to
Yeah,
try
let's do let's
reset?
do it. I'm not a pro like Diamond, but man, I tell you, this is just one of these amazing evenings run by an amazing man, Dr. Finance. This is the Finance Club. This is the 1 year anniversary, and to commemorate that and to celebrate that, we have Dr. Forbes Riley, my good friend, an amazing entrepreneur, an inspiration to all. We do this every Friday night at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Make sure you also follow everybody here on stage. If you want to learn more about Forbes, you're going to learn a lot more tonight. But if you also want to learn a little bit more, you can click on the link that's right above. That's the Dr. Finance podcast. I believe he has over 8 million views. It's amazing what he's doing. Come back. And also, again, when you do follow everybody here on stage, I want you to especially follow Dr. Finance and click on the bell to make sure that you always follow him, because when you do and follow him like that, you will be notified of when his rooms do happen. Sometimes he might do a room on an unscheduled time, and you don't want to miss it. Back to you, Dr. Finance.
Thank you, Mike. Appreciate that. That was very, very good. By the way, Mike is good friends with Forbes Riley. They actually together were one of the first infomercial hosts. Okay, so anyone one of the original Shark Tanks from Sharks from Shark Tank, Kevin Harrington. Well, Kevin Harrington. You had Mike and you had Forbes Riley. They were actually one of the first infomercial hosts. And I'm sorry, in Forbes Riley's case, she actually sold over $2 billion, folks, in sales. That's why they call her the pitch queen. I mean, imagine $2 billion in sales. And Mike was a part of that. He was with Forbes. They were co-hosting different infomercials many, many years ago. So this is an incredible night. And Mike has an incredible podcast, by the way. But with that said, thank you, Mike. Appreciate that, folks. So this is how to run a successful business. That was the title of the original longest running room on Clubhouse that impacted over 1 million people. I want to welcome some people to the stage. So we got Diamond in the house. We got Mike. We got John the Bomb is helping out tonight. He was part of the original club. Doria Cordova, Laura Langmeyer, Alec Stern. We got Dr. Forbes Riley, Giuseppe. Folks, give everyone a follow on stage. Particularly, this is Forbes Riley's number. We got Alex Stern. Definitely give them a follow as well. And Laura Langmeyer, Ella, and we got Deborah, GB. Thank you, Natalia, Zavana for showing up. Appreciate you. And we got Ed, folks. We got the founder of Gold's. I'm sorry, not the founder, the owner of Gold's Gym, who became the guy who basically turned it into the largest gym in the world, on stage right now. I mean, he's friends with people like Arnold Schwarzenegger. He got a forward on his book from John Cena, the famous wrestler. I mean, this guy's incredible. He's going to be on our stage in a few weeks. So definitely give Ed a follow. He's got a party out here. He literally signed up a few hours ago. Appreciate you, Ed. Nice chat with you, by the way. Darlene, we got Luana, we got Bolly Paul here in the house. Diva, Tracy, Noah, Fred, Rex, we got Pamela, Teresa, Nisa. In the meantime, folks, if you guys can be pinging all your friends and inviting everyone to the room, appreciate that. And also share the room and say happy birthday to Forbes Riley. It's her birthday. So welcome Linda Sunshine and Gary, Sally. You've got Jason, Tina, Lori, Michael D, Ann, Richard, Game, PJ. We've got Eric in the house, Selena in the house, Lauren and Josh, Kat, Michelle. Folks, this is about all of us. Okay, this is about a community. So, this isn't just like we have our main guest speakers, but the reason you guys show up every Friday faithfully and without being paid. I mean, this stage is $1 billion stage, right? Like, you can't, as Jim Cathcart, the former president of the National Speakers Association said, Tony, you can't value this stage. In real life, you wouldn't be able to assemble it. I said, is it worth at least $1 million? He says, it's invaluable. It's invaluable. So appreciate Selena for being here. Eric and Lauren, thank you. Josh and Kat, Michelle, Michael J. In the meantime, folks, please be sharing the room out. We got Happy and Dominique, Anita, Julie. We got Nemo. We got some new face here. Welcome Annie and Heidi, Marie and Pal. Reed, Brigetti, and Kamikaism was a good friend with Marie Diamond from The Secret as well. She was also co-hosting at one time when Marie was here. So appreciate you, Kamika, for being here. And Joe and Trey. Stacy, Ross Cohen, folks, if you need one of the top PR persons in New York, became a good friend, actually convinced her to join the 13 Steps to Riches book that we're now a part of, which many of the celebrities on stage are also a part of as well. She's now a co-author with us. Thank you, Stacy, for showing up. I know you're very busy on Friday. Appreciate you being here.
Thank
Well,
you. I appreciate you.
thank you, Stacy. And welcome, Aisha and Connie and Phil. Thank you, Phil. You were actually part of the longest running room. Appreciate you, Phil. And Keisha and El Chorizo, Tamika, Claudia, Karine, Darlene, Nadia, Renee Norsenhouse. Renee was also part of that very first night. I appreciate you, Renee, for joining us. How are you, Renee? I just want to pause for a moment, just acknowledge Renee. Haven't seen her in a while, so welcome back to the community, Renee. How are you? I know you're doing amazing things on Clubhouse.
I'm doing amazing. Yes, thank you. And I'm so grateful to be in this space. And it's so wonderful to not only be able to celebrate so many amazing individuals, just to see how everybody have evolved also. And happy birthday again, Dr. Forbes. Your daughter is truly a unique blessing. And I will make sure I get our daughters connected, because right now we have to make sure we keep paying it forward for our future generations. I know my daughter's 22, and my goodness, I think, Forbes, your daughter have to be going on 45 with all of that knowledge that she has inside of her. But it's just so remarkable. Wonderful interview, Dr. Finance. And it's incredible to see how you all have continued on evolving. It's always great to see Diamond Diva as well as so many others here in the house. So thank you again, and I'm honored to be here.
Thank you, Renee. Appreciate that. And if you would, I would love for you to stay after Forbes is done, because we definitely want to keep some of the older, the leading members of the community here that were originally part of that night, and have a great discussion. Just talk about some of the things we've learned in the past year or so. So if you stick around, love to chat some more. Thank you, Renee. Appreciate you being here. Welcome. We got Amy in the house. We got Cindy. We got Mark, Kara. Ellie's here. We got folks. We got people from all over the world. It's the beauty of Clubhouse, from every single continent except Antarctica. As a fact, folks, I'm doing a little thing where I'm trying to tell what stages we're speaking on and stuff. So if you can, just type in the chat what country or what state you're from, so we can see where everybody's from. Because this is the beauty of Clubhouse, seeing where we're from. So welcome, Ellie. Welcome, Access to Experts, and Iana, and Dawn, Cindy, Joy, Melissa, Kamal for being in the house, Devil, Rachel, and Monica, and Marie. And folks, we're moving on to our next segment with Dr. Forbes Riley. We got, we're going to skip around for a moment. We got Laura Langmeyer in the house from The Secret, who has a beautiful question for Forbes. So remember, folks, we're going to ask one question per person so we can get as many questions asked as possible. And in the meantime, I want to acknowledge the action takers. Melissa shared the room, Kamal shared the room, Selena and Benita, Michael Feck has shared the room, Fedek, I'm sorry, and Heidi, Darlene, and Fred. Thank you, folks. We're now at 165 shares, 193 people in the room. Can we get to 200? Can we get to 250? Come on, folks. This is how we actually built that very first night. We built that room from having beautiful people who were in there collectively trying to just create an amazing, amazing event. So, folks, with $1 billion stage, all we're asking you is to help support the room with one share, folks. That's it. Not a dollar. We're not a dime. We're not asking for any money. Just share the room. That's it. So, with that said, we want to move it over to Laura Langemeyer from The Secret. Laura, question for Forbes. Welcome, Laura.
Hey, how are you? It's so great and happy birthday, Forbes. Personally, it's so good to be here on your birthday. So happy birthday. And I'd love to meet your daughter. And thank you for all your support on a book launch. So I just thought it'd be an interesting question for this room for you to answer. Like, you went from a very different industry, because I wouldn't say, what you were doing. I call you like a world leading spokeswoman, for QVC, HSN, and all the other places you have been. What were the business lessons that you learned in transitioning now into, you know, it's not that you weren't always an influencer, but like, I'm going to call it, into this speaker, author, where you have a membership. Like, this is a different world than where you were. Like, I remember meeting you in that transition with Kevin Harrington. Tell us the business lessons, because I think they're vast, and it'd be great for, anybody in any transition to hear those from you.
So one of the business lessons I learned was sitting in a Laurel Langmeyer free workshop where you
I
listed
love
out,
you.
I think it might be seven. Can you hear me?
Yes, and thank you.
Yeah, you listed
Yeah, you
out
sound great. You guys
Yeah,
are
you
great.
listed out seven, and I'll never forget this. You listed out 7 or 10 steps that you do to know if you're a million, if you're a millionaire. And I remember that you talked about. It's funny because I have always been a hired gun. For the longest time, it took me an evolution that feels like a lifetime to feel like my voice mattered at all. For the longest time, I wanted to be an actress. I wanted to disappear into the role of somebody else. I wanted to be glamorous and I wanted to matter. Now, you can want whatever you want in life, and please don't judge me on that. That's what I wanted. I also, when I was little, wanted to be pretty, and I just wasn't. And so I just wanted these things. And I remember that at some point in my life, I realized that cleaning my own bathrooms was not serving me well. I get easily distracted. And I thought it was kind of weird, but I was like willing to pay somebody $10 an hour. And I don't care what I had to do to earn the $10. So somebody else would do that. And I thought maybe my time is worth something. And I sat in a workshop with Laurel Langmeyer. And I remember this so distinctly, my girl. It could be 25 years ago, this was. And you said, you're a millionaire if you don't clean your own bathroom. I thought, oh my God, she's such a freaking smart girl. And then you said one that I took objection to. You said, you're a millionaire if you don't go shopping for your own food. And I thought, oh, that's baloney. I love to go to the store and pick out my melons and pick out my apples. Well, I'll tell you what, I now earn enough money that I can't. I mean, I still love it. I still think shopping and seeing food is really cool. But I learned some lessons from amazing people. And so here's a couple of things I learned. I was in a very male industry. I've been in several industries. Guys, I was there and I helped create the first concept of selling fitness products on television. Body by Jake plucked me out of nowhere, obscurity, knew I had this ability to pitch. And then the next thing I know, for 5 years, we're pitching every fitness and wellness product. But here's what I didn't do. When he sold that network for $500 million, I was a hired gun. And you know what I got out of that? I got a thank you. Lesson learned was, oh shit, you better really figure out what it means to ask for equity. You better know that people don't give you any. I'm like, how come I didn't get like a $10,000 bonus? Newsflash in business, my guys. Nobody gives you anything you don't ask for. And he probably would have. I just didn't even dawn on me. It wasn't in the contract. He didn't owe it to me. And I didn't understand what equity was. I then hang out with Kevin Harrington, who, by the way, we've been in some of the same deals. He walked away with equity points and I didn't. You know why? Because I was still this shy little girl who hid behind coattails, was hoping somebody would like me. I've had to grow up and understand that that's not what business is. Business is a very male energy. And for a long time, I just didn't understand what it was like to be a woman and access your male and your female. You want to know what male and female energy is? Talk to Laura Langmeyer. You also want to talk to men who have male and female. I'll tell you what, the reason that I think Dr. Finance is so successful is he's accessed his female energy, feminine energy, which is caring, nurturing other people, giving them space. And I think that's why he's successful. You are only successful when you are a complete human and you know both sides. I coach now so many women who come to me with, oh, like I just want to talk about like chakras and like I love being a vegan. And I think everyone's like me if I just like coach them. I'm like, you have no business model, you have no performer. Even if you were successful, you're still trading your time for money and you don't know what business is. And business is business. I mean, it breaks my little mama heart over here because I'll tell you what, at the end of the day, one of the cute things that Joshua and I do, and I'm going to let you in on something, is he makes me leave my Forbes Riley persona at the door, and I have to come in and take my original birth name, which is Francine, and be his little girl. And you know why? That doesn't work for everybody, but this, I'm giving you something. Because he gets to be the man at home. He wants me to be the woman, and I will tell you what, guys, it's the sexiest, most wonderful thing for me only. I'm not giving you any, just advice. At the end of the day, to feel loved as a woman who's feminine when my man gets to be the man. But when I go out the door as a business person, I put on my big girl pants and I've learned to close for the money, ask for the sale, negotiate like a fiend because I didn't have to do any of those things, Laurel. And it's been a journey for me to understand this. They used to say this phrase, they would destroy somebody's business like they did in the movie Pretty Woman. They pull it apart, say, oh, it's just business. Well, I got to tell you something. I'm torn about that because every business, especially from a soulpreneur, is something that you dreamed about, something that you wanted. And when somebody dissects it or crushes you and says, oh, it's only business, screw them. So I have this very male and female side to me. But if I didn't grow up, I wouldn't have the money that I have, the equity I have in businesses. And I'll tell you what, McKenna said it earlier. You got to dare to fail. Oh my gosh, I have failed all over the place. Here's one of the biggest issues when you're too much in your feminine, because businesses you win or you lose. And when you lose, you fail, you learn that lesson. So maybe you win or you learn a lesson. But so many of you are like, well, I tried to do this, I tried to bullshit. Excuse my friends, that's my man. You don't stop trying. Do it, succeed or fail. Learn the lessons and move on. And so, Laurel, the other part of this is that in my industry, it was mostly men when I was growing up. And I was intimidated. I learned that when I did speak up, that they didn't like me as much. I have been not liked by a lot of the people in the infomercial industry because I have a voice, because I thought my voice mattered. I knew I was right. Here's another thing. Sometimes nobody cares that you're right, Forbes Riley. You're not much of a team player if you're going to stand there and just be right. Sometimes you have to listen with those two ears and shut your mouth. Well, that's been interesting. Okay. So I've learned to balance this tightrope. And there's another funny part of my whole life. I just wanted to be an actress, right? Well, here's what none of you knew, that during the 70s and 80s and 90s, when people like Harvey Weinstein and Jeffrey Epstein and other sleazy men were abusing actresses, and now it's come out, I got chased around my share of desks. I can stand here 100% on a hand on a Bible, my kid's life, and say I never slept or did anything inappropriate for a job, ever. I also didn't get an Academy Award. I also didn't get a lot of maybe the things that I could have gotten. But you know what? Fast forward 25 years later, I left Hollywood with my tail between my legs because I lost the lead in a TV series and it broke my heart. And I pursued business and I struggled. But I watched some of the actresses that Harvey did horrible things to, who are coming out, whose lives were ruined. They did Academy Award movies. I mean, I look at some of them, and now I'm grateful that I followed my heart. I listened to my inner instinct and I said, I'm not going to do anything that's going to compromise who I am, even if I have to struggle. And I feel bad for some of them because I think the powers that be destroyed their self-esteem or took their innocence from them. And so my lesson from this is to find your true north. What I just said may not apply to any of you. It may apply to all of you. And Laurel, sometimes it still is a man's world. And I'm going to throw that back at you. How is it that you've managed to navigate and do as well as you have as a woman?
You're amazing. I'm going to say ditto. And what I want to emphasize, because I married my love and my fun. I dated a lot of very successful men, and then we were just all business, and it was never fun. I mean, I shouldn't say never fun, but like there has to be that place where you get to be, in this, I'm going to call it the same male energy, like that energy of learning to compartmentalize is the word I teach, right? You have to learn to compartmentalize, especially as a powerful woman, to find a man who is not intimidated by us, right? It's probably, I know, like, that's why Alec, you and I hang out at every stage. Like, we're always together because, like, you are just amazing like that. And you're just such an amazing friend in that space. And I like, you've seen me both ways, right? I get to be totally feminine woman and I get to be a powerhouse on stage and just kick ass in my cowboy boots and jeans. So like, yeah, I don't know how to even, I shouldn't say we don't know how to coach it. I'd say of all the women in the world, you and I would probably be the best at coaching that, because we do it. We know how to do that swing. We know how to, I'd say shift gears. And as you become more and more successful, the thing I would add to compartmentalizing your energy. So before I leave compartmentalizing, let me finish and just give you a couple of like ways to think about it. Like in my like day, like I do this, there's a lot of training and facilitating and, being in, and then almost like in events and promotion. Like the last 2 days, Kamal has actually just joined our team and is part of, helped, host our whole event today. So thank you for that, Kamal. And then, so that's like one energy, but that's very different than I got to put my sales hat on, right? And I'm going to help close a deal or a project, because like that's the same energy of capital raising. So I do that, and so to me that's one energy. And then there's a whole nother energy of just managing like my whole team that runs my investments and like I call it my Shark Tank stuff, to put that in perspective for those listening that don't understand that yet. So to me, those are three very different energies. Like what I don't do during my day is coach, facilitate, like especially coach. Like coaching is just a very different energy. That's all about the client, 100% over there. That's not selling. And those are very different energies. So don't put them mixed up in your day. Like block your day, time block your day. So you're really purposeful about compartmentalizing your energy and your focus. And that will help you when you can do that in your day. The energy that Forbes and I are talking about moving that male and female, energy. And I love the way you described that, Forbes, is it's just so purposeful. And you have to be there, and you're going to have to take hits as women like you have never taken before. One of the other, so I was going to say the team is the other thing. You have to surround yourself with a phenomenal team. I take hits all day long for being as aggressive, high, heavy sales, blah, blah, blah. She's too direct. And then on the other side, I get more feedback of, like, we love your straight talk. You're just no BS about this. We're going to get right to it. If you want to make money, we're going to teach you how. So the criticism's intense. There's this place called the bathroom wall. It's the internet. People can write anything they want about you and hide behind their comment and their criticism, but they don't have the guts to courage to call you and talk it through. So you're going to take hits, ladies. Like you're going to take it in a lot of different ways. Just exactly. I love the way you described that, Forbes. So I just want to emphasize those are just critical. So what I do with team, and I did it early on, is I don't look at any of that. Once a week, I have a team who handles all of that. And it's not like a ton anymore, but in the beginning, it was really rough. I was part of the Rich Dad team. But then when I launched out on my own, I don't know how many people, my early 30s, like, you're not going to make it. You're not going to make it. Plus, when I launched, that was right after, just having my son. You're a single mom. You're walking around with a baby. I remember being in green rooms with Kevin and then, Phil Town and Barbara Corcoran. And I would be, running. They're like, I got to take a 20-minute break. This, what do you get? I'm a nurse. Like, I'm a mom. I got to go get in that energy. And I would be back and they'd be like, you're crazy to do this. I said, no, I'm going to do this different as a single mom. So I learned compartmentalizing, doing all of that. And I can guarantee I didn't do it perfectly. You're going to stumble around a lot. But on a team side, when you put it, like, I've had the same assistant now for almost 15 plus years. And like, her job is to front face, if, I've been sued. So I mean, all sorts of stuff's going to happen. So my point back to the energy is I don't handle the negative. I have a team that handles when negative things happen or whatever happens, that something happens, somebody posts something that's totally wrong on the internet, and, they handle it. We'll have a meeting once a week about how I think we should handle it. They handle it. I get involved when I need. My job is to do three things. And I explained those to you earlier. Like, those are just critical. So my job is to run the ship, to run the ranch, we call it. So I got to see an amazing energy. I got to stay front facing. I have to stay front focused. So if you have negative stuff, like during my divorce, I hired an assistant to handle all that paperwork, all the lawyers, everything. Just get me divorced. Here's the deal. I'm not going to I'm not going to have this drama about it. I've got to do this one thing. I'm so mission driven. And I cannot tell you women, in addition to shopping, I know that you actually don't do it all now, Forbes. You've got to get yourself a team. And men and women both do, but women, if with kids, have to. And I would just say compartmentalize, know how to move in those energies, and get a team. Those would be that's how I like those. I have to put those up front as some of the highest, things that I've done. So I appreciate passing it back, because I think it's really important that, especially you women out there, you got this. I mean, I
You
did
know,
this
I
all
got
as
to
a
tell you
single mom.
something.
You got
If
this.
you're listening to this stage, you're hearing some major life nuggets that I don't know that you're going to hear anyplace else, by certainly two women who have seen and done a lot of it, and as moms raising two babies. That's the other thing. People always said to me, who's the other big female speaker there? Was like Oprah. I'm like, you know what, guys, I love Oprah. Oprah's not a mom. I'll tell you what, as a woman who wants to raise great kids, and you met McKenna, it takes a lot of time and attention. I don't care how many dogs or cats you've got, but being mom and being businesswoman, wow. And I think you're listening to two amazing role models. And the only reason I say we're amazing is because we've got great kids. Dr.
Oh, well, I
Finance,
have
back
to
to you.
brag, Forbes. I have to tell you, last Monday night, and I don't believe that there's any coincidence. I think this is God's divine energy. My book launches on May 10th. My son graduates with 2 degrees in 4 years, accounting and finance. He's on his way to be the CPA. He's got an invitation to draft camps to go to the league. And Monday night, he won the entire, not football, the entire school of Georgia Southern Male Scholar Athlete of the Year. So you have no idea. Like, I know, like I'm in
Woo!
love. Like I take parenting on. When I had Logan in 1999, I just said, I took this on with such serious vigor. And I know Doria's out there, um, who has money and you, just amazing pro. Like I met her right. Like she knew I stayed at her house with Logan. Logan's a baby. And I can tell you parenting and running a company and taking those kids with you, just like you did, Forbes, like you have amazing kids. I have amazing kids. And they're not brats. They know how to put their nose down. They know how to work hard and get stuff done and create success. And they're goal driven, like I am. Like you can all do this, and you have to shift if you've already got into it and you've been doing it a little differently. I'm not saying wrong, just different. If you want to enhance it, I mean, that's why I wrote the book. It's a tell-all. The MakeYourKidsMillionaires.com comes out May 10th. My son graduates with the two. It's just this is divine. It's an amazing. That's going to be one of our most amazing days because
I'm
it's
so
just the
proud of
finale. It's the
you.
finality of proving that, and it's not proving to anybody but myself that I could do it. When people said you should, you're going to single parenting. I mean, nobody does that. You can't do this. Bullshit. Watch this. I mean, I just took it on like a challenge. Like, watch this. So I just want to acknowledge you. I'm so proud. I love being your friend and your colleague, and I love, there are very few women who will do this for you women. Like, mine was Sharon Lecter, Drea. Like, there's so few women. Like, those are the two that I leaned into because I was so young. I'm like, who can help me? Who can help me?
You know what? And I feel like, Laura, we got to turn it over to Doria for a second because there's another rock star mom on the stage. Miss Doria, do you want to chime into
Oh,
this?
I was just thinking, aloha everyone. This is Doria Cordova. I'm also known as DC, so
Hey,
thank you so
beautiful.
much.
Had to mention you. You're amazing. You were a huge part of my
Thank
early
you.
career.
Thank you. And please forgive the sound in the back. What is so funny, you're talking about children, and I am looking at my 96-year-old mother that we finally found a retirement home for her yesterday. She had a big fall, and it's like having a child, it's having a baby. Everything stops. And then, after you get home, you get all the work done. And this is the first day that we have here, and it's such an emotional time, but I didn't want to miss being with all of you. And what I wanted to say was, Laurel, I remember when I mean your son was still in that high chair, and you would be looking at him, and you would be doing all your business. We would be on your kitchen table, and we would be handling all these things, and you were this magnificent multitasker. And Forbes, you're a new friend. We met in Clubhouse, and you and Dr. Finance and Diamond and so many beautiful friends that I met in Clubhouse. You were talking about that a little bit earlier. But I was going to say, and your daughter, when you came to visit with your son and daughter, talk about advanced beings. And I had that experience with Laurel's son. She went upstairs or something to do something, and this child was in this high chair, and he looked at me in a way that I had never seen a child look at me before. I mean, he was like being with me. Now, babies usually don't do that in high chairs. And he was like checking me out. And when Laura came back, I said, "Oh my God." I said, I,
I
I
remember
said,
that.
this son of yours is so amazing. So I just want to acknowledge all of you in this room, not only Laurel and Forbes, and I know Diamond is an amazing mother too. But I
Yep.
wanted to say that to each and every one of you that we are creating out of all this work, and what's happening in Clubhouse is that we need and we must and we are training so many young people like my beautiful Kelly. She's down there, and she is this gorgeous girl. I don't know how old she is. I just met her. I think she's 21, 22, 25 for all I know. And I was sharing with her that I wanted her to come into these rooms because she could then learn. I mean, she's already a social entrepreneur, but we have these beautiful young people that we really need to continue to empower, support, and educate because we have so many distinctions. We have made so many mistakes. And a new distinction, by the way, Laurel and Forbes, you all money and you graduates, Marshall Thurber, who created, the programs, he shared with us just recently that mistakes are tuition. Mistakes are tuition. Just think about that. So every time we make a mistake, we are actually paying tuition towards success. So all of us that have paid so many tuitions, that have paid such high tuition in our lives, it's like they're going to make their own. They're going to make their own mistakes. But I think it's everything that you all teach. I mean, and it's so interesting because every single person that I'm listening to here, I had to pay attention to my family here for a few minutes, so I was gone. But what I've been listening to from the beginning of the room is has a different facet. There isn't anybody who does what I do. There isn't anybody who does with what Forbes and McKenna and and Laurel and all the people here, and every single one of you has such a gift, and this is why we need to keep hanging out and go with the masters, go with the teachers. It's like I'm I just keep studying with all of you so that I can continue with my education and apply it as I'm going into, because I'm a little bit older than all of you. I was born in 1949 November. I'm 72 now, but I'm still youthful. But I'm moving into my legacy stage, and just my foundation has opened up. Now we're going to become really full on philanthropists and humanitarians and a humanitarian. So the legacy that we're all creating, and you can be 40 years old and create a legacy. So with that, I just wanted to just encourage all of you to follow, to learn, go with the people that your energy goes with the best.
And
And with that, I'm complete. Go
yeah, and
ahead.
Dory, I just want to reinforce that, like what Forbes does, because I've heard people say that, and I think Forbes, you probably run into it too. They say, "Well, I'm already working with Forbes," and it's like perfect, right? And they should go to Money and You. In fact, I just thought of that. I'm going to send Logan to you when he has a minute. Like he needs to do Money and You. That's an amazing program. And if you've done personal development work, wait till you see this. I mean, it's where Kiyosaki came from. So let's all just say that that's the truth. So, like, and I will send my son to you. Um, I'd like him to go international. Though. I'd like to see it in Asia or somewhere else. But anyway, my point is, you could and should be working, and I'll put Sharon even up here. Like Sharon's my financial mom. Like without that woman, I know I wouldn't have raised these kids like the way I did. Like all four of us, you should be working with you. So I can't afford it. Then make money. Like I just did a marketplace today. I'll teach you how to make money. I'll teach you how to take those offers that I can create. Forbes will create. I mean, we do some things that are similar, but nothing's the same. We all have very different backgrounds. And I think some people think, well, I'm working with one person. I cannot tell you. That's probably the other thing, too, Forbes, I'd have to add. I have never not had a mentor, ever. I have mentors right now. I pay lots of tuition, like real tuition to other people. Like I have to stay, I'm the millionaire maker. For gosh sakes, I have to stay so far in front of my clients, or at least side by side to the experts. I can't be like, well, I don't know about an NFT. I had an NFT. I had an expert, world leading expert in NFTs and metaverse. He buys land in the metaverse, a doctor. Come to my call yesterday because we have to do it. So my point is get mentored, pay for it. You paid for school. You probably have a car in your driveway that's costing more than you're paying for your literacy. And I'm not just saying like Laurel Langmeyer literacy. What Forbes teaches, go to Money and You, go get help. Especially you women, you've got to get help, and don't do it by yourself. It's just that's a formula to fail. Is I'm going to do it by myself. Well, good luck with that. It's not going to
Yeah,
work.
stop saying I can't afford things and start saying I can't afford to miss things. And I will tell you, between my pitching and my personal development, I've been to Money in You. Then there's Laurel. We're not the same. If you can figure it out, why you want to be a well-rounded human being who's wildly successful. One of my greatest tips, put your credit card down every time you do and say, there's more where this came from. There's not a single time I don't do that. The money is this fluid energy. Invest it and watch it come back to you. That's mine. I'm complete. Dr. Finance, I just saw John Laguerre also pop in the stage. I want to make sure that you get him. But man, not man, woman. Oh, and Diamond's back. Diamond, hello.
Yes, welcome, everyone. We're gonna do a quick
Thank you,
reset. Thank
Dr.
you, ladies.
Finance.
Appreciate
Thanks
that.
for letting
Thank
that
you.
listening action
Woo!
with
Absolutely. And
us
John
be happening.
Legere will probably stop back. I just pinged him in. He left for a moment. But folks, and speaking of mentor, I have my little link at the top in case you guys are interested in mentoring with me. I'm taking on one more client, one more student Okay, so if you're interested, definitely check out the link at the top. We're going to do a quick reset. Diamond, flash your mic if you're available. If not, while she's Diamond's doing a little traveling tonight, I want to let you guys know why this room is so special tonight. So we're in the Finance Club, folks. Hit that greenhouse at the top and follow the club if you haven't already. We have over 11,000, almost 12,000. Can we get 12,000? We're at 11.9. Can we get 12,000, folks? How to run a successful business. I didn't just randomly name this room that. It was actually the title of the room that began the longest running room on Clubhouse, really the longest running stage, impacting over 1 million people 1 year ago. 1 year ago, the last Friday of April 2021. It was the midst
Woo!
of a pandemic. People were bored. You know, they were sitting in their house. A lot of people were on Clubhouse. And, you know, I basically what happened. Here's the quick story, Forbes. If you don't mind, we have a lot of new people come to the stage. I want to let them know what happened. 12 people in the room. It's 3 o'clock. The room's been going on for 6 hours. That's the title of the room. I jump in. I'm like, I got a few hours to kick. Next thing you know, from 12 people to 100 people to 200 people. And the whole time I kept saying, Forbes Riley's going to show up. Never met her before. I don't know where this came from. Forbes Riley shows up around the 250 mark, and it was off, folks. It was off the whole night, 10 hours on my feet. Dr. Forbes Riley was there. The shark from Shark Tank Canada called Dragon's Den, Arlene Dickinson, shows up. 500 people, 10 hours later, I turn the mic over, wake up the next day, the room's still running, pumping 400 people in the room at one time. Folks, they went on and beat the record of 31 days, and the room kept going for 84 days straight, folks. Over 1 million people were impacted. Most of the people that you have here on this room were a product of that particular stage. 200 plus moderators. Forbes Riley was a major influencer on that to make that event happen. Laurel Langmeyer, one of our first major guest speakers that were planned, actually came twice to help build that room. She said yes to me when I only had a few hundred people. By the way, folks, if you want to know what makes a room successful, I only had 600 followers that very first night that ignited that room. Only 600 followers. And you know, that it doesn't take a lot of followers. It takes the right environment, the right situation, the right person who knows how to navigate. I don't want to give myself credit because I would never have been able to do that by myself. It took 200 plus moderators, thousands of people to come in the room to make that room what it was. Guest speakers like Laurel and Les Brown and so many other people that have helped build the stage. Forbes Riley showing up that night. So that's why I want to honor her tonight by building this room for her. Finally, a year later, this is all about persistency too, folks. If you're persistent, this is what will happen. Forbes said yes, and it was her birthday week too. I had no idea. And so, folks, if you can go into the share button and just welcome Forbes Riley with a happy birthday. Just say happy birthday, Forbes Riley, and share the room out. I appreciate that. We're going to take a few more questions, and then we're going to go into our next segment. So, folks, if you can share the room, I appreciate that. We got 193. Let's give credit to those who has been help supporting the club. Nathalia shared the room. Thank you. Thank you, Nathalia. Sade has shared the room. Heidi has shared the room. Darlene, Aisha, Deborah Malota shared room, thank you, and Fly Tie and Kamikayism, Access to Experts, Pal, Noah Crane, and Michelle. Thank you, folks. I just want to pause for a second also and give you folks, if you can quiet the hot mics for me, moderators on stage. Thank you so much. Very big room, hard to run a room like this. Very hard to run a room like this, folks. I just want to let you know real quick the schedule of the next few weeks. We have the biggest writers on the planet come into this room. We had Mark Victor Hansen, who sold more nonfiction books than anybody in history. Was one of the speakers on the stage at one point. We had the biggest speakers like Les Brown, billionaires. We had about 4 or 5 billionaires this year alone come on this stage on Friday night. You're in the right place. So definitely come here every Friday night. With that said, folks, I just want to let you know that we're moving into the next chapter. We just hit 200 people here. Can we get 250? All right. So with that said, folks, we got Dory Cordovan-House. We got Alex Stern, co-founder of Constant Contact, Mike Alden, John. So many incredible people. Laura Langmeyer from The Secret, Dr. Forbes Riley, Alex Stern. And folks, the stage is full of top influencers. They've been hand selected. They got the gold badge mod squad. I had someone just come on just now and said, I can't stay because I don't have a green badge. I don't think you've been in my room before. Folks, I don't I give the green badge only for administrative purposes only. Everyone on stage here has been selected. They're the gold badge mod squad. I'm the only room, folks. This is the only room that doesn't put weight on the green badge. We know that, right? Like, because it's administrative, folks, I want to make sure I preserve the recording so you guys can listen to this later. So I appreciate everyone being here tonight. Can we get a couple more shares? And while I'm doing that, we're going to move to the next segment. Diamond, flash your mic if you're here. Diamond.
Hey,
Diamond's
Dr.
traveled a little bit.
Finance.
I can do it, Dr.
Mike,
Finance.
go ahead, Mike. Go ahead. Okay, go ahead, Mike. Sure. Thank you,
All
Mike.
right, you've been listening to Dr. Finance. This is the Finance Club. Another amazing evening. We are celebrating the 1 year anniversary by bringing to the stage Dr. Forbes Riley, my good friend. Listen, if you haven't shared it, if you're in the audience, if you're on stage and you haven't shared this room, then you need to really rethink what you're doing here. Make sure you share it. You can share it right here on Clubhouse. You can share it on Twitter and Facebook and all the other social media apps. Make sure you're also actually following the club. Click on that little green house up there that looks like a Monopoly house. Give that a follow. Make sure you give everybody on stage a follow. But most importantly, make sure you're following Dr. Finance. And when you do follow him, click on that always little bell there. And the reason why you do that is because wherever he goes or whenever he pops up a room, which he does every Friday night at 7 p.m., you will get notified. My name is Mike Alden. I'm not complete, but I am finished speaking. Back to you, Dr. Finance.
Thank you, Mike. Appreciate that. And so much appreciate that, folks. Can you hit the hot mics for me? I appreciate that. I just want to let you know quickly on the schedule. So we got some amazing people on here tonight. I mean, I really would have to take hours to describe the quality of people in here. Like, you got Ed, Mike's connection, who's coming here in a few weeks. Ed is the co-founder of, I'm sorry, the co-owner of Gold's Gym. He's the reason that took Gold's Gym to the largest gym in the world. He's on stage right now, friends with people like Arnold Schwarzenegger. Got a forward from John Cena. He's going to be coming in a few weeks. We got Julian Bertano just entered the building. He'll be here pretty soon as well. I think, let me just check the schedule. Julian Bertano was an Oprah prodigy on the show Greenleaf. He's actually coming next week. I'm sorry, he's coming next week. Laurel Langemeyer is coming 2 weeks from now. So mark your calendar. Laurel and my mentor, Sharon Lechter, the co-author of Rich Dad Poor Dad, the biggest selling finance book in the world. Both of our mentors. She's going to be here with Laurel and so many others 2 weeks from now. Incredible, folks. So just check out the schedule in the Finance Club just for the next 5 weeks
Dr.
alone, and
Finance,
you'll see Dan Clark is also going to be here. Yes,
I
Tony.
just got to tell you real quickly, I'm also going to be with Sharon and, of course, Laurel and myself. I clear my calendar that day on the 13th. But everybody has to realize these are the women that make Kiyosaki, Robert Kiyosaki. I was with him for 9 years. And, of course, Sharon was with him for 10 years as business partners. And Laurel was there to launch the cash flow game. So you got three amazing powerhouses here. Plus, we're friends with Forbes and all these other people. So we really want to invite everyone on the 13th to the powerhouses every week, but the powerhouses that day. The women who created Kiyosaki in many ways. So just had to share that.
Thank you, Dur. Appreciate that. No, it's definitely going to be an incredible night. So many transformations happen on stage. But first, I want to give a shout out to John Legier's just joined the building. Good friend John. Appreciate you, John, joining us. And John is new member to the club, but he's actually been here, part of the finance, the Friday Finance Masterclass, many of the stages that we've had, listening. But the past couple weeks he's been active. So I want to welcome him to this community. So, folks, if we can come off our microphone and give John Legier a warm welcome and just give him a clap, because I want him to be a part of this community. We have amazing things happen every Friday. Please give John Legier
Woo!
a
Welcome,
warm
John.
Woo!
What's up,
Woo!
John?
Woohoo!
Up, John.
Woohoo!
thank
Way, Johnny boy.
Well, welcome, John. So what we're doing here, we got Dr. Forbes Riley here in the house. She's the main guest speaker tonight. We custom have a normal guest speaker every Friday night, but this is not just a normal Friday night. This is actually the 1 year anniversary of the longest running stage on Clubhouse, impacting over 1 million people. By the way, if anyone knows the owners of Clubhouse, they really need to know about this community. So ping them in, let them know, because this is marketing for free their app. And I talked with John Lee about this 2 days ago in his room. And we're both wondering, we're like, when are they going to support us? When are they going to support the community and help we're giving them free marketing. Think about it. How many people we brought that were superstars just to this stage alone on Friday nights? So, John, I want to give you a welcome. John, if you want to just come off and just say hello and welcome to the stage. John Lazier.
Yeah, thanks, and Dr. Finance. I've become a big fan of yours lately and love your shows. I see my friend Mike Alden up there doing the recast. He and I go way back to chia seeds and a failed venture that we did together. Uh, but the main reason I was in is I saw that you were honoring and having the 1 year anniversary and having Dr. Forbes Riley on, who's a legend here. And I just want to come in and pay my respects and listen in and say thank you for all you do.
Thank you, John. Appreciate you being here, folks. If you don't know, John is his amazing background as a former CEO of T-Mobile. I mean, just an incredible. Just look at his bio: top CEO of the year, 2016 to 20, Glassdoor, #1 wireless CEO of the year. But more importantly, as I learned about Clubhouse, because this is a Clubhouse community, right? Like we've been sharing stages with each other. Everyone on here that's part of this Clubhouse for a long time. We've interacted in some way, shape, or form. And one thing I've observed, John is an incredible marketer. He really knows how to market extremely well. And to me, I hats off to you, John, because without marketing, you can only, as I believe Forbes was saying this earlier, and Laurel was saying this earlier, and McKenna, Forbes' daughter, 19-year-old daughter, incredible. Without marketing, you just can't excel. You need marketing very well. So, John, any thoughts on the topic, how to run a successful business, and maybe a question for Forbes if you have time? Thank you, John.
Well, hey, listen, you use the term marketing, I use the term sales. And, I've gone through many levels of hierarchy in business, but it doesn't matter where I was. I sell every minute of every day. I'm a marketing machine, everything down from the clothes I wear to where I go to what I say, what colors I choose. It's all marketing and it's all sales, even though it's a very technical, complex business that I may be running. Those are the two top things, and that doesn't stop when you become the top. I would love to know from Forbes Riley and Dr. Forbes Riley, some of her, the top three things that she sees most important in this area, not just for young people, but for the most senior people. Maybe the top, maybe the top mistakes that people make when they get to be the very top, the things they stop doing, that they should keep doing. And that's always one of the things I always wondered about.
That's such an interesting question. It's funny, John. I remember when I first heard you about a year ago when Clubhouse was happening. And, I didn't know I was famous until Facebook hit. And all of a sudden, there's like fan pages for some of the movies I've done, and people know about my twins because they've watched me on TV forever. I was so busy doing, I forgot that people would know who I was. And I remember saying to you at one point, I was like, "Well, John, I don't know if you know who I am." He's like, "I know who you are." I'm like, "You do?" So a couple of things, I'm turning a certain age. I just turned 62. My mentors are Jack and Elaine Lelaine. Jack at night, I was with him from 88 to 96. Guys, this is the godfather of fitness. What did I learn by hanging out with him and hanging at his house? Number one, I'm at a health institute this week, going raw, vegan, getting educated. Why am I doing that with my 19-year-old daughter? Because there's something below your neck that you don't realize. And if it gets screwed up, my daughter, 3 weeks ago, running a company, doing all these things, hot shit little girl, ends up in the hospital. She wasn't drinking enough water. She wasn't going to the bathroom enough, whatever she admits to, but she's in the hospital with a kidney infection that could have gone really, really bad. You don't realize how many people die from sepsis. She was that close, and she looked at me, Mom, she's like, shit, she said, I don't belong here. There's a lot of old people here. I'm not doing this again. And so we just doubled down on who we are. So number one, I got that from Jack and Elaine, who, by the way, were always juicing, working out every single day. I can remember days myself. I'm like, I'm too tired, too busy. Jack and Elaine never said that. I spent time with them at their home. And when you get up and close with somebody who's a freaking legend, who has pictures with Marilyn Monroe and JFK and started Arnold Schwarzenegger's career, very wise to listen and to pick up the nuggets. And part of it, And now you can, you can go on YouTube and see the day in the life of your favorite person, because it's not just how much money they have in the bank or their business acumen. It's a holistic approach to how they live their life. So the first one is live your life. At the end of the day, when you're on your deathbed, nobody will ever say, I wish I had one more day at the office. But they will say, I'm so sad I missed that thing with my daughter. Or where's my son? He's not talking to me. Or where are the people who love me? And I've always thought about that. I pulled my daughter out of school many, many days, 50 years one day, to come to events with me because my grandfather said, don't let school get in the way of a good education. And I take these nuggets with me that I don't really care how much money you die with at the end of the day in your bank account. Congratulations to you, you win. Or do you? How many people have said thank you to you for their lives, for their success? I am now one of the richest people on the planet. You know why? 2 nights ago for my birthday party online, 300 people showed up to say thank you. And not just because they're, oh, I see you in the movies and you're beautiful. No, because I help impact their lives. They're feeding their kids. They learned how to pitch. They know something more about business, or they're inspired by watching my story. How rich does that make me? I used to say I never believed in legacy. Well, now I do. Legacy, I'm going to make me cry. Legacy lives on in whatever our next generation says about you. Maybe one more generation. But I will tell you, I have people on this stage who I know are doing what they're doing because I sat up with them for hours on end in my trainings. I still do live trainings 40 to 50 hours a week, especially during COVID, and share lessons and up level other people. It had nothing to do with me. I don't need the money. I don't need to do this. I need the thank yous, though. I need to know I matter. So, lesson number one, you are more than just a head that sits on your shoulders. Take care of your body. You get one of them. You screw it up, game over. Steve Jobs would do any, I don't care how much money he died with. He died. And you're all going to die at some point. So you go, okay, if that's the case, let me back it out. What do I want to be known for? What haven't I written yet? My ugly book is better than your no book. Stop being a perfectionist because nobody really cares at the end of the day. Get it out, get it done. Apple never got it right either. Apple 2.0, 3.0, 28.0. Get it out, get it done. So make mistakes, fail often, have great friendships. Oh my God, being able to pick up the phone. Like John is the CEO of T-Mobile and he knows my name. How cool is this? How hard did I have to work to get to that stage? But then did I double down on a relationship with Alex Stern and Laura Langmeyer? Did I show up? And I'll tell you what, you know who teaches this? My dear mentor, David Meltzer. That man never needs to work again. And you know what he says? Here's my email. How can I help you? How can I serve you? And he means it. Get to that point. That is true success. It's not what you think it is. You don't need the really big house and fancy car. In fact, that's not only not success, that's flamboyant, that's ridiculous. The next thing is know what you want. I reevaluate this question all the time. And for me, I wanted to travel, but I didn't just say travel. I put it on a board. I very clearly laid out. Last year, there was Costa Rica. I didn't spend the 2 weeks when I went for Mastermind. I spent 2 months there. Then I got given tickets because Dubai was also on my list. Bali's on my list now. I'm here at Hippocrates getting fit and healthy. That was on my board. What's next for you? Where haven't you seen in the world? What haven't you looked at? What picture haven't you taken? What dream have you not? That's real success. And so I know I went off on a little bit of a tangent, John, but does that answer any of your questions?
John,
Wow,
you there?
that was awesome. Yep, I'm here. I was eating
Oh,
chips, so I didn't want
okay.
to speak.
Yeah, take
But
your time,
yes,
John.
that was very good.
That was brilliant response, Forbes, by the way. And John eating a chip reminded me of a quick story talking about. Oh, CJ, sorry, man. I'm gonna invite CJ up. CJ's part of the Alone with Running Room. Wow, nice to see you. We got a lot of leaders from the old club coming back. Appreciate that. But yeah, this reminded me of a story with Grant Cardone. Speaking of the longest running room on Clubhouse, he came on one time, and I remember he was eating something, and one of the other co-hosts were on there, and we asked him a question, and he started choking or something for just a second. I'm like, Grant, look, you're always welcome to come back anytime you want. Just be okay, And It was incredible, folks. If you want to learn about how to host rooms on Clubhouse, get people like John Legere, Grant Cardone. Grant came in, took him 2 seconds. That little story I just told you. He left. He came back later, and had a normal conversation, and the room went up 200 people the rest of the night because he stepped in for 2 seconds. Just amazing. But anyway, I'm sorry, I digressed. John, that was a brilliant question, and Forbes' brilliant response. And by the way, I think this is a unique opportunity, Forbes, if you're okay with it. John, I don't know if you ever met Alex Stern. You're actually sitting on the stage with John Legere is on here. You guys, if you haven't met, you really should, because Alec is a superior, successful entrepreneur. And John, you're just amazing at running a business. Alex Stern is the co-founder of Constant Contact. Alec, have you ever met John Legere, the CEO of T-Mobile?
Not in person. Virtually, we've been in a couple of rooms together. But good to see you, John.
Yeah.
Or hear you, I should say.
John, meet Alec, and Alec meet John. It's an incredible, incredible stage to have. Yeah, I'm sorry, John, you flashed your mic. Maybe he's eating chips. Whenever you're ready, John, definitely come back. But yeah, Alec and John. See, this is the amazing part about Clubhouse, folks. You want to learn about this isn't just about the longest running room of Clubhouse and all the great things that has happened in this community, but it's also about why you should be on Clubhouse, why you should be in the correct rooms. If you're in negative rooms or just saying negative things all the time, what is that really going to benefit your life? But if you are here and you can meet the right people because you were there at that moment and you made that right connection, that connection can change your life forever. Forever. One connection can change your life forever. Alec, would you agree with that?
100%.
John, would you agree with that? I saw your flag. There you go, John.
No, of course, 100%.
Thank you, John. I appreciate that. And yeah, definitely, Alec and John. If you guys connect, I'm sure you'll make billions offline. Two great minds, when they put them together, two great business minds put together. I think there's always plenty of opportunity to make money. And folks, that's what you can learn. There's a lesson in that right there. So anyway, thank you, John. I appreciate the question. And Dr. Forbes that was a brilliant response. Dr. Forbes, how you want to play this hand? You've been on stage for a few hours now. I figure maybe we take a couple more questions and then just basically move to the next segment, which is I really want to hear a lot of great things we have plenty of great people on stage and want to get everybody to really know each other. So what's your thoughts, Forbes? You're the main speaker. Your thoughts, Forbes.
Well,
Happy
I'm
birthday.
all for that. You know what I would love to honor if you're open to that? I have a couple of amazing students who've taken almost 3 hours of their night out of their life on a Friday to come and join the stage. And some of them have been through a whole lot. They're amazing people. And if you're okay with that, I'd love to honor them. If they have something that they want to say to me, about me, around me, or anyone else on the stage, but I would love to do a couple of them. So I'd love to start with Miss Anita. Anita is a woman, Dr. Finance, I don't know if you know these people that I'm going to introduce you to, but she is the female Andy Warhol of our generation. She is a pop erotic artist, unlike anything you've ever seen. She's doing a 6 foot artistic rendering of Joshua and myself, two different pictures, paint. I mean, this is going to be like collect. I mean, she charges so much, but she is so poised. She's from down under. She's been going through a lot because Australia has had lockdowns like nobody's business. And I love her spirit, her energy. And guys, go to Anita Navarre. And this is what I do as a teacher. You know, I had my birthday party on Wednesday, and of all the people that came up, I kept honoring other people. I just do what I do. My daughter turned to me at the end of the night. She's like, Mom, I don't get you. It's your birthday. Why were you honoring other people? And I thought, baby girl, that's the lesson for you for tonight. It's never been about me. So, Miss Anita, join me.
Hello, everybody. Hello, beautiful Forbes. It's wonderful to be here with you all.
All right, so you got to just give us a minute, tell people who you are and why you do what you do, and then you got to go to her website because all of you want to see some half naked, sexy, amazing visuals. She's got it going on.
Thanks, Forbes. Happy
PG,
birthday to
Forbes,
you
PG.
again.
Well, welcome, Anita. How are you today?
I'm wonderful. Thank you very much.
Nita,
As I
I got a
said,
proposal for you. Can you put one of your amazing artwork in your profile, and we'll do a pull to refresh, and we can share it with the room?
I will do that.
We got
I'm
one
not
of the
good at
top
multi.
marketers in the world on our stage right now. I think you would appreciate that, John Legere.
Right. I'm not good at multitasking and talking while I'm working, but I'll give it a crack. So, but I wanted to, as Bob said, I'm from down under in Australia and I've been painting for 20 years. And my subject really is about empowering people in their sexuality and their beauty because my story is that I grew up in a religious doomsday cult and I went through domestic violence. I escaped that. I was a young mother in the cult. And when I came out, because in the cult I was never allowed to be who I really was and discover myself and my beauty, there was a lot of fear and shame. When I came out and I discovered myself, which it was through painting, I started throwing paint on the canvas and all these beautiful things came out of me. And I realized it was a great way to empower other people and show them their beauty and add so much color to the world. So in my manifesting journey, I actually, fast forwarding, came to Forbes, which has been the most wonderful experience because I call her the Jesus of bringing people together because she really does have so much love and light and beauty to share. And it's been such an honor doing her paintings because what she gives to the world we all want to give back. And there's so many people in this room I've connected with because of her, and being in rooms like this where we can share so much love is just it warms my heart. So that's pretty much my story. But let me see if I can get a photo up for you, and I'll put it on my profile.
Thank you. Just let
So
us know when you're ready. We'll do a pull to refresh. Forbes?
will do. I'll jump in when I've got it up. But thank you for everything that you all do here. It's wonderful. And Forbes, I love you to death. You are the best.
Thank you.
Well, and back at you. You are a talent, a love, a light. And I am so grateful, guys. One of the gifts that I have is that I can get you to find your voice, your truth. And while I'm still willing to be live, it's because what my team is doing is putting together all of my stuff so it's recorded. And that will be wonderful for the world, but a little sad for me because what I cherish is getting in there and getting you to articulate verbally who you are, what you do, just the way Anita quickly let the world know who she's, what she's about. You got it. And it's still PG, but I'll tell you what, it's erotic. And I'll tell you what, Dr. Finance, there's something about that. I love the word sexy, but I like to change words. And so for me, the word sexy, SEXY, means seeing excellence in yourself. You can define anything the way that you want. I changed the word diet, DIET, to be decisions I eat today. So I've got crazy principles to get through life. And Anita has just been one of the most unusual, spectacular people. I can't wait till she puts up one of her paintings. And guys, simply go to AnitaNavar.com. Scroll through her artwork. I'm not kidding. The female Andy Warhol of our generation. And so she needs love and support. And then I'm going to move down to Heidi. Heidi, are you there? Flash your mic if you are, Miss Heidi Wild. This woman is also from corporate. She escaped, John, just like you did. She is an entrepreneur. She's electric. She's fun. And she was aggressive enough that when I went to her hometown, she hunted me down and bought me breakfast. Heidi, come on up.
Hello. Oh my gosh, Forbes, thank you. Um, Speechless right now. I'm usually not. So this is what I'll say. Um, I learned that Forbes was coming to town, and it was the next week. And I said, "I'll pick you up. Where? I'll meet you." And it's all about manifesting, and this is Forbes what you talk about. And Josh was training for his Mr. America in one of our local gyms, and I just waited for that text and said, you know what? I'm going to be there. So I came and I was following their car going to breakfast in Framingham, Massachusetts, saying, I just manifested hanging out with Forbes Riley and her boyfriend. How cool is this? And it was so casual and natural. And we spent a couple hours together. And what a blessing. That's all I'm going to say. And we can get whatever we want in this life. We just have to believe it. And there was no question that I was going to hang out with you, Forbes Riley, and I did. And of course, I'll give you accolades about your courses, the pitching course. I'm in your community, beautiful, beautiful people. I've learned so much from you. Just and I'm your age. I just turned 63, and we don't have to feel aches and pains and brain fog and all of that. We can live the way we want until as long as we want when we take care of ourselves and we surround ourselves with great beautiful hearts. So thank you, Forbes, for highlighting me today. And I just want to acknowledge too this room. Dr. Finance, you're doing a fabulous job. This is a big job moderating everyone in here. um, just awesome. I love Clubhouse, of course. So thank you very much. Forbes, back to you.
Big Heidi, you just made me smile. All right, so somebody else that's here. And you know what's
Hey,
kind of funny?
Forbes, before we do that, if you don't mind, I just want to interject. Being a host of hosts, folks, is also very difficult. We all got host personalities here. I appreciate it, Forbes. We got to make sure that we give respect to those who've been sharing the room. Kermit has been sharing the room. Thank you, Kermit. He says Forbes Riley's doing great things again. ECMD has shared the room. Thank you, ECMD. Daniel Pachi, Express Easy. Thank you. Roxanne has shared the room. Nisa shared the room. Nathalia, John the Bomb, one year anniversary, and Forbes Riley. Thank you. Erica Ross, Michael Fedek, happy birthday, Dr. Forbes Riley. Forbes, I don't know if you're looking at this stuff. They're giving you a lot of great feedback in the shares. Activator, happy birthday, Forbes Riley. Thank you. And Sherry and Connie, Jeff Muffett. Jeff Muffett is actually one of the original people from that first night as well. Thank you, Jeff, for joining us. Appreciate you being here. Welcome. Tina DeLucas shared the room. Uxdiva shared the room. Sylvia Webb says happy birthday, Forbes Riley. And Julia Bertano, my buddy, who was also Forbes. He was the episode right after you on the Dr. Finance podcast last week as well, and he's going to be on stage in a couple of weeks as well. He's Oprah's protege from the show Greenleaf. So welcome, Julian. Thank you for sharing the room, folks. If you can help share the room by hitting that little box at the bottom with the arrow pointing up, just share and put. First of all, you can put welcome to the longest running stage or room on Clubhouse. 1 year anniversary, and you can also add maybe something like happy birthday Forbes Riley, and something like that. So if you can share the room, we'll see how many people we can get to share the room. We've got 210 already. We got Kendrick just shared. Thank you, Kendrick. Thank you, Ron Martinez, for sharing. CJ DeGuerra, thank you for CJ, and definitely love having you back, CJ. You were an excellent part of the community as well, helping to start the fire to this great community touching over 1 million people's lives. Savannah has shared the room. Kevin has shared the room. Heidi has just shared the room. Dory Cordova has just shared the room. Thank you, DC. Kamal and Kevin. Ralph. Kermit Henderson has shared the room. ECMD. Can we get up to 250, folks? Can we get to 250? I want to see if we can get 250. We got a few more shares here. And we got Sade has shared the room. Happy birthday, Dr. Forbes. Santosh has shared the room. Heidi has shared the room. Seth. Oh, wow. This is incredible. All right, so Forbes, back to you while more people are sharing the room. Incredible
And
hosting
you're up, and
from
my dear friend,
hosts.
you're past your 250 in the room and past 1,000 people so far. All right, well, I'm going to keep going around
Awesome.
the room because I'm going to keep sharing some people that I just think the world needs to know.
Absolutely.
So Phil Dunlap, Mr. Phil Dunlap. When you hear this man's voice, there, tap your mic so I know that you're there. He has one of the most amazing voices. Somebody just make sure that you're there. Tap your mic, my Phil. Come on, baby, tell me that you're there. And maybe he'll come back. But also one of my students. He's from the other side of the world. That's the thing about this community, you guys. If you've ever dreamed of having global connections, you're in the room. Now, here's a strategy. Guys, write this down. I'm all about 3 words: research, strategy, and leverage. So, to research who you are, what you're about, who your competition is, how you fit in there. Strategy is while you're listening to all of us, I hope you're multitasking. I hope you're going around the room and reading people's profiles. I hope you're clicking on the Instagram button and say, hey, I noticed that we have something in common. We should connect. Or maybe you've gone offline onto Facebook and checked out my Millionaire Maker Inner Circle. 5,500 people, and it's free. And then leveraging, hey, we both know Forbes, you're in the room, and then move on to your level of business or connect or support someone. So Phil, I see that you unmuted. I know that you and I definitely, by coming into my room, you definitely touched my life in my trainings. Are you there?
Phil, are you there? What's his name? Oh, Phil. Phil from
Sorry
Bali.
about that. I'm pressing mute buttons and unmuting and muting. Good morning, Forbes Riley,
Oh, wow,
the
Phil. That Phil.
fabulous
This
Ms.
guy's
Riley.
incredible. Welcome, Phil.
Aren't you spectacular? I've been listening in, walking along the beach here outside my house in Koh Samui in the Gulf of Thailand. And I haven't been on here for a little while. I remember being on those rooms a year ago. It seems like 10 years ago, and it seems like 5 weeks ago. It's quite remarkable how this year has flown by. Yeah, God bless you, Forbes. Happy birthday, and great to see you still here, Anthony, banging away. I teach people that there's 3 things they need to do. They need to get out their own way. They need to get on with doing it, and when they finish, they need to get on with the next thing. I tend to find a lot of people overthink things. They think about too much and do too little. And for me, it's definitely been a year of doing. It sounds awful to say. I've had a fabulous COVID. I've managed to get so many things done, so many blockages out of the way. And I did. I remember going on, spending some time with you, Forbes, doing the pitch course, and that was spectacular. That the media one. And we spent time learning the media, and that's all these little things. I'm 55. You're never too old to keep learning. And I so hear what you say before about young people. We should all have a toddler and a teenager around us all the time, because A, it stops us getting old, and B, for me, it gives me an insight into the way I should be thinking instead of the way I am thinking, because it's very easy to get complacent and stuck and in the same ways. So yeah, really grateful to be here. And I'm reminded of how wonderful Facebook Clubhouse is. I got the invitation from Forbes to come on today, so yeah, really pleased to speak to you. God bless you all.
I cannot wait to come to Casa
Thank you,
Moon.
Phil. I appreciate that. And I'm sorry, Forbes. Just want to say
Oh
hello to
no,
Phil too,
Tony,
because
you and I'm excited. I've never been to Thailand. I cannot wait to go to Casa Moon. Did you hear that man's accents? He showed mastery. He let me do my thing. And just listening to you reminds me of a year ago. And just thank you so much for being this bright light of energy and passion. And you said something about having a toddler. You guys, it's funny. The other day I was in my gym and they have a toddler area, where they take care of babies at daycare. And I thought, I know it'd be probably a little unusual. It's like seeing Tom Cruise, be your waiter. But I said, I think I want to go hang out with toddlers for a while. Like, I wonder if I could apply for a job part time to just go, just like hang out with them and watch other people's toddlers, because you know what they have that we don't? Endless imagination. They haven't been told no so many times they forgot to dream. They think anything is possible. They'll put mud all over their face, and they'll love and hug on each other. They don't care if you're black, white, boy, girl, who cares? They're just these joy monsters. And I'm glad that you said that, because I've never been around a toddler that I just didn't want to embrace and watch them touch things and experience things. And I'm reminded that, guys, that is life. That's where you started before you got jaded. All right. Well, speaking of not so jaded, I'm sorry, Tony. I'm just gonna love on, because love hearing my students. Cindy Siskowski. Cindy is an OPP graduate. I don't even say what OPP is, but it's other people's platforms. Cindy Siskowski, I've not seen you in what seems like forever. She lives in Los Angeles. She's an interior designer who grew up on a boat. And I hope my students appreciate how much I freaking know about them and how much I love on them for real, because they touch my heart and they always will. Cindy?
Oh, Forbes, happy birthday. Um, I just love you so much. And when you opened this room and the story you told about mentorship and your son, and I've heard that story before, but I never heard it quite the way you said it tonight. And you're just so inspirational and loving and nurturing, and you're a wonderful example of a feminine mentor. And I want to thank you so much. Last year, I met you here on Clubhouse, and I was getting beat up in a room by a man over my business. And then the next day, I was in your room, and you remembered me from the night before. And you just changed my world last year. So thank you so much. I did all 3 of your programs, and it's just been so beautiful to watch you peel back layers, like being in the rooms with others and seeing how you can really with your presence and your listening, really open people up and hear what's going on for them underneath all of their fears and all of their resistance and all of their holding back. You have an incredible gift, and I want to say thank you so, so much. And I so honor your presence and your ability and your love. And I'm so grateful you're here on this planet and able to give your gifts and be empowered and loving and share your wisdom. It's an honor to be one of your students. So thank you.
Cindy, you touched my heart. The story of your sister, your life, the way you were so willing to let me do what I do. Guys, I do have a crazy little gift to affect your lives. And if that's something that's interesting, I think the link's in my bio. I teach a class on Sunday that's $19. I will never forget you and all that we went through. And you guys affected me and made me so much different than I was last year, so much more open and more giving. And I love you too, Cindy, and I always will.
Thank you, Forbes. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Happy
All right.
birthday.
So thank you. Thank you. Hey,
I'd like to invite everyone to unmic and sing Forbes happy birthday. Would you guys
oh,
be
no,
willing
no,
to do
no. They
that?
don't sing that well. No, no,
Yes.
no, no. Dude, it's so embarrassing. If they
Let's
sang
do
better, I
it.
would
Let's
do
do
that.
it.
We did
Let's do
that
Yes,
it.
we
already.
Come
We
are.
on,
could
come
do
on,
it.
Happy
everybody.
birthday.
Dr. Finance, what do you think? Are
Yeah.
you on board?
Well, we're one step ahead of you. We
Happy.
did that
Happy
2 hours ago, but we could do it again. Sure, let's do it. Everyone, if you guys
Okay.
come off your mic, let's
I'm
give Forbes Riley because she's
blushing.
celebrating all week anyway. What's the difference, right?
Yeah,
Happy
Happy
birthday
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 to
to
you.
Happy
you.
Happy
birthday
Birthday
to
birthday
to
to
you.
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 Happy
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 birthday,
birthday,
Happy birthday,
Forbes.
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 birthday.
Happy
Happy
birthday
birthday
to
to
you.
you.
And many more.
and many
And
Oh,
many
more.
Many
more. And Channel 4.
Cindy, you know
Oh,
what?
thank you so much for indulging
Oh,
me. And I want to say, Dr. Finance, congratulations on your 1 year anniversary. And thank you so much for letting me speak.
thank you.
Love you, Forbes.
oh, you guys made me blush. All right, Dr. Finance, I'm going to go one more and then I'll give it back to you. Guys, everybody make sure that you mute your microphones. And then really mute them because that was so embarrassing. I love you guys so much, but it feels so self-centered. Hey, I want to call on a young woman who, when I met her, was, and again, I'm outing my students, was a little lost, but she had a fire. I could see it, but I knew that she couldn't see it. Well, 2 years later, she started with me at the very, very beginning of COVID. She was there during SpinGym classes when no one wanted to show up. She took all my trainings. She was single. She was alone. And now I look at this beautiful smiling face. She's radically changed her life. Amy Morrison, you know who you are. Will you come to stage just to share a little bit of what's happened to you in the last 2 years since I've known you?
Yeah, and while she's doing that, Dr. Forbes, I just want to let everyone know. So Forbes Riley has sold over $2 billion in products and services. Products. Think about that. Over $2 billion, an infomercial queen. I mean, know how hard that is to do, and that's just amazing. She has this natural way about her. So when she talks about different strategies on how to pitch, and I mean, she really knows what she's talking about. One of the first infomercials, Forbes, was that right? You hosted one of the first
Oh,
infomercials ever?
I hosted the first 35. I was doing a TV series called Fit TV with Body by Jake,
Wow.
and nobody knew what an infomercial was. And I did the first 35, and I worked with everybody that you've ever known, from Jane Fonda and Florence Henderson to Joe Theismann to Billy Mays, Anthony Sullivan, the whole Beachbody crew, Mario Lopez, Kim Kardashian. I gave her. If you want to laugh, everybody, go to YouTube, type in Forbes Riley and Kim Kardashian. I'll bet you didn't know that she got her start doing an infomercial that I gave her. She has no TV credits. You'll see it live. You'll see it on right before the Kardashians started. And I remember her when we finished. She said to me, "They're in a really cute little convertible in Florida," and she's like, "Well, Ryan Seacrest has just put together this little deal for us." And I'm thinking, "Yeah, all right. Call me when that works out," because I had no faith at all that it was going to go anywhere. There are times I've been wrong, and that was one of them, but I was smart enough to give her start. And I would like, it's pretty funny. If you guys, all right, I'll have a little game here. The first person who can tell me my co-host on that show, I will give a free Sunday class to. The first one who puts my
Tony
co-host,
Little.
because you went to YouTube and looked at it. The
Tony
co-host
Little.
that I introduced. Nope, you don't. You gotta go. You'll never guess it because you don't know him. Go to YouTube, type in Forbes Riley, Kim Kardashian, type in the name of my coach, and I'm going to give you guys a free gift. First one to do it.
What's the gift you're going to give, Forbes?
I'm going to give my free Sunday class. It's
Wow.
free
Free.
class on
How much
Sunday.
is that normally worth, Forbes?
Well, it's worth billions if you actually figure it out.
And that's
But I
free
sell
today.
I sell it for $19.
Wow. All right, folks, you're getting a deal today. So she wants to know the name of the host on that particular episode. What was it? Kim Kardashian's?
All you do is you go to YouTube, type in Forbes Riley and Kim Kardashian, which I
Bo
think is
Reels.
hysterical.
This is Game Changer.
There you go, Game Changer!
Mhm.
Oh,
Whoa! We
Riley,
got a
you got
winner
it, my
here.
girl.
That is
All right.
incredible.
All right, my girl. I'm gonna privately give you a link. But Game Changer, I've actually changed your life, haven't I?
Oh yes, definitely, definitely.
How did I do that?
You have a gift of trauma healing, and it's such a gift that it's not. I don't even think you would be able to explain it, to be honest. But I was going through some things that was causing all kinds of blockages in my life, and you was able to go back to the age in which it all started and helped me to release those energies and those different things that I was enduring. And so, yeah, you changed my life tremendously. And I am forever thankful to you. And happy birthday, boo.
Wow,
Thank,
wow, wow, and wow.
And by the way, folks, if you want to hear the whole story for Forbes Riley, I have the actual interview up here. I don't think you can get a more detailed, and correct me if I'm wrong, Forbes, a more detailed interview possible of Forbes' story. 2.5 hours, folks. She actually does a presentation on the show that no one's ever done it in that detail. And I didn't even know half the facts that she was showing. It was an incredible story that she has. Kim Kardashian, I mean, all these incredible celebrities who she's interacted with and touched the lives of. So if you want to check that out and also subscribe to that as well, that's on the link up the top. We're going to keep that there for a little bit, and then we're going to change out. So, Dr. Forbes, back to you.
Yeah, at some point I would love you to put my WWW Pitch Secrets Masterclass up there. Game Changer, I'm going to give you a free thing in yours. Amy, I don't know if you're back on the stage. If you are, flash a mic. If not, I'm going to go to the one and only beautiful stylist. Can you guys go about 7 or 8 rows down? You're going to see a girl in a red dress in a gold chair. Now, I knew the photographer who took that photo. This young, beautiful woman has been through hell in a handbag with her daughters and some stuff that's gone crazy in her life. And she came to my live training. Next September, I'm going to do a live training in my studio. I only have 38 people. Guys, everything that I do live, I keep very small because I've been on stage in front of 10,000 people. I got to tell you, at the end of that night, it's pretty hectic. But when you got a room full of 30, 40 people, you know who they are. I've invited my VIPs to my home. I have up leveled and deepened the relationships that I want because that's what makes it memorable and special. I can remember, Tony, you can laugh at this, but I was on Broadway, right? And when you're in a Broadway show, opening night's amazing, first couple of weeks are amazing. When you're in the fourth month of the run of it, you're like, all right, well, you still have to keep it fresh. But I was single at the time, and I would remember at the end of the show, you go out there, you take a bow, everyone's yelling and cheering, and then you go to your dressing room, and at the end of the night, unless somebody came to visit you, there was nobody there. And it was a weird sadness that I had because I didn't get to go home to anybody. I didn't realize how important being in love would really change my life. But I thought, wow, all these people are going out to dinner. I want someone to invite me to dinner. And very often I'd go home alone. And it's the funniest thing. You look at celebrities a lot and you wonder, oh, their life must be so great. Everyone just loves them. Well, sometimes it can be a really weird double edged sword. And I had to get my head on straight because that's when my addiction to overeating and food happened. I would go home by myself after doing these amazing shows. People loved them. But I didn't have anybody who cared about me for real. And I've doubled down in the last 19 years since I became a mom, since I fell in love with Joshua, since I have a lot of friends. You see people who know who I am and I know who they are. that have doubled down on human relationships of people that I can pick up a phone, who it's okay, I don't have to be perfect. I love when people say, Forbes, I met you and you're just as nice in person. I'm like, yeah, there's no line. I don't pretend to be something. Social media doesn't really stand for that anymore. We're not in the 80s where Dynasty and Dallas and you have to be just so perfect. I went through those decades and it almost killed me because being perfect on the outside but hurting on the inside, or wanting to be human, or wanting to wear sweatpants and no makeup and not have somebody go, ew, look at you, took its toll on me. And so I just want to offer that up. So Miss Kara, will you come to stage and just share a little bit about hanging out with me and how wonderful you are? And I don't know, anything you want to talk about?
Hey Forbes, can you hear me okay?
We hear your sexy, sultry voice. Yes, we do.
Yeah,
Can you
we hear you
hear?
great. We hear you
Okay,
great.
cool. I'm so grateful to be able to speak with you on this stage, and happy belated birthday. You're killing it. You don't look a day over 25. I don't remember what room I found you in on Clubhouse, but I do remember clicking on your profile, and I thought, she seems really cool. Let me follow her. And then when you followed me back, I was like, wow, she really is cool. So it was such a treat to finally meet you in person this month at your studio in St. Pete's in Florida at Forest Factor Live. So if anybody isn't signed up for September, you better get on it. You're the best mentor. You're like a mom. You're a sister, all of that. And so I spent the better part of 2021 on Zoom in my little box, taking all your courses, starting with Pitch Perfect and Marketing Mastery, OPP, Breakthrough, all of it. And then you helped me through one of the most traumatic times of my life that I was going through. So, I have three children. My oldest is 28. My youngest daughter is 26. My oldest is a girl too. And Anthony is my only son. He's 22. And I have three grandchildren. They're 6, 4, and 4 months. And I'll be 50 in June for those of you doing the math. And no, I didn't have them when I was 12. But since 2019, my youngest daughter was dating a young man who was abusive to her. And last January in 2021, she broke up with him for the 100 millionth time and started dating someone new. And he went nuts. And then when he figured out he wasn't going to be able to get her back, he decided to kidnap her on February 4th from her place of employment in Prince George's County in Maryland, with the assistance of his female friend who drove her through Fairfax County, where we live in Virginia, to Prince William County in Woodbridge, where he held her there for about 7 hours at his mother's house, who was also charged. And a month and a half later, he had his roommate shoot her new boyfriend 3 times in front of my oldest daughter, her, and 8 of their friends in a parking lot in Woodbridge. And he later died that night. Rob was 25. He was a father. He had 2 children. He was an active duty Marine. And 10 years ago, he had lost his younger sister to domestic violence at the hand of her husband. So now his father had lost 2 children. And I say all that to say that while I was dealing with that, I was going through your OPP course at the time. And Cindy, and I don't know if Kat's still here, we're both here, or we're both in the class with me. And that's OPP. I mean, that's other people's platforms, if y'all don't know what that class is. But I felt like I was hiding in plain sight, right? I was trying to like just hold it together because it was so stressful. All this was going on, and top it off, my brother was sleeping on my couch because he'd been going through some alcoholic issues, and I had to call the ambulance for him because he passed out in the bath. Like, it was just nuts what was happening in my life, and I hadn't shared any of that, only but with Forbes and with my partner in the class at the time, because I didn't want her to think I was ghosting her, because I was just I was just so in and out. But you called me out basically in front of the 30 people that were in our course. And that really made a difference for me, because I always felt like I had a voice, but I didn't necessarily know how to use it. And I used to care a whole lot about people liking me when I was younger. And at almost 50 now, I really don't give a shit about that anymore. I do give a shit about making an impact for people like you've been doing. And over the last week, I spent 4 days going back and forth to the courthouse because my daughter was finally testifying in the trial against the ex for the kidnapping. And he was found guilty by the jury. He hasn't been sentenced yet, and he's not being charged with the murder yet. His roommate is, and that trial is later this year. So I'm sure I shared the sentiment with all the parents and grandparents in the room, like nothing comes close to having your child's threatened like that, and that man, their life threatened like that, in that manner, and getting that phone call that's happened and not knowing how that's going to play out. Like, it was terrifying. But I've learned how much strength and resolve I had, and I've learned how to do that really with some style and grace. And I got that too by watching Forbes, because she dealt with a similar situation, as she mentioned earlier in the room, with the young man that was killed in her life. And my daughter did not want to pursue any legal action against him. She just wanted to let it go. And I said, no, this can't stand. He cannot just walk away. He just wouldn't stop. So it was like, no, we have to pursue this all the way through. If you don't care about your safety, nobody else is going to care about it. And he cannot just be stalked. I mean, we found out he was stalking her. Like, it was crazy. We didn't even know this until they pulled the phone records, but he was hanging out outside of our house for 4 hours before the kidnapping happened. So this was, it was just frustrating and aggravating and stressful. But it was so great to see you, Forbes, in your studio earlier in the month, and hug you and talk to you and spend time with you. And, it was just so amazing to see how you arrived at being you, and how all the lives that you're changing, and just everything. It was just amazing. And I love you so much. So thanks for being you.
Well, guys, back at you. You know what, Kara, it brought up a lot of memories about Dexter being part of a murder trial. And some days people ask me, how do you get out of bed? How do you do it? How do you get through this? And I have two philosophies. One, that life happens for you, not to you. There is a beautiful woman that just popped into stage that is my all-time hero. I'm going to start to cry because I love her so much. Um, and she went through something that no mother should ever go through. And when you realize that if you choose to keep living, because you don't have to, you can end it at any time and go away if you want to. But if you're going to stay on this planet, don't walk around like a dead person. You get to come back in. I feel spirits. I think we all do. I think some of us don't listen. I mean, and for those, you want to hear something crazy? My birthday is actually on the 25th. It was Monday morning. I feel like you're gonna love this. Oh my God, I can't believe I'm gonna tell you this in public. I woke up. It was 5:30 in the morning. I didn't know that when I first woke up, but I woke up because I could hear my mom and dad whispering in my left ear, "Happy birthday." My parents have been gone 22 years, and I mean, it just woke me up. I swear to God, I could feel them. I didn't know. I'm like, please don't go, please don't go, and then it was just gone. No, that's my personal experience. Um, we get to take people anywhere we want. We get to make and believe whatever we want out of this life. There's things we can't explain. I don't know how nature comes back every year, or how storms work, or whatever this happens. But I do know that if you choose to believe that there's more than this, then there will be. And for me, that's how I get through the day. That's how I talk to my friend Frances, who died ringing a doorbell because she was having an asthma attack at her son's house, and she died at 51 on his front step and just left me. She was my right hand. So I will tell you that we need each other. And I didn't know this for the first 50 some odd years of my life. I now understand what it means to have human connection. So, Dr. Finance, I want to thank you for holding this room. You're up to about 270 people, thousands have gone through. And I do believe the one and only Sharon Lecter has popped in to say hi.
Thank you so
Hello,
much.
my
Appreciate that, Forbes. Oh, welcome, Sharon. Didn't see you here. Welcome. Thank you for being here, folks. Sharon Lecter, the co-author of Rich Dad Poor Dad, the author of Think and Grow Rich for Woman, a financial advisor to 2 U.S. presidents, my mentor, an incredible woman. I wouldn't be here, by the way. I'm glad you came, Sharon, because I also wanted to honor not just Forbes, but all the people that have contributed to the success of this community. I would not be here on this app if it wasn't for Sharon Lecter, folks. Check my profile. She's the one who invited me. I would have listened to no one else but her. And she said, get on here. And this wouldn't have happened unless Sharon had actually told me to do this. So I want to thank you, Sharon. That was an incredible insight on your part. And how many people have been impacted because of that decision. Welcome, Sharon Lecter.
Well, thank you, Dr. Finance, and thank you, my dear, dear, dear Forbes. I love you. And I see so many other dear friends in the room. I'm sorry I couldn't have been here for the whole thing. I literally flew in from Ireland and turn around and fly out tomorrow morning. So it's been a crazy, crazy travel schedule, but I could not show up. I could not show up to say hello and to celebrate you. And it is, we all have things that stop us in our track. And, Forbes mentioned, I lost a son, and you don't ever want to outlive your kids, but you can. And I let myself go into a world of numb. I call it living in neutral for a long time. Almost felt like retiring, but as I think what Forbes just talked about, hearing her parents, I heard my son in my ear saying, "Get over it, Mom. There's more for you to do." And so that's my message to everybody: is no matter what's happened to you, whether it's been a death, a divorce, a financial setback, an illness, you're still here. You're still here for a reason. Whatever you've been through, you can help others going through the same thing. And so, we are all human, and so things happen to us, and we sometimes don't understand why. It's hard to ever understand a domestic violence situation. It's hard to understand losing a child, but you survive, you get tougher, and you have the opportunity to help other people going through it. And it's an incredible opportunity. And I'm just so proud of Forbes and your career and what you've created and the number of people that you're helping. And Dr. Finance, I'm so proud of you as you know a young man that has come into this arena and made a huge impact. And I'm just delighted that you have continued driving Clubhouse. And I think this is like the 1 year anniversary, if I'm not mistaken, of you launching this room. So I want to congratulate you. I want to congratulate everyone that's in the room for being here, because you're taking the time and you're contributing, and take this information, help yourself and help the people that you love.
Wow, thank you so much, Sharon. I appreciate that. And folks, it's not just the community here. We have the longest running room on Clubhouse, and all the greatest speakers of all sorts are here. We're also in the Finance Club, and who would be a better person to be in the Finance Club than Sharon Lechter? I mean, she's done so many amazing things. I'm looking up. When I look at her, I'm looking up because she has already trailblazed so many things that I am so proud of being able to say I'm her student. I mean, just think about all the amazing. To have one of the top most popular books out there that she co-authored, Rich Dad Poor Dad, that transformed millions of lives. People like I think you said, Sharon, Justin Bieber, and even influencers like Will Smith. I mean, just incredible people. And then on top of that, she's like done many other things, like Think and Grow Rich for Women, authored that. I mean, that's from the Napoleon Hill Club. Napoleon Hill's Think and Grow Rich book is the top self development book of all time, and she was a part of that series. Financial advisor to two U.S. presidents and a co-author with another. I mean, just an amazing career, and she's here in the Finance Club with you tonight. So, Sharon, yeah, again, appreciate you being here and supporting this. This is equally about you as well, and the community that has helped build this. So, thank you so much, Sharon.
Don't
Appreciate
forget.
you.
Dr. Finance,
Okay, so
Dr.
you guys,
Finance, Dr. Finance.
Rex, hey Rex, hang on 1 second. Hey, you guys want to see something really cool? So Sharon was always my idol. She's been my idol since I was little. I just adore her, love her, honor her. Guys, go to www.realsummits, realsummits.com. She and I get to bookend. I got to tell you, Sharon, nothing makes my little heart go, yes, I made it, than to share that stage with you. We've done this all last year. We're both still there. We're two of very few women at the very top of that game. What do you think?
It's
Dr.
fantastic. And actually, I was just with Brian this weekend in Ireland, and what an incredible format and platform Real Success Summits is. And it's just something that you should all check out, definitely.
Oh, that was wonderful. Can I say something now?
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to
Go
go
for it,
with
Rex. It's
Rex,
all
folks.
yours.
We're going to go with
Awesome,
Rex, and then we're
awesome.
going to move into the next segment. So
Well,
thank you. Go
first
ahead,
off,
Rex.
yep. First off, Forbes, you know I love you and happy birthday, and I love McKenna. You guys, totally rock.
And we're here together with so many incredible people. Alec left. I love Alec. He, just so many people. I want to turn our attention back to Sharon. Sharon, that was a very powerful share. I want to thank you, I want to be really sensitive to what you shared. You pointed out a loss that you horribly and tragically suffered, but it wasn't about you. It was about each of us and what we could do to get through life and how we could overcome adversity and hardship and anything that the world or that life might throw at us. And I just really want to honor that because that was truly beautiful and truly from the heart and feel and genuine, and my heart goes out to you. I know that everyone's heart goes out to you, but the integrity and the honor and the way that you showed up to share that moment is just truly beautiful and amazing, and we can all learn from that. And I so appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that share very much. And it wasn't tough, and it was very tough initially. I didn't want to talk about it for a long time. And I think when we realize that we can open up and be vulnerable, the, we touch a lot more hearts. So, but thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Rex. Appreciate that. All right, Forbes, if you don't mind, we're going to pivot to the next segment because we only have about an hour and maybe a half before the recording actually shuts off because they have that 6 hour rule. If they didn't have that, believe me, I would say, all right, Forbes, let's run the next marathon and let's go for 85 days straight. I'm not running it though, by the way. I would support you guys 100%, but I'm not running it. But so about another hour and a half. But I do want to hear from some of the people who actually helped to be a part of this, the original tribe members as well that helped to build this community up. So we're going to pivot to the next segment. But before we do that, Forbes, if you want to maybe close out with just maybe a minute or so, land the plane, and any closing thoughts that you had, and happy birthday again. Welcome.
Well, I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, from my family, from McKenna, what a beautiful tribute. You know, Tony, you work tirelessly. You have a vision for this platform, for the people that are here. Let me see, we're up to just 242 people in the room. I don't even see those numbers anymore. A lot of people who are very patient, who've waited hours just listening to us babble on. Hopefully, they got some great nuggets. Very rarely do you get a room, and I hope you appreciate this, guys. We all get paid a lot of money, especially on Friday nights, to do what we do, whether it's Laurel, myself, or Alex, or any of the people that you've heard. And I know that a lot of you acknowledge it in the back chat, and thank you so much. It's my privilege to think that the words that I say, what gets downloaded from my heart, matters to other people. I know I've got a gift, and a gift is only really good if you give it away. There's no point in hanging on to it. And so I could be doing anything tonight. I'm in a beautiful resort, and I'm choosing to love, honor, support, and thank the people who matter the most to me, my students, my friends, my family, Tony, Sharon, Laurel. You know, we are what makes the world so different. And I don't know if many of you know it, but I am Ukrainian by heritage. Both my grandparents. I always knew where Kiev and Odessa was when nobody had ever heard of this place. And so maybe we all just take a moment and remember that tonight, if you've got a cell phone in your hands and a roof over your head, you're better than almost anyone else on the planet. Whatever problems or heartache or things that you want that you don't have or problems, close your eyes for a second and express massive gratitude. Nobody's bombing you. There's not bullets running by your head. People are not threatening to kill you just because of who you are. And I turn on the news and my heart is shattered and I'm scared for us. I don't know why in 2022, when I can Facebook around the world that there's war going on, like a real old fashioned, people are being bombed and kids are being killed. It makes no sense to me. And so I have no answers. I just want you tonight to say thank you and just love on your own life and move forward. You know, there's a back channel. Somebody asked me to say he's 22 and what do you do when you get down? I remember who I am, how lucky I've been. I put my head down, I do the work, I study, I get mentors, I listen on channels like this, I get my ego out of the way, and I set out to do my very best. With that, I'm going to land my plane. I'm Forbes Riley. If you guys want to come see me live on Sunday, and many of you have said yes, I teach a 2-hour training on how to pitch. Because no matter what you do in life, in order to get what you want, you have to first identify it, and then you got to pitch it to somebody. When you start to get yeses, your life will blossom in a way you've never imagined. I'm happy to be there for you with much love and much gratitude. I just love you guys so much. Thank you.
Thank you,
Love
Dr.
you.
Forrest. Appreciate that. Folks, can we get off the mic and do an incredible round of applause for Dr. Forbes
Yeah.
Riley?
Woohoo!
Love
Woo!
you.
Yes!
Happy birthday, sweetheart.
Happy birthday,
Woohoo!
Forbes.
You're beautiful. Love
Day
you.
over 25.
Thank you, Forbes.
Enjoy
Thank you
them.
so much.
Thank you, Dr. Forbes Riley.
Wow. Get the crowd goes wild.
Thank you, thank you.
That is awesome. Thank you so much, Forrest. Appreciate it. Again, my hat tips off to you for you and Sharon and the community, for folks, all you guys that have played an amazing part in this journey. Yes, you are in the finance club, but it's not just the finance club. It doesn't matter, folks. One thing I hope I've proved on Clubhouse, it doesn't matter what club you're in. I built a club, my old club, from 40 to 100,000 people with that longest running room. I didn't own that club. But when I moved, we all moved, right? Like, it's not about the club, folks. It's about the community. It's about the person who's hosting, but in conjunction and synergy with the community itself. It takes a village to build rooms like this. It takes a village to build clubs like this, right? It takes a village of the right people. There's any room on Clubhouse you can join right now. You can go into all those negative rooms, and what are you going to gain from sitting on there? Here, my intention, folks, is to have you guys come here, have a positive environment where we can all learn. And I test this myself because I want to be a testimony to what I'm preaching. If I can't learn on this stage, I say to myself, okay, well, then I did this wrong. I got to get somebody here that I can teach myself. If they can teach me, they can teach everybody here. So I try to find the best of the best speakers, the best writers, New York Times bestsellers like Laura Langmeyer, 5-time New York Times bestseller, right? People like that. The people from The Secret. We have 5 people from the famous movie The Secret here this year alone. We had 5 billionaires here this year alone. These are the kind of people, but not just rich, folks. I want people with good hearts, because this is what I used to teach when I was a professor. I want to find people that can lead this world and teach the people to not just lead and be great business people, but to do it ethically. And that's the message. That's the message that's burning through this room, to help people. You can make money, but not everybody in this world is going to be wealthy, but everybody in this world can help somebody. Everybody in this world can help somebody. So I want to thank you for all being a part of this community, being part of the Finance Club. The title is How to Run a Successful Business. It was named after the actual room. I don't have any credit for that. Okay, whoever designed that room initially, I just picked up the ball and started running with it that day 1 year ago, from tomorrow actually, which it was the last day of the year, but the last Friday. So that was the beginning of the longest running room on Clubhouse that impacted over 1 million people. Folks, if you can give everyone on stage a file, definitely give Forbes a file before she goes, and my mentor Sharon Lechter on stage as well. I appreciate that. Also, if you can share the room by hitting that little, uh, uh, I guess it's a square with an arrow on the bottom, and sharing it out. Say, thank you, Forbes, and thank you, those who have been here. Just share it to let everyone know. I want to thank those who have actually been sharing. So I appreciate Heidi for sharing. Dr. Forbes is sharing. Karen King is shared. Trey, thank you for sharing. Thank you, Consuela, Nathali, Luis Brown, Heidi, and so many more. We got 229. Can we get 250 shares, folks? By the way, I just want to let you know, I was on the stage 10 hours that night, that very first night. 10 hours. If you ever hosted a room on Clubhouse, folks, you know how hard it is to do an hour? Now imagine 500 people on stage. Now imagine doing it 10 hours. Folks, I had to take off the whole weekend. I don't care if you're like Curtis Mitchell, the fastest running man in the world, is on the stage. You can have Josh, who's Forbes Riley's partner here, was here earlier, bodybuilding Mr. Olympian. I mean, it doesn't matter how big you are, how strong you are. It's extremely difficult. It's energy exerting to run a room with big numbers for a long period of time. And I promised I would never do 10 hours again, but I'm going to do 6 tonight in honor of the room and for you guys, 6 hours. And folks, we do this for free. For free. We don't get paid anything. And you might say, what's the benefit of that? The benefit is to help people. That's why. Because someone helped me before. That's why I do it. And I also want to network. I want to meet great people. I'm looking for great people. You know any great people? If you know great people, you want to get on the stage, you want to be a part of this community, let me know. We're trying to get Oprah on here. You heard us earlier. We're trying to get Elon Musk. We want great people so you guys can rise. We all can rise together. Doria Cordova talks about this all the time. The ship rises with everyone. If we all build the community, we all rise together. You get
Dr.
Elon Musk on here and
Finance,
see
can
what
we
happens.
celebrate you?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. Folks, get
Dr.
that hot mics
Finance,
for me. Appreciate it. It's very hard
you're
to run
doing
this stage. Thank
such
you,
an
man.
amazing job. This is
Oh, I'm
Kamal.
sorry. Who's that? Oh, Kamal. I'm sorry, Kamal. Go ahead, Kamal.
And I just want to say thank you so much for this amazing, amazing community, amazing room, amazing space. You're always giving so much. And I want to say, like, this is $1 billion stage plus because there's so many amazing men and women that are my mentors: Laura Langmeyer, Sharon Lecter, Forbes Riley. Happy birthday. They're all just so amazing. There's so much giving going on here. If you notice, the message from everybody was to serve. Dr. Finance's message to serve, build, get the group to working together, make that money move. But before it moves, serve, show up, and build the community. And you are doing a phenomenal job. I want to say happy birthday to Forbes. Thank you, Laura Langmeyer, for being my mentor. I'm enjoying your community so much. We were building 120 people this week. And every one of you here is so amazing just by being around and inviting others and keep coming back. This is not a one time deal, this is every Friday. And I just want to say thank you to Laurel, Forbes, Dr. Finance, and every one of you that's touched my heart over the last year since I've been on the app. This has changed the course for me for the better. I'm learning from you a whole lot, from your YouTube channels, from your videos, training sessions, your book, Dr. Finance. It's just phenomenal. And everybody should jump on this opportunity to be mentored by the best. This is the best, like Dr. Doria, Dame Doria. You know, this is the OG club. This is where you really learn how to make money. You really learn how to make the money move, generate the income, see how fast it can go. This is it. If you're looking for that mastermind, I teach Think and Grow Rich. By the way, my name is Kamal. I'm certified by Bob Proctor. Rest in peace, Bob. And Bob taught Laurel, and Laurel now is mentoring me. So I'm just forever grateful to be here in this community with every one of you. And I want to help every one of you grow just like I'm growing. So this is the club. This is the place to be. Thank you so much. We'll keep it short. Happy birthday, Forbes. Laurel, God bless you. And Dr. Finance, the mic's back to you. Love you, man.
Thank you, Kamal. Appreciate that, man. Appreciate you supporting as well, and especially we had that Bob Proctor tribute as well. So I appreciate all the help that you've done, Kamal, and Laura Langmar, of course. By the way, Laura will be back in 2 weeks, folks, with Sharon Lecter, and we're gonna have another amazing stage. Check out the schedule, folks. Check out the schedule of the amazing people we got lined up. Julian Bertano, prodigated to Oprah on Greenleaf, entrepreneur, musician. He's coming next week. We had Ed today. Ed's coming in 3 weeks today. Ed Connors was the former owner of Gold's Gym, and he's the reason why it became the largest gym in the world. He was the one that was around when people like Arnold Schwarzenegger and many, many other muscle people in the muscle industry, the fitness industry, were really blowing up. So he's got amazing connections. He's an amazing guy. People like that are coming on. Just check the schedule, folks. We got Dan Clark, one top motivational speakers, lined up in 3 or 4 weeks from now. So all in due order, and so many more to come. With that said, folks, I want to hear from some of the panel here, if you can, some of the panel that were available, that were around during the original room, because I want to keep that part of the community together. Anyone on stage that wants to speak, we're going to take maybe 2 or 3, and then I got something to say before I lose my steam. It's been about 4.5 hours since I've been on here, so I just wanted to just say hello to anyone who was here a year ago to experience that first initial part of the longest running room. Just flash your mics if you want to chime in. We got a lot of amazing people that were part of that. I don't know. We had CJ here. CJ might have just left. Kamikayism, I think, was part of the room. Dominique Prosper. Let's see. BJ, I know you were part of that room. BJ, yeah, welcome, BJ. How are you?
Fantastic, Dr. Finance. I can't even leave the room, and it's been a very, very long day for me. But you have generated a space that has been fascinating, and I love men, but the women on the stage have been just unbelievably inspiring. I don't know if we have Forbes still on stage, but Forbes from day one since I met her here has done nothing but um, surprise me, inspire me. Her strength, her voice. I think that for any woman that hears her, it's like you just see the world, the possibilities. And in regards of what happened last year with this room, um, it was amazing then. It was amazing tonight. I mean, look what you guys did tonight. It's just getting a room with value, with great thinkers, with people that come here just to give what they have, and to listen deeply to the lives of everybody, and to see. I loved with when Sharon Lecter was speaking and shared something um, so tragic in her life, and we go and see. I went back to what Forbes said when she said that she had never seen the book Life is Fair, right? And regardless of where we are in life, life hits us in ways that are unbelievably amazing, and sometimes we're at our
Okay, BJ going a little bit silent there, maybe in the matrix. Okay, well, BJ, thank you.
all I have to say.
When you oh, there you go.
Yes, no, I just had to say
What did you have to say,
I'm
BJ? You
just
got us
happy.
in suspense here.
I have to just say thank you.
Okay, thank you, BJ. No, you said I have to say, and then it went silent for a minute. We're all like, "Wow, what you have to say?" But thank you, BJ. Appreciate you being here and support. I know you were one of the originals as well, so I wanted to highlight you. Thank you, BJ. All
Thank
right,
you.
Mike Alden, one of our co-hosts today, unbelievable guy. He was here since the very very beginning. Very good friends with Forbes Riley, many celebrities, and he agreed to help produce the stage. So Mike, I wanted to. He's got to get going to help his kids out. So Mike, you want to land the plane or close? Any concluding remarks, Mike? Flash your mic if you're there, Mike Alden.
Can I jump in, Dr. Finance, if Mike is
Oh
busy?
yeah, Giuseppe. Mike, whenever you're back, just flash your mic. We're gonna go with Giuseppe for a moment, though. Giuseppe was definitely part of that. I'd love to hear your thoughts, Giuseppe, on and not just the topic of the room, but what was your greatest experience that you had during the longest running room? It changed a lot of people's lives. I know it had to impact in some way. So love to hear your thoughts. Thank you, Giuseppe. Welcome.
Yeah, I'm so happy. I'm happy to be here. And sometimes people text message me, and it's hard to hear you because you never talk in some room. My question is, why I need to talk if I don't have skill knowledge correctly, and I'm very humble to tell something. Warren Buffett said, if you stay in the table, sit in the table, and you are the richest person, you have more knowledge, you have more result, you have in your back more, successful in your life. You are sit in the wrong table. I love when I'm stay silent because I have notes and I take notes every time. First thing. Second, I love to share with everybody my last victory because 6 years ago I didn't speak one word in English. Today my English is not perfect. But in 6 years, I'm the person that I passed to sleep in the car. Today, I'm in Cleveland. And the last 6 months, I wanted to open my office in Maple Road in Cleveland because it's the best way in Cleveland, Dr. Finance. In 6 months, very hard. The rent was higher, and I find it a good deal. He said, no, I don't want to give you this building because I have a property management company. You can be my competitor. I tell him, okay, you don't want to me rent this, okay? Perfect. I I cut the lane. I go in the front and I made a 2 day offer cash, Dr. Finance, and I bought the building in the front of this property manager. I wish you everybody you have this feel that because when people don't trust in you, doesn't matter. Because in 6 years, people, no one tell me was it possible realize this number. 517 property, 115 employee. The asset is over $40 million. I have one management company. Today I bought the building and I opened my second management company, cleaning company for my business Airbnb. And most important thing, I never give up. When you have a dream, when you have a skill, when you have a knowledge, what people around you say about your goal, your dream, your desire is nothing. If you want, you can realize everything. Remember only one thing. If you want to realize the greatest thing in your life, you can realize nothing if you do a normal thing. People think that can change the world with words. It's not possible. Life change for what you do, not for what you say. And I'm so very emotional because I received 30 minutes ago the letter was signed with that lab, and they accept my offer for this building, and I open in the front of my best competitor in Cleveland, my property management company. I bought the building. And remember, 6 years ago, I didn't add $1 to buy one hamburger. This is the potentiality of your mindset have if you trust in yourself. Be the change, don't follow the change. This is me, this is Giuseppe. With Laura, with Forbes, I see was here Sharon, you, Diamond. You know, what I can tell, I'm in paradise. Back to you, Dr. Finance.
Wow, thank you so much, Giuseppe. Appreciate that, man. And and again, I want to tip my hats off to you, Giuseppe, because you have certainly played a major part in the initial fire that built the community. There was over 200 mods, folks, just to describe how a longest running room on Clubhouse would actually act or operate. 200 moderators, they call them, people with the green badge, but 200 hosts, not just people with the mod badges at the time. Um, Probably thousands actually with the green badge. We just modded everybody at those days. But hosts, 200 hosts. Let me clarify, 200 hosts of the room, because think about it, I had to go 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So yeah, and Giuseppe was one of them. He was definitely one of the original people and that helped to create the room. We need as much help as possible, and Giuseppe really knew how to run the stage down. So thank you, Giuseppe. Appreciate that. And Forbes, I got your link up. So we're going to leave Forbes Riley's link up, folks. This is the private invitation to the Ultimate Pitch Formula. I'm going to get around to doing it one of these days, but I know Forbes is incredible what she does. I mean, think about it, $2 billion in sales. You got to have some talent in order to do that. Not just some, like a lot of talent. And Forbes definitely does. So check that out. That's the link at the top, and we'll put that up there for about 5-10 more minutes. Then we'll go back. I want to put some other links to share with you guys. So thank you, Forbes, and I want to also thank you, Jeppy. Appreciate that. I'm just jumping around real quick. I wanted to highlight some of the other people that were part of the original room. Jeff Moffitt, flash your mic if you're available. I'm just gonna call some names. People that were part of the original club. Mirza was a part of the room. Yeah, Mirza, welcome, Mirza. How are you, sir? You want to just tell us your experience, maybe a minute or less, of about the original club and clubhouse room, the longest running room, and your thoughts on the topic, how to run a successful business well.
No, exactly. That was a room that added so much value in a clubhouse. It was non-stop, and that was like a record broken on the hands down. And it has, honestly, I don't know if you guys were keeping track, but a lot of us were like non-stop mods with the utmost commitment and ruthless focus. And there were so many deals, multi-million dollars deals were structured out of it, and so many partnerships were born out of it. And Forbes Riley is a forward-thinking visionary entrepreneur that we all follow, and she's here now. And then the people like her and and Laurel and all those amazing people who are adding so much value and skills and capabilities and expertise and competencies and potential. Their advice is worth billions. You would pay back in those days. You would pay like top dollars. Anything come from these fighters, like leaders, just fight for it. Just fight for their advice. And that was the I have no words. I'm speechless. Usually I'm not, but this club and kudos goes to your services and Kate and Daniel and all those amazing people. You brought all of us on the table and created such a wonderful, nurturing, safe, non-judgmental, conducive environment that that foster growth, and in a nutshell would have like created like, if not billion, somewhere $500 million worth of empires out of it. So yeah, I'm an OG, old school mod. I'm kind of busy in my operations, so I come here less. But thank you so much for the shout out, Dr. Finance, and I feel at home each time I'm with you and all these amazing mods and people, and including Giuseppe and all those wonderful people. And love and respect goes to Laurel and Forbes Riley. Big fan of yours. So much love for you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that, Merge, and appreciate your support in the club and all the great things that you've done. And folks, not everyone has lasted on this app. I mean, there's just graveyards of dead profiles, people that were here and they didn't find a way to make Clubhouse work for them. But people like Mirza, et cetera, they have. They found the treasure behind Clubhouse, which is exactly what we've been saying, networking. You get the right connections, you find out how to help each other. And folks, that it truly is the magic behind it. We don't know everything, right? We don't know everything. You find people like Dr. John D. Martini said a few weeks ago, delegate. You find someone, how's he worded? I'm going to paraphrase because he said it so brilliantly. You want to find the people that are inspired to do the things that don't motivate you. In other words, things that you don't want to do, you find other people who are inspired to do that. And that's called, and you can do this through networking. And that's where this app is brilliant with. So thank you, Mercer. Appreciate that. I want to just do a quick reset. Diamond, flash your mic if you're available. Diamond's been traveling tonight, um, or Mike. And then I'm going to actually, I want to say hello to everyone. So before we do that, I want to make just say a couple quick things. I had some very interesting things happen to me today, and I want to share a story with you. Actually, we could do that right now. So, folks, definitely follow the club, follow everyone on stage, and ping as many people as you can. We still got some time, but we have an amazing stage already. I want to thank Kamal for sharing, Benita for sharing, Anita for sharing, Erica Kohler for sharing, Louise Brown, thank you for sharing. Thank you for being here, Louise. Rosalina, Joy, and Toria, D-Mac, Samantha, Heidi, Connie, Noah Crane, Cindy. Thank you all for sharing, and let's keep building the room up. Um, Mike Alden, if you wanted to land the plane, just let me know, Mike. I know you might have had one or two things you wanted to say before you go. But other than that, folks, I'm gonna tell you real quickly a quick story that happened. I shared this story already with you, but I have another story to tie it in. It's a very very quick thing. Something happened a few months ago. I was driving down the street. Now this probably happened to you before. So I live here in the great city of Philadelphia. Was driving down the street, and I think I was dropping a family member off, and I get to the corner, the road is closed. So I got to go left. I go left. And now I'm going to go around the block and hopefully, bypass the next street and get back on track. And as I'm turning, I'm the next street I'm about to go down, there is a gas truck parked in the middle of the street. So I can't go there. So I make another left. And as I go down the street, now the first one was a road closed, then we got a gas truck, and now we got a guy who's doing a delivery. Can't go there. So I make another turn and go straight, and I'm completely off the original destination I was supposed to go. And folks, I ended up at a gas station. And I'm like, whoa, I'm not even supposed to be here. Like, how did I just wasted 25 minutes and 3 detours later, and I'm at the gas station. Here I am complaining, and I look up and I realize that I'm out of gas. And I'm like, whoa, this is actually no coincidence. As my friend Dr. Bernie Siegel has always said to me, no coincidence. That's actually how I met him. No coincidences. And I realized I needed gas. So this was like, if you believe in that kind of stuff, and as a scientist, I'm kind of weird like that. Not very religious or religious at all, actually, but I do believe there's no such thing as coincidences. Something's happening. And I realized I needed gas, and it was like the universe telling me I need gas. It actually brought me right to the gas station, and I was at empty. So I told that story a few months ago, but this morning something similar but interesting happened. So after that story, I started like looking for more patterns when things like this happen. I just say, all right, well, what are we up to now? All right, what's the lesson here? No obstacles as we learn here. There are only opportunities. And I was going to eat lunch today and driving down the street and road closure. Can't get to the restaurant. I have to make a right. So the street's blocked. I go down the street, and what do you know? As I'm trying to go around to a different direction, we now have a loading truck loading again. I'm like, okay, this is crazy. So then I go down the next street, another street's blocked. And then another street. This is even worse. Federal Express truck has to make a delivery, block the whole street up. I said, are you serious? This is unbelievably irritating. Um, I go one more street and I end up in front of a restaurant that I actually haven't been to in a long time. They were closed for COVID. I'm like, you know what? Something's telling me to be here. I don't know why I need to be here. Maybe I need to meet somebody, but whatever it was, 5 obstacles later, and I ended up detoured right at this spot. Something's telling me I have to go eat at this restaurant. So, total audible, game change. Went and ate at this place, and I'm looking for a sign. I'm like, all right, well, like the gas station story. Maybe I need gas, or maybe I know I'm hungry, but what is the message? Why did I end up at this place? Looking for the sign, I couldn't find it. I couldn't find the sign. I've been thinking about it all day. And I don't know, situations like this, you don't know what the sign is. The gas station story, it was obvious. It was right there in front of me at that moment. But there's some events in life you just don't know what the message is at that moment. Maybe you'll find out a month later, a year later, sometimes 10 years later, even when you're older, or in some cases, you may never find out. But they all are connected in some way, shape, or form. And I took it as a sign. Maybe I needed to meet someone at this place. Maybe I needed to do something or get some idea. But nothing. All day long trying to figure out why I was there. But then it hit me. Maybe it was for the reason of just telling this story today. Maybe I went there to learn that you don't always know what the reason is. Maybe the lesson is to tell everyone about this story, because maybe there's someone sitting in the audience wondering the same thing. The next great leader of this world could be listening in the audience right now. Maybe that's you. And maybe you needed to hear that we don't always know why things are done. Why was COVID? Why did that happen? How do we end up with a Ukraine war that just looks insane? And in Clubhouse, similar journey, folks. I had no idea when I started hosting. I was never a host. I was a university professor for 10 years, financial planner for 10 before that. I didn't come on Clubhouse thinking I was going to host. Never even spoke before. I spoke in universities, 40 classes of 40 and under. But then I found out that people liked what I was doing. I was serving them. And that's what made me keep going. And that's part of going back to the story of what happened to me today. Maybe I didn't know originally what I was doing. All I knew is that I need to keep doing it. I didn't know at that moment why, and I was okay, trusting it that something would happen. So maybe that's you, folks. Maybe you're in a situation right now where you just don't know exactly why some things are happening to you. Got a hot mic there, folks. Hot mic. So, folks, I just want to talk about real quickly some Clubhouse highlights. Speaking of Clubhouse, first night on Clubhouse, highlights. That was one of the biggest nights. We had Les Brown, okay? Transformation. Introduced him to Dr. Bernie Siegel's Hero on stage, Connections on stage, Doria Cordova, Alex Stern, Ivan Misner jumped on my stage one day. I had no idea who he was. Everybody's like, that's Ivan Misner. He was the founder of the BNI, the largest business network organization in the world. Next thing you know, he's a guest speaker and a friend. Okay, Rex Steven Sykes. I mean, it's another one. If it wasn't for Rex, I would never have met Dr. Joe Vitale. Another member from The Secret. Transformations, giant deals, breakdowns, people learning what their purpose was on stage. Through the millions of people that we've impacted, these are some of the things, some of the highlights of the things that I've seen on stage. So I've asked you guys the question, and this is my take on it. Hardships. If you want to know some highlights of the past year of some of the things that I've encountered being a host, it's not easy. We've had blackouts, total shutdowns of the app, mods being dropped, operating a room under someone else's club, restricted in many ways. We've had trolls, competing rooms. After the first night, folks, I had about 10 rooms lined up to do the Friday night room when they seen how successful it was. It's okay. Someone has taught me, someone wise, and said, that's a compliment. That's the greatest compliment when someone else tries to imitate you. Imitation is a compliment. I've learned these lessons. Same time, lack of funding, folks. We don't get any money to do this. This is another, you can see it as an obstacle, but obstacles are opportunities. Immense energy. So much time spent on this app, hosting this room, so much energy. People direct messaging others into their other rooms on stage because the messaging system wasn't invented till last July. But once it was invented, people were taking people into other rooms. These are the challenges I'm listening, folks. I'm listening to challenges of being traders, Clubhouse tech issues. We had one 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. The heading, the title of the room was actually considered offensive, or not offensive, or one of the shadow banned by Clubhouse, and no one could find the room. Right? Fake friends, jealousy, endless rejection of big name celebrities. You heard Forbes Riley and Laurel talk about this earlier. You know how hard it was to convince these people? I came on here as a nobody. No one knew who I was. I mean, I have a reputation in Philadelphia, but globally, to tap this kind of market, I had to get no after no after no and stand there. And that's where I want to talk about real quick, persistency. I actually, let me talk about some of the positive things that happen here. Movie deals, connections to movie deals, executive producer, 13 Steps to Riches book I'm a co-author of. Have a lot of business deals working in the background. So I'm not making any money from this, but the connections, I'm rolling with opportunities, okay? Including one of the books that I'm writing, 13 Steps to Riches. I want to talk about Think and Grow Rich real quick, because that's the book that it's about. Chapter 8, which is about persistency. I'm sorry, that would be chapter 9, 229b. I want to just read something for you guys real quick, okay? This is from Napoleon Hill's Think and Grow Rich. This is an incredible section on persistency. Chapter 9, persistent. It's one of his steps to riches. Folks, with the mods, if you can check the hot mics for me, I appreciate that. This is very important. This guy interviewed the richest people 100 years ago. That's why his book was the biggest self-development book ever. He says here, the majority of people are ready to throw their aims and purposes overboard and give up at the first sign of opposition or misfortune. A few carry on despite all opposition until they attain their goals. These few are the Fords, the Carnegies, the Rockefellers, Edisons. There may be no heroic connotation to the word persistence, but the quality is the character of man what carbon is to steel. Let me read that again. There may be no heroic connotation to the word persistence, but the quality is to the character of man, and let me add woman, what carbon is to steel. Persistence is one of the formulas for success, folks. Just to explain why I brought this up, because to be a host of these rooms, people ask me all the time, how you do it? You know how much no I had to take? Plenty of it. And this is a testimony to my life as well. And I could tell you that story another time. But you have to, if you want to be a successful entrepreneur, if you want to run a successful business, the topic of the room, you got to be able to have a hard, thin skin, thick skin, I'm sorry, and be able to take the blows in the nose, because you're going to get tons of them, tons of no's. And that's what by putting these earmuffs on to many people telling you not to do this or what to do, and the wrong feedback from the wrong people, by putting the earmuffs on and going with your gut instead, that's what will take you to the finish line. And you'll be 3 feet from gold, and finally gold. One last thing I want to end on, folks. I want to just my daily lesson. I give a lesson every Friday night from my second book, The Most Important Lessons in Economics and Finance. Page one, principle 112, page 144. Adversity can have hidden opportunities for more wealth. The past 2 years, I don't know about you, but I've experienced so much loss and so much pain from family and friends that have passed. Just had another one this week, overdose. I live in the great city of Philadelphia, but it's been at one of its lowest points I've ever seen in my life. And adversity, folks, can have hidden opportunities for wealth. What is the opportunity in so much pain? If you find it, folks, you can really build strength and character. And I think that's what has made Clubhouse so special the past year, because so many people were going through so much stuff. And this was their opportunity to break that cycle and to find the hidden opportunity inside so much challenges that they were facing. And also the reason why I make sure that I create a positive community on the stage here. We got enough stuff going on, folks, in our own life. It's very important that we set the stage to be realistic, but yet positive. Not hiding anything, not pretending that the pain doesn't exist. There are real struggles going on, but I want to make sure that we talk about it and keep it positive. So adversity can have opportunities for hidden wealth. That was the lesson in my second book, folks. If you want to check that out, I got it on stage on my other profile here, my team account. The Most Important Lessons in Economics and Finance. Wrote that for my students 10 years ago. 209 principles of timeless lessons. Folks, these are the lessons of the day. These are the stories of the day. And I want to thank everyone again for being warriors in this club and trying to make everyone steal if they're already not. Because the weakest link is really the pinpoint to strengthen the community. I want to start and strengthen everyone to make us all great and rise equally together. Folks, I'm here for you. I would like to do a quick reset. I thank you again for staying tonight. We had a wonderful night, 1 year anniversary of the longest running room in Clubhouse. Like to do a quick reset. If any of the mods are available, just flash your mic. If you guys want to help out and do a quick reset, just flash your mic. Diamond or Mike or John, Rex, Doria, Laurel or Giuseppe. I see John the Bomb flashing, my man. How are you,
Sure,
John?
I'll
Appreciate
take
you,
it.
buddy.
I'll take it, my brother, my brother. Hey, man, what an incredible night. I told the wife, hey, I need to commit. I need to put in the hours. It's a 1 year anniversary. So, look, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a phenomenal night. The energy has been incredible. The wisdom has been dropped. I hope that you will enjoy the replays as you go on for the next few days and months and weeks. Right? When you go back to these replays, it's really intriguing that you'll just pick up another nugget. And then if you replay it again, you'll pick up another nugget. It's kind of like watching one of your favorite movies that you watch 5, 10, 15, 30 times, because every single time that you replay this night, you will pick up another nugget. One of my mentors told me, a gentleman named Greg Kapp, he said, things are caught, not taught. Things are caught, not taught. So, hey, ladies and gentlemen, it's been an incredible night. Forbes Riley, what an incredible just person. I mean, to raise the kids that she's had. I see Laurel Langemeyer, Doria Cordova, Mike, Diamond. I mean, just everybody here, as well as the old school OGs, the people that helped, in that 12-person room when Dr. Finance came in and kind of stirred up the mustard there, and just he became the straw of the drink. And over the next few months, we really challenged ourselves to create a community and create friendships, and it's been really nice to be a part of it. So if you go ahead to the top of the club here, if you see a little green mansion, the Finance Club, hit that club, become a member, but also look at the members inside the club. These are people that really are taking the time to pour into this club. You You see Friday nights when Dr. Finance is here, putting in 3, 4, 5 hours, and Diamond Diva takes over, and vice versa. Her club on Wednesdays. It's very inspirational. I know she touches people at a deep, deep level, and just so many great things. So I won't blabber anymore, but that is your reset. We have nearly 2,000 people that have come in tonight, 169 currently here, 245 shares, 19 clips, and 509 messages in the back channel. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are here for you. What an incredible night. I hope that you will replay it and take the suggestions of Laurel and Forbes, our special guest, and Diamond and Mike and everybody that's spoken tonight. So, this is John the Bomb. Building others means business. Back to you, Dr. Finance.
Wow, thank you so much. Appreciate that, John. That's an incredible share. I'm sorry, I just want to adjust the microphone
Hey,
here. I'm
Laurel,
actually
I'm back, and thank you, John. It's great to see you. Thank you for that.
thank you, Laurel. Welcome to stage, and appreciate you supporting. So, folks, we're going to move in to just want to say hello to everybody. I'm going to do the extra mile here tonight because I want to make sure that look, I don't care. Health is always important, always important. We had this discussion also in John Lee's room the other day. Health is extremely important, and many people, like I believe he was talking about Jack Ma, one of the richest guys in China, actually just got. I believe he said he got cancer. I don't know for sure if that was it, but the point he was trying to make was that you could be the richest guy in the world, but your health, what are you going to do if something happens to your health? So, but with that said, folks, for you guys, I bend the rules a little bit, especially on a night like this, and I'm here, 5 hours plus, and still kicking. I can go for another 5 hours. We need a break or something. But no, I'm only going to stay here for a little bit, and I want to say hello to everyone. I want to thank everyone for being here. Thank you, John. Awesome reset. Thank you, Diamond and Mike, Rex, Doria, Laurel, Giuseppe. Ella, if you're still we have some people in different parts of the world that are probably late in the hours right now. So Ella, if you wanted to say hello, just flash Blake. Thank you for being here. Thank you, GB. Thank you, Kamal again. Nathalia, Savannah is on the other line, but Savannah, it was an incredible co-host of Diamond Diva's room. Darlene, incredible. Thank you for being here. Darlene, how are you today? Welcome to the room. I see you are here. And we got Bally Paul. Welcome, Bally Paul. We got Noah in the house. And Pamela. Thank you, Pamela. Linda Sunshine. Tina Lord. Folks, flash your mics if you're here. Got Game Changer. And we got Kyle. Flash your mics if you're here. We got welcome, Game Changer. And we got Eric. Eric's in the house. Welcome, Eric. Eric was one of the original community members as well. Eric, how are you, sir? Welcome. I'd love to hear you if you want to go off and say hi.
Dr. Finance, it's been a long time. I had quite an event. So many stories tonight. Such a moving room. Just everybody's pouring out in all directions, boys. What a fire hose. For me, I came onto the app about February last year, and I remember distinctly the little rooms going just huge so quickly. You mentioned John Lee's spaces, and you love those guys. The UK Mod Squad is going to be infamous, right? I mean, we remember these early days, and tonight it's just one of those nights that's special. I had got ill and survived it, thank God, and was off the app for a period of time, and came back to find just the cream had rise to the top, and the people that actually care about other people are right here still caring, and it's just a great night. Dr. Finance, appreciate everything you're doing to put in the energy to pull this type of space together and hold it together. And that's what tonight's all about, right? The anniversary of holding together with a lot of high quality humans. Appreciate the time. It's great to see you.
Thank you, Eric. Appreciate you, man. And what you just said was a very valuable point. So many people have left the app for different reasons. Some, they'll just pop in occasionally, and so. But the thing is, it is extremely challenging to continue on, and there only are certain people that are left, certain big stages that are really left. In the beginning, there was a lot of them, a lot of energy. But Eric, what made you want to continue to come on Clubhouse a year later? I know you were in many of those really super big rooms when it was early last year. So what made you continue to come on Clubhouse? Any thoughts on that?
Well, just experience. I apologize. My mic, my studio's torn apart, so I'm winging it a little bit here with the mic. But it was it was the connections. I mean, I think it's just. It might even sound cliche at this point of the night, but it's clearly the audio platform was so brand new. We were all locked up. There was tension, and this was a place to connect and to release and to just be human and connect with somebody this outside of your box, wherever that box was, and some of us could travel and some of us couldn't. And I just got to say, the proximity to the highest caliber humans that you said it earlier tonight. There's not enough money to put all these people together in a space and place and time for that many hours. Is just it's impossible. It's science fiction, and here we are. And that's why I'm back, because we're connecting, we're helping, and the theme of the whole piece is I get to be me, and I found my tribe, and then wait a minute, I crossed over, and wait, there's a whole nother tribe over here, and over here, and over here, and over here, and I could talk about that all night, but yeah, it's all the people, of course, and we're connecting, and we're taking people off app, connecting in real life, and being, and we got a lot of technology coming at us, and this is a place where we can hold on and learn from each other and be catapulted by each other. And that's what we saw tonight by celebrities that I would have, Lord knows how I'd get in proximity of this many high caliber humans.
Eric, in
Eric,
one
in one
sentence, are
sentence,
you bullish
bearish
or
on
bearish
Clubhouse
on
for the
Clubhouse
next,
for
for the
the
future, the
future,
next
the
year,
next
let's
year,
say?
let's say?
I can't be anything but bullish. I think the metric is distorted because we came into, and my background's in trading and real estate. So, I'm in your lanes or parallel to you. And our metrics are blown. The stock market went to, 30,000 what, from, remember, 10. And, so things get distorted. And I think that's why we hold hands, we lock elbows, we lean on expertise. If I'm the smartest guy in the room, I know damn good and well I'm in the wrong room.
Oh,
Oh,
brilliant answer.
brilliant.
Thank you, Eric. Appreciate that. And you have a great point. I call this regressing to the mean. I think in the beginning, Clubhouse was, like you said, it was the pandemic. They were stuck inside their house. I think, yeah, of course, we're seeing numbers down in rooms right now. But I think, and I was trying to say this to John the other day, like, I think that it's basically regressing to what should have been normal. And so I don't know. What do you guys think? By the way, you feel free to chime in. But thanks again, Eric. Appreciate your input.
But
And
no,
yeah, want
yeah,
to want to
want to
welcome.
welcome.
I want to welcome Michael. Michael, flash your mic if you're here. Michael, thank you. You were here in the John Lee room the other day, so thank you, Mike, for being here. Flash your mic if you want to talk. Dominique Prosper, appreciate you being here. Anita, thank you, Anita, for being here. And I see. Oh, wait a minute. I got to bring. So we got David Noor here. Um, Navid actually was part of the longest running room. He did. All right. So, Navid, I got to bring you up to the stage because this is a really cool fact to add to this discussion. He did a Persian room, I believe it was Persian room, which was modeled after our room and had like 400,000 people going. Welcome. First of all, welcome, Navid. How are you, sir? We're doing a 1 year anniversary, if you can believe it, of that longest running room. How are you, Navid? Welcome.
Dr. Finance, so glad to be here. Thank you so much for having me. Yeah, it was exactly the model from what you guys did, and it was super, super successful. And everybody is like very thankful that we did that. You guys did an amazing job. We followed that, and there are so many good news after a year that we did that room. I have people started their own businesses and communities that we did in those days. Now they are connected, they're networking. And the concept of Clubhouse in the beginning, which was mostly to find, like-minded people and network together, was exactly what we did in that room. So what I believed in the beginning was people can find, information everywhere on the internet. But the most important part was to find the right people to network. And Clubhouse was the best thing to do. And now we still have that room, but once a week. So people, they come in, they chat together, and we have some, meetings out of the Clubhouse. and we did it. It was very good, but it was all modeled from what you did.
Thank you, Navid. I appreciate that. And your story is an incredible part of our story too. So I'm really glad you came tonight. I don't know if it's destiny. I don't know how you found this room, but you haven't been here in a while, and you somehow managed to come to this important room where that part of the story was so necessary. And Navid, if you don't mind, I do want to ask you, what are your thoughts on how do we get Clubhouse to find out what happened here? Because the founders, I mean, we have marketed, if you think about it, between your room and what we did over here, I mean, we have impacted so many people. And but not just that, from a Clubhouse perspective, if you own Clubhouse, we're actually marketed so much. We marketed this app like for free, bringing the best and the brightest, the best speakers, the best writers and business people, and for free for the app, and have not got any support for it. I'm just trying to figure out what your thoughts are to put our stories together and just make some more impact for the future of Clubhouse.
Yeah, I guess the beginning of Clubhouse was the hype, and everybody was looking after the number of followers, and to find the in like what we did on Instagram as far as the followers and stuff. We tried to do that, but the reality was those people that they were genuine and they wanted to share, their thought, their knowledge, they stayed. And what I see after a year, even in my own business, I'm getting results because of people that they're calling me after a year. That, hey Navid, I heard you, and it was about that. Can you help us? So I was patient, and what I see right now, as you mentioned, that was right about the Clubhouse. Yeah, in the beginning it was so crowded, rooms were very crowded, but those who are stayed and those who are in the rooms now, and in the like good rooms, not like there's so many rooms, but rooms that people they can find uh, some nice topics and content. They are successful, and they can find if it's about business, they can find very good customers. So there's one rule for me. You guys did it, and it was just show up. I showed up in the beginning, and I had no idea what's going on, and it was very successful. So I know that by showing up, uh, then there should be a result after that. So I did that, and after when you have to show up, you have to work on yourself, you have to prepare, you have to learn. And the whole concept of this circle was very useful. In the beginning I did it just because of the Clubhouse and I had to be there, but now I know you have to prepare, and knowledge is power. When I come and share my thought and my knowledge, I have to learn it first. So this is the other side of Clubhouse, that you guys did it days and nights, and you had a good content. Um, and yes, Clubhouse should know it. Everybody should know it off of Clubhouse, not in the Clubhouse, because you impacted so many lives, not directly, indirectly. And I know many businesses, they cannot speak English, but I know many of them that they're very thankful. I can invite you to the room and you can talk to them. It's pretty interesting. So you guys did the mission, very successful mission, and I really thank you. And I'm so happy that I'm here tonight.
Yeah, Navid, I would like that. I would love to just come in and say hi, or and reverse that as well. Have them come here on Friday night. So we've actually the Friday night rooms have been going since then. After that club, I'm sorry, that room ended. We're like, all right, what do we do now? Well, I said, okay, well let's do the Friday night rooms at minimum, okay, to keep the community together. And the Friday rooms have been just going ever since. So anytime you want to come in or bring any of your community here, it's Friday, about 6:30 p.m. Eastern time to about midnight today. We're going to go a little after, maybe 12:30. because exactly 12 o'clock would actually be the 1 year anniversary. So you're always welcome if you can. Yeah, bring them in, and love to intermix the community, and hopefully they speak English, so so they understand what we're talking about. But
They do, some of them. Thank you so much, Dr. Finance. Thank you.
yes, Navid, I appreciate that, and thank you again for being here. Much appreciation. All right, so want to thank. Let's see, we got Dominique up next. Well, Michael, we got Dominique, Anita, flash your mics, folks, if you're here. Annie and Heidi. We got Brigetti here. Welcome. Christopher's here. We got Kamakaiism, and then Vanessa, Trey, Keisha, Cindy. We got Arpit and Joy and Melissa. Thank you for being here, and Chris and David's here. Welcome, David. Appreciate you being here. Tina, Connie, and Jeff Muffet. Jeff was actually part of the original room as well. Jeff, I'm wondering what your journeys are. If you ever want to speak, feel free. Always come every Friday night. Jeff has done a lot of amazing things on Clubhouse as well. And we got Julian's here. Julian's still here. My man, he's still here. Julian, actually, folks, he's going to be our main guest speaker next week. Julian, let me bring up Julian. Julian Britanno, folks, we got in the house. 2.5 hour interview on the podcast last week. I just found out one really important thing at the end of that. I got a friend a person I want to have as a friend for life. This guy is just incredible. When I find people that are successful, that have a great heart and really have a great mission, it's like hitting the lottery to me. Forget about the money. It's when you find really good people, folks, that's the lottery in life. You want to keep them. They're keepers. And Julian is just an amazing guy, folks. He was a protege to Oprah. His story is incredible. How he met her, how he became an actor. He was running giant nightclubs in New York and all kinds of incredible stuff. So we're going to have him here next week. So stay tuned for that, Julian Britanno. So we got celebrities. We got all kinds of great people on the stage here. We got an activator up next. Welcome, Michelle Salinas. Appreciate you being here. And we got Dr. Allison. Welcome, Dr. Allison. Nancy, Marco, Tiffany, Amparo, George, Brenda's in the house. Got Consuela and Celine, Kathleen, Erica, Anna, Luis in the house. Welcome, Luis. Oh, Luis, thank you for joining us tonight. How are you?
Hey, Dr.
Fabulous.
Finance, can I?
Oh, you want to say hello? Good. Go, Luis. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
fabulous, Dr. Finance. My gosh, what a room. Bless you, bless you. Um, just amazing. To have Shan Lecter and Forbes Riley, my dearest pal, I tell you. Dr. Finance, she came on and she actually sought me out on this app. And I went to the Best Success weekend with her and did two of her courses, and she's just phenomenal. And then the surprise of all, Laurel Langmar, I read a book, I mean, years ago, and I'm like, I cannot even believe I'm on the same stage with her. Welcome, Laurel. My gosh, I'm sending you so much of love. And Dr. Finance, thank you. I so appreciate you. I would love to speak more. I know you have people on stage, so I don't want to hold up a stage. I just want to say, Giuseppe, I loved your share, pal. So lovely to hear you. And sending love to everyone on stage here and everyone down below. I love you all. And Dr. Finance, you're the best. Thank you so much. This is Louise. I'm out.
Thank you, Louise. Appreciate you. Appreciate all your support. Coming faithfully every Friday night as well. So, yeah, absolutely. Just keep coming if you want to keep learning how to, just getting better at speaking and stuff. Just come here, and every week we have a section for our panel to ask questions, and then a section after that where we discuss, like we're doing now, about the topic at hand. So, yeah, that's the best way. That's how I started. Literally, folks, the question has been so instrumental in my path here on Clubhouse. The question is what got me on the stages with 25 followers. Had 2,500 people I was following. Only 25 people were following me back the first month. And how I got on these stages, I would just go up and ask just a question that would just knock the whole panel off. And next thing you know, they're talking about it for an hour. And they're like, who was that guy that asked that question? And that's really how it began, by trying to serve. See, I figured like this: if I have no influence here, but let me try to serve them. How can I serve them? Well, let me get them thinking. So I'm going to ask them a great question. And that's how I built my way onto the stages. And that's how I built my way to eventually getting trusted to host these giant rooms in the giant clubs. And one thing led to another. So thank you, Louise. I appreciate that. Welcome,
Hey,
Karen
Dr.
King.
Finance,
Welcome,
can I jump in
Daz.
here for a second?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
You know,
Yeah.
I got to give you credit, man. I mean, you kept it going. I think part of the allure, this is Kyle, by the way, Kyle
Oh,
from
welcome,
in
Kyle.
New
Yes.
York.
Well,
So, you know, during the pandemic, it was a tough time for a lot of people. And that room, the main topic of the room was how to run $1 million business. And there were people trying to find different ways to make money, how to grow their business, and how to be in business. And you know, we had all these awesome entrepreneurs, successful multimillionaires, and even billionaires, and on the stage. I think that was part of it. So I think what we can do is we can, you know, clap our fingers and acknowledge those that came through, got their start. They probably got their start and moved on. You know, so it's not as popular as it used to be when we first got here, but I think you can call it a success, right? Because now they're off making money and helping other people. But I want to give you the credit for keeping this community going, bringing some awesome people like Sharon and Laurel, all those fabulous entrepreneurs here, and this keeping the movement. And definitely want to give, you know, Dan and Kate their credit for starting the whole program in you know, in the first place. But hey, Dr. Finance, just want to give you your crown and your credit. And I couldn't come on here and not say anything, and I appreciate you for all the hard work you're doing, my friend.
appreciate you, Kyle. Yes, absolutely. Kate and Dan give credit for the club that they originally started and for taking faith in me. But, you know, stories change and life diverts in different ways. But I definitely give credit where credit's due. Thank you, Kyle. Appreciate you being here, man. And um, definitely appreciate your support. I want to, real quickly, I just want to also, I don't know if I welcome Megan. Thank you, Megan, for Megan DiMartino has been a very major supporter of the club as well. Thank you, Megan. Appreciate you being here. Anita and Annie. And then we got Christopher. And I might have popped a little bit around, but we got Ellie in the house. Welcome, Ellie, and welcome, Joy, Melissa, Chris, David. Welcome, David, Tina, Connie, Jeff, Activator, Doctor, Nancy, Marco, Tiffany, Amparo, Brenda, Consuela, Celine, Kathleen, Erica, Annie, Louise, Karen, King, Daz, D, Michelle, Crystal, Tammy. The stage is really big, folks, but I appreciate so many cool people being here. Him and Elizabeth. Also, wow, Elizabeth Kincaid, welcome, Elizabeth. Appreciate you being here. And yeah, welcome, Elizabeth. I think you were part of the. Were you part of the original longest running room?
Yes,
I know. Yeah, to January 11, 2021. Yeah, I think you
I
were.
was.
Welcome. How are you?
I'm fabulous. Thank you for asking. I wasn't in until maybe like 40 minutes ago, so I missed tonight's presentation program, but I'm here now to support.
Oh, thank you. And maybe you can. We're just, you know, basically we had our main guest speakers had a lot of amazing people jump in earlier, but maybe your thoughts on um, you know, how has the Clubhouse impacted you over the past year? How has the longest running room on Clubhouse, if you want to add that as well, impacted your life?
Wow, yeah. Hearing that Consuela's in here too, or Consuelo, sorry. Uh, yeah. So when the room started, it was just like a few of us, and then the networking, the being invested in a community. At the beginning, I was pretty much addicted to being in the rooms. I've fallen off. I've got some like living life now and doing some things. The information and suggestions and encouragement has been so invaluable. I have grown leaps and bounds since first getting on here, which originally was for the NFT space, but it just expanded into so much more. And I really appreciate you and want to thank you and acknowledge you for being part of that.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Elizabeth. Appreciate your support. And yeah, it's just totally. I agree with you. It's just totally cool app, life changing if you use it properly. So that's the key. Steva, Rebecca, welcome, Rebecca. Rebecca's following me on all forms of social media. I love it. So Rebecca, it's awesome. And you reminded me, folks, don't just follow us here. Follow us on different platforms. I'm on LinkedIn, folks. Come check me out over there. Come check me out on where's it, Facebook and Instagram, Twitter, right? Check everyone out that you find interested in other platforms in case anything ever happened on social media. then you know where to find them. As a fact, the best source for you guys is my drfinance.info newsletter. So everyone on here, I really encourage you to do this right now. To subscribe, go to the link up top and subscribe to the newsletter. I don't like spam or anything. Once a month, I'll send you a newsletter just telling about all the cool things that are happening, particularly on Clubhouse. And this will make sure you're always involved, whether it's Clubhouse or Clubhouse 2 or whatever the next Clubhouse is. Hopefully, we'll stay on Clubhouse. But whatever it is, you'll be a part of that community. And if you subscribe right now to the newsletter, drfinance.info, the link at the top, I'm throwing in 2 free videos today. Okay, you'll get the link in the newsletter at the end of the month when I send the newsletter. So not
Hey,
trying to pitch,
Dr.
but
Finance, this is Laurel.
yeah. What's up,
I'm
Laura?
gonna
How are you?
add, I'm gonna add some like put more cash in your pocket, free bonuses to your newsletter. So go get his newsletter. This man's amazing and he's changing your life. And I'm gonna add some bonuses. I'll send you a link
Uh,
to you and then you put it in your newsletter.
oh, that sounds great.
I know. I just want to add huge value. This room has no idea how amazing you are. I appreciate you putting this room together. It was so fun to be with the girls tonight. Talk about May 13th too.
Oh yeah, May 13th, folks. Definitely save that on the calendar. So next week we got Julian Bertano, as I mentioned earlier, but the week after that, so Laurel's going to be the main guest speaker, and it's going to be incredible. We're going to invite all Laurel's friends, and she's got all really high profile friends. Maybe even Brian Tracy will stop by, and you know it's going to be incredible, folks. Sharon Lecter will be there for sure. She was here earlier, but she'll be there a lot longer on May 13th. So mark that on your calendar. Thank you, Laura. Anything else you like that? Okay, thank you, Laura. Appreciate that. All right, folks.
Button. Sorry. I was hitting the wrong
Oh, that's
button. It
okay.
said mute.
I do that
I
often.
know I was just talking to myself for a minute. I noticed it was me.
Okay.
So, I just like, if you weren't here earlier, like I wish sometimes these things were recorded because like Forbes was
It is
amazing.
recorded,
And for
Laura.
you
So I
women
interrupt
in the room,
you. This is definitely recorded. That's why we probably got to stop in about 20
oh,
minutes.
thank
Yeah.
God.
Yeah.
Because I'm going to take the recording, I can tell you, and I'm going to cut that part where DC, like Doria, Forbes, and like that, to have women who are willing at the success level that we've achieved. And that's what we're gonna do on May 13th, plus Sharon Lecter, plus Diamond Diva, like, she's just like so amazing and gracious this week to help, and bring me to her stage. Like, you have no idea, women. Like, I'm older in this game. We all are, us women that are going to be taking that stage on May 13th. So I'm featured because I'm having a new book come out, the makeyourkidsmillionaires.com. But you women have got to like be mentored by other women. And this platform is so amazing that you're a year into this and your commitment to this, Dr. Finance. So I just want to acknowledge you and those of you that are here, how important this is. And we were talking, I took a little break from, I was out, but I just had to take a little break to talk to some clients of mine. And I said, when a door opens, you have to walk through. Like Glenn Morshower came to see me in Statesboro last week when my son won that award, because he and Logan are very close, and he's very close with my kids. And I said, he opened the door to my 15-year-old daughter, and I said, Tristan, he just turned 63, by the way, Glenn Morshower. Any of you that know him, his birthday was just last Sunday. And I said, Tristan, like, this is your moment. You're 15 years old. You walk through that door. So I'm just inviting you. Like, this platform allows you to open the door. You have to walk through it. So take action. When he says get the newsletter, which is why I jumped in. I said, I'm gonna plus it. I want to add a bonus. Like, we are at a different point in our, we're not seeking, we're harvesting. So like, we're at a different place. And I cannot tell you women how hard it is to find powerful women who are gracious enough to say, I did it for me. No, I did this for y'all. Like, y'all, like, you have no idea what you have on this platform tonight. When he said he put $1 billion room together, it's $1 billion plus. So just thank you for that.
Thank you, Laura. Appreciate that. And Laura, you actually brought up a point that reminded me of something. When we did these rooms, we didn't have all the features back in the day because Clubhouse was testing a lot of things. One thing in particular we didn't have until November was recording. Recording really began in the format that you guys know in November. They had recording, but it wasn't the same. It wasn't where you can actually go down to the bottom of your profile. So check it out, folks. Go to the bottom of my profile, or you click on the Finance Club, and just scroll down. You can see the recordings of all the rooms that took place. We didn't have that kind of system. So it wasn't until Mark Victor Hansen, one night he was speaking as the main guest speaker. He's the guy who co-wrote Chicken Soup for the Soul, the largest nonfiction bookseller of all time, 500 million copies. He said, Tony, why are you not recording this? And it made me think about it. And then just a few weeks later, Les Brown came on. I think we broke the scale on Clubhouse with over 10,000 people, which was a lot at that point. And I started thinking about it, and I started recording it only as early December, Laurel. That was like the first time I really started recording. I was totally anti-recording guy, but we had the system in place now. So I started recording early December, and I got to say, it's so much better for people that aren't able to come that night. I mean, people always have things to do. So if they have an event to go to or something, they can always go back and listen to the recording, and it's been a game changer here. So yeah, I mean the recordings are available now, and you'll see it actually, Laurel. So I just want to teach you folks a little bit how to operate Clubhouse. So when this room is over,
Right.
give
So
give it about 10 minutes.
this like Dr. Finance, this just like tells you, like I have a whole tech team. I Yeah, I do my magic and they do my tech. So I'm going to tell them because we have to do all this. It's like, so thank you. I love that you are staying on top of all this for us.
Yeah, thank you, Laurel. Yeah, it's pretty easy, folks. So all you got to do when this room's over, wait about 10 minutes, and you go to the bottom. If anyone has spoken, it only shows for those who have spoken. Really, go to the bottom of your profile, and you'll see the room, and you can just click on the recording. Or if you haven't spoken and maybe you're in the audience, just go to the bottom of my profile. Would definitely work. Or the go to the club itself, go to the bottom, and you'll see the room. It'll pop up. All you got to do is hit the button, and the room begins from the first second to the end, which will be about 6 hours. So pretty cool. Thank you, Laura. Appreciate it. Okay, I'm inviting.
Hey, Dr.
Yes,
Finance.
yes. Welcome.
It's Heidi Wild. Hi, everyone.
Hi, Heidi.
And I just want to say something on this recording. You don't have to listen all 6 hours. It's really cool because you can fast forward and skip to speakers. So if it sounded overwhelming, 6 hours, then you can go to any particular area that you want. I just wanted to add that in. Back to you, Dr. Finance.
Thank you, Heidi. Incredible point. And you're right. It really is easy. You can just skip around to different speakers that you're interested in hearing. I use that tool very often, actually. When I check the rooms afterwards, I actually do listen to it. But thank you, Heidi. Appreciate that. And I want to welcome. I believe Ha has entered the building. Ha Nugent is actually one of the original members of. So Ha and new folks who are coming to the room, want to let you know what's going on. Now, don't fall off your chair if you're part of the old community, but believe it or not, it's been a year since the longest running room on Clubhouse. And Ha, you were a part of that, and you're a very successful Clubhouse person as well. So, Ha, welcome to the stage. Any thoughts and your highlights of that room that you might have stood out? Any your experiences on Clubhouse the past year? Anything you'd like to share? Welcome, Ha.
Oh, hey, you know what? I love being um meeting wonderful people like you, of course. So energetic. There's always great memories, right? Great memories, great stories to share, and the fact that we all like take time out of our day and just give great advices and compared to what's going on now, I just feel like everybody's like selling something, you know but it was just so nice. I think we were all like a bunch of rookies at the time. Right, we're just like, oh, we just want to jump in and we just laughed. We just didn't take it seriously. We had fun too. And now I feel like a lot of the rooms you go in, it's so serious all the time. But yeah, we that room was great. Meeting you, meeting amazing people in here, and uh, just having great relationships. I think the genuine relationships being built on here, I think it's awesome. So yeah, I've had a great time for a whole year. So back over to you.
Thank
And
you,
it's so,
Ha. Appreciate it.
wait, and it's
I'm
so
sorry.
nice just for you to have your own, to see you having your own room. So that's awesome.
Thank you, Ha. I really appreciate that, and I appreciate people like yourself coming back. There was a point where the community was, how do I put this nicely, could have went any direction because there was a transitional period from the old club to this club, and seeing leading members of the old club still come back and support and want to keep the community together, um, to me is just a beautiful thing. It's like you get it. You get why we're here, to help each other, lift each other up, and hats off to you. I appreciate that. And by the way, still love your profile picture. Love that hat. It's an incredible hat. But welcome again, Ha, and love to see you every Friday night. We have these rooms running every Friday, so if you're ever free, just come on in. We have major guest speakers every Friday. We got Laura Langmeyer's on stage. She'll be here 2 weeks from now. But Julian Bertano is also on stage. We'll be here next Friday. He's a very successful entrepreneur and co-star to Oprah. So welcome, Ha. And I want to also welcome, we got Jason in the house. Welcome, Jason, Sally, Shauna, James, Salome, Sandra's in the house. And then we got Sir Jude is also in the house. Sandra, I see you flashing. So Sandra, and then just Sir Jude was flashing as well. So go ahead, Sandra, first, if you
Oh,
want to say hi.
thanks, Dr. Finance. I'll make it quick, but sorry, I get choked up. I just want to say thank you so much. You are one of the true gentlemen on Clubhouse. You invite people in, you have a genuine heart, and you're just so welcoming. And I just wanted to, let's all give Dr. Finance some beautiful flowers because you're always so just amazing. And that's all I want to say. Thank
Amen,
you.
amen, and amen to that. That is so
Yes,
true,
yes,
Sandra.
yes.
Dr.
Thank you,
Finance, you
Sam.
absolutely need some flowers. And I just wanted to say this all evening, but I'm so happy Sandra said this, Dr. Finance. So touching that you call people out by their names and you acknowledge everyone. And it's just such a wonderful gift. Dr. Finance, you're such a blessing. Thank you so much. This is Louise, and I'm out.
Thank you, Louise. Appreciate that. And Sandra, kind words. Very, very appreciative of that. And that's a great point that both of you just brought up. It's like, I wish I can call the names out of everyone in the audience. Um, it just wouldn't be practical. But for a moment, folks, I want to pause. I've given a lot of kudos to the people on stage, but I want to give kudos to people off stage because you guys are just listening. Some of you have been listening all night. I mean, I've just heard the amazing golden nuggets here. I want to thank you for listening and learning and being supportive of this club. You could be doing anything right now, but your frequency is connected. If you want to be a great, successful, a business person, entrepreneur, okay, we don't give financial advice on the stage, but we give information, and you will find yourself swimming in unbelievable amounts of information. If you grow up poor or not having money, um, I grew up, four grandparents died broke. Four grandparents, Philadelphia. From I like to think that at best it would be middle income parents. Very poor neighborhood. Figured out a way to get here, and if only I had an app like this in my 20s or teens, how far advanced I would get. Shave off 10, 20 years. I didn't have access to the people I brought on stage. I didn't have access to them until about a year or two ago, but now I got them. I got their cell phone numbers. Okay, I can call Laura Langemeyer up anytime I want. I can call up Forbes Riley anytime I want. Sharon Lechter. These are Alex Stern, John Legere. I got his phone number. I can call these people up anytime I want, and I can bring them to you guys. And folks, that is priceless. If you listen and you use the knowledge that they have and apply it wisely, you can improve your life. That's a fact. That is a fact. And I'm speaking as a former university professor for 10 years. I was told to teach their teachings, and they work. But it's not the whole story. The whole story is also to be surrounded by extremely successful people. That's what they don't teach in universities, folks. I taught at 6 universities. I'm telling you this firsthand. Hundreds of courses I've taught, from undergrad to doctoral accounting classes that I really didn't want to be in, but I had to teach it. And the missing link was having great mentors and being surrounded with people like this on stage tonight. So thank you. Appreciate that, Sandra. And Sir Jude, I know you were flashing. Folks, we're only going to keep the room going for maybe another 10 minutes because I don't want to lose the recording. Clubhouse has another weird rule about 6 hours. If you guys want to continue the room somewhere else, we can figure out how to funnel that into another room. Just DM me offline, or I'm sorry, DM me in the background and let me know what your thoughts are. Sir Jude, welcome, Sir Jude. I know you played a major part of the community as well. Any thoughts about the longest running room of Clubhouse and your experience on this wonderful app, how it's changed your life?
You know, it's amazing that it's 1 year has passed, and looking back, you seem to be the flag bearer of that room. That everything have just fallen apart, but you're the one that stands, and that's how you know a winner. They say, "How do you know who wins a fight?" Is after all said and done, the person that is left standing is the winner. So I can't miss that analogy in this instance. And that room taught me a lot. It brought the whole world into a small global village. From the question that people asked, you will see that we human being has this common problem, looking for the common solution, and we are all seeking for the same thing, trying to better ourselves. Just a global community. And that's the whole impression that I got from that particular room. And that has formed my worldview and my perspective that we are all the same. Somebody has a hot mic somewhere. But at any rate, looking back, I look back with a sense of gratitude. The people that we've met, that we helped, questions that we've answered, how people came back and shared their how growth that they have become through those rooms, and it's very inspiring that you're continuing that mindset. And I thank you for that, and I'll give you kudos for that, and I'm done.
Thank you, Sir Jude. Appreciate that. Appreciate you being here, man, and always supporting. Incredible. Remember, we used to joke around. We had the other Jude on here when I first met you, and I got confused for a second because when I run these rooms, it's hard going back and forth real quick. You know, you're constantly to host a room like this. You're constantly scanning for the names and things like that, so it gets a little dizzying after a while, especially 5-6 hours. But I remember there was Jude sitting next to you. I was like, wait a minute, no, that's Sir Jude. So yeah, so that's pretty funny. You remember Judy
Yes, I
Gennard? She was
remember.
here
I
earlier.
remember her with yellow outfit. That's
Yeah,
actually why I went back and I put my tie to Sir Jude in order to draw that distinction, because we are always together. And then when they say Jude, it was a little bit confusing who they were referring to. Yeah, I remember her. What a nice time we had at that.
yeah, it's a good point. Thank you, Sir Jude. Yeah, that actually looks a lot better. I like your profile. So thanks, Sir Jude. Welcome to the stage. And anyone else that wants to say hi before we close out the room? Diamond, if you're back, just flash your mic. Oh, Julian Bertano. Oh, sorry, folks, we got to just skip here. We got Julian Bertano. Definitely got to hear from Julian. He's going to be our main guest speaker next week, folks. Wait till you hear. If you haven't heard it already, go to the podcast, look it up, Dr. Finance Live. Right after we did the Forbes Riley interview, I'll post it up in a second. But Julian's interview last week, I actually took the week off for podcasting because I did 2 podcasts last week. It was just 2.5 hours each. I mean, basically, it's a plus marketing and whatnot. It's incredible. But Julian's story is off the charts. Just an incredible guy. Welcome, Julian. How are you, sir?
Good, Dr. Finance. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Appreciate everybody here, actually. And first and foremost, congratulations and happy anniversary to yourself, the Finance Club, everybody that's been a part, that's been major contributing factors and supporters. So that's what it's all about. Shout out to everybody else. Dr. Forbes Riley, great shares by everybody else too. This just adds so much value. I came on Clubhouse in October, and the first room I was introduced to was cool. It was, a room full of progressives and things like that. I'm like, okay, this is a cool app. And then, of course, I ran into the other rooms that might have had some other goals. I'll just put it like that. And they didn't quite fit what I was looking to do, and so I started to get a little. I'm about to stop using this app, but then um, I ran into Diamond Diva and yourself and other, John Lee and other rooms. So this room has definitely been a club that has kept not just my interest, but my connectivity to realize that there are individuals out here that I can speak with, that we can vibe, we can connect, and share synchronicity in how we move and think. And I think this is very important. And I can't wait to be able to share some more. And I appreciate you again for your podcast and for always showing so much love to not just myself, but like the other lady said, everybody else that you see. It's tough doing what you do, and I applaud you for doing it. So, um, again, happy anniversary to you, and definitely, how to run a successful business. I think when I came in, I was already past a good amount of the talk, but just the shares of people being vulnerable and expressing their concern and love for their family members and friends. And it's just about humanity. It's about us working together. And, hopefully I can share and add some value, and just saying that's what I believe it takes to run a successful business. So thank you very much. I'll yield the mic right there.
Thank you, Julian. I appreciate that a lot. And Julian has run multiple successful businesses, so he knows what he's talking about. And he's actually doing some incredible things right now that I learned on the podcast interview. So we're going to hear that story next week and really get to learn about this great individual. So Julian, appreciate you being here. And one of the things you mentioned. So I like your Clubhouse story. You came in. He wasn't part of the longest running room, but he came in October. It was well past the room and ended at that point. And Diamond actually is the one who let me know who Julian was, which led me to really inquire more and realize that I got to connect with him. So when you started coming on the stages, I want to thank you for that. But the thing is, they say you are the sum of the five people you hang around, and that's the idea behind this. If you're the sum of the five people you hang around, they're great, then you would be great. But if you're the sum of 500 people that you hang around and they're all great, you'd be even greater. I mean, it's just a math problem, right? Like if you got this great club full of the best writers, right? The top New York Times best-selling authors, the best speakers on the planet, like Les Brown or Dan Clark, who's coming in a few weeks, or Jim Cathcart, the former president of the National Speakers Association, who watched Les Brown grow up, who watched Tony Robbins grow up. Like the best business people, like Alex Stern, who was on stage, or John Legere, the CEO of T-Mobile, who was on stage today. Billionaires like Rami El-Batrali, who was here earlier this year, Ryan Blair, who was here, who $1 billion in exits. I mean, if you're around all them, what's that make you? It's not the sum of the top five people. If you're around 500 people that are great or more, you become
Dr.
greater and
Finance, I'm
greater.
sorry, but I have to interrupt because this is like such a significant question for you.
Okay, Laura.
Just exactly on your topic, because I think it's just so significant. This room has grown so well. How big was your database when Clubhouse started, and how big is it today?
I didn't even know what a database was, Laurel. I'm just a regular
I,
guy. I had
okay,
no
so
idea.
that's what I want. That's what I want you to talk about, because I can tell you, Bob Proctor told me I was one of his, like, I found him at 19, hired him for 25,000 at 21. I hadn't a freaking clue I was going to pay him. I didn't care. I figured it out, and that's what a lot of you don't realize. You don't ever say you can't afford anything. If you want it, you will find a way. But to that point, I knew at 21, so I kept every name, every phone number, everything. I put it in a little spreadsheet because there wasn't, like, I'm a little older than a lot of you. And I got my first little act. And then from act, I went to like, so anyway, so to a big database. So I have known how to monetize a database and how to do that. That's what I teach you, how to be a millionaire. It's like you got to monetize a database, capital funding. How do you do all this? You have been remarkable. So I don't know that anyone has acknowledged you tonight, how much you have done to make this room and your annual, your 1 year anniversary. So I just want to acknowledge you. You're amazing and what it took to do with that. So, like, just guess. So you didn't know. And now, how big's your database? Million?
So I have over 1 million followers. I'm working on what John Lee calls he's a expert marketer.
Yep.
Basically, what do you
Yep.
call? What's the word he says? Well, after 6 hours of running the stage, I forget the word. It pollinating, cross pollinating.
Omnipresent.
Well, and I
Omnipresent.
gotta tell you, like, you didn't have an opt-in for a newsletter. Like, you and I kept talking, and I have like Laurel.club, right? So LORAL.club. And that's going to take you from following to a database. You have that now. You're going to sign up and like, and I know John Lee, you're out there, you have to know this is so critical what is happening tonight. And some of you might be half asleep, but wake up. I don't care what time it is. This is the most important annual anniversary. So I just want to acknowledge you because you saw the opportunity and the door opened and you walked through it and it was this Clubhouse app. So you have crushed it. So have you, Diamond Diva. You're amazing. So I just wanted, you guys have done it right. You are so awesome how you did this.
Thank you, Laurel.
And I don't know that everybody below knows how damn important it is.
Laurel,
So
I
it's all
appreciate
about you, dude.
what you said, and if you don't mind, I like to, in the last 5 minutes or so, I like to ask you a question. What your thoughts are about how difficult it would be to pull this off. Now, remember, Laurel, I came from, I didn't have any family in royalty or any of these big connections. To go from
Me
nothing as a
either. I'm a
university
farm girl from
professor.
Nebraska. I didn't do any of this
Oh, I
crap.
know, I know. That's what I'm saying. But
Like,
you're ahead of me in publicity, and you did all amazing things 20 years before this. I just want to get your opinion. That's why I find it so valuable. How difficult is it for someone to penetrate that level, to impress
ah,
so many people and build the stage, to let them, to accept them into their community? What has to be done?
I do. I can't do that in minutes because I'm about to be another, to do 5 New York Times bestsellers. Mike was on it, so I just dropped. But to be a New York Times bestseller is it's an act of God. It's like running another company. And so I took it on with a vigor. I got back to McGraw Hill in the end of last year. And I said, let's do this. It's going to the fourth of my Millionaire Maker. So I went back to my original publisher in 2005 when they found me. And I said, you have to do my finale. Not that that'll be my, but for the Millionaire Maker, it's the legacy. It's makeyourkidsmillionaires.com. Go get that darn book. It's how you parents can make your kids millionaires. And I can tell you, we have done nothing but this book, this NFT that we're launching with the book. It is the most amount of work that none of you have any idea. And but I want to go back to you, what you have done so smartly, because you didn't have, if you didn't even know what a database was, well done. But more importantly, you knew, you listened to me, you listened to John, you listened to a lot of us, how to monetize. You took the advantage, you opened the door, because you've opened the door for me tonight. Let's be honest, you opened the door for Forbes tonight. The opportunity on May 13th, you all better be back here, because us women of power are going to be together. Some of the, I'm going to say the wealthiest, most influential women are going to be here on May 13th. And it's his room, but you're doing it. You're smart. You get it. You get what it takes to do this. I'll tell you, Bob Proctor did this for me as well. I'm going to keep helping. We all know that. Bob did it for me. Bob put me on The Secret. I was in Aspen, Colorado, in the depth of a valley. And he said, you're going to get on a plane. I was with John Assaraf. I'm not getting on a plane, but we're doing an event. He says, you're getting on a plane. John already filmed. You get here. John's like, go. So, you're going, you have to, I don't care how damn inconvenient. I think that's my next ebook. I'm not going to do another one of these big ones, but an ebook, I want to write The Inconvenient Millionaire. It is not convenient. It's not when on your terms. You're going to be so inconvenienced, and pray, I thank God that Bob Proctor said, you're going to get on a effing plane and you're going to get to Beverly Hills. You're going to film that damn thing, The Secret. And thank God I did it. So I can tell all of you that are listening, it is the most inconvenient times of your life. Like, I don't care, like it's 9:30, I'm in Lake Tahoe area. You're 12:30. I don't know where you're all in the world. It is not convenient to be here right now. That is not what you need to be thinking about.
You're
It is the
so on
most
point with that.
inconvenient freaking thing of your life to become a millionaire and a multi millionaire. I have made over $1 billion in sales. I know how to do this game. Like I have no like, and you saw me because you know I kept going Laurel.club, go there. Remember early on, you're like, no, I'm not doing it for that. I said, you have to do it for that. I don't know if it's like who you actually learn the detail from, but you have got to bring people out of followers to database. That's going to actually be another ebook. Maybe you and John Lee and we all do that. And we do that together. It is the most critical thing you'll ever do in your life is build a monetized database. Another conversation, May 13th. But I'm handing it back to you. You know me. I don't have an off switch, so I could just go on and on and on. Appreciate all of you. You're amazing. Like, just trust that you're amazing and be who you want to be. Stop hiding. The world needs you.
Laurel, you're incredible. I appreciate you
Bam.
being here. Laurel,
Bam.
just for the
Woo!
record, how much do you charge if you were on a major, let's say an international stage for an hour? About 25,000?
Oh, hell no. Like, if they don't, if it, so here's the deal. If you want me to talk, not pitch, because I am paid to pitch. I am one of the most I am at the top of like, I'm in the 1%er with Forbes. We are the most influential saleswomen in the world. We can sell you ice to Eskimos and you got 9,000 storage units full of it. And you'll say, damn, I need some more. And that's not manipulative. It's because we listen. And we have and I am NLP trained. I'm linguistic trained. Believe me, I've had mentors like you have no idea what I paid to do what I do. And I'm still a learner. I'm still out here at 9:30 at night, right? It's Friday night. Like I'm here and I didn't disconnect. I told you earlier, I'm only gonna be here for half hour and I couldn't close. Like I have to listen. And I took a few breaks, but I'm here. And I think a lot of you just, oh, it's just, I'm tired. Get in shape then. You have to get in money shape. And I'm going to like our May 3rd, but you got to get in money shape. You got to repeat. You got to rinse. You got to like get back here. You got to repeat. You don't get to go to the gym and like lift a few weights and say, "Damn, I look good." No, you have to rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat. You have to go like you have never gone if you want to be successful. It is rough out here. And I'm not, and I'm probably the biggest truth teller, so I'm not going to say that, but well, I am going to say that. I'm going to tell them all day long. You have got to want it. And you can all have it. Everyone. I was a farm girl from Nebraska. I grew up wherever you wanted. My husband grew up in Winnipeg, Canada. I met him in Calgary, Canada. He didn't grow up with money either. You can all do this, but you have got to want it. And you have to do what you have never done before in your life to get it. It's all
Thank you,
yours, my
Laurel.
friend. And you
Th-
have done what you have never done because you paid attention, you listened, the door opened, you walked through this clubhouse stage, and you took it. So it's a big deal what you've done. You and Diamond Diva, a few of you, John, like you guys have done amazing to have these rooms. It is so much work to do what you guys have done. So I just want to acknowledge you guys. You don't get enough. Everybody comes and I'm going to say, not just to say consumes, but you guys created. And there's two people I teach. You're going to be a creator or consumer, and who a balanced life is both. You're going to consume and you're going to create. You're going to consume and you're going to create. And you have to do both. And a lot of you are just taking, it's consuming. Give. All you, baby.
Thank you, Laurel. Appreciate that. And you made another excellent point about the Friday night thing. I never really wanted to have Friday nights as like just a complete sacrifice every single week. But it just became it
I'm so
stuck.
glad you used that word. Like Kamal's still out here. Like he's in East Coast time. It's 12:30, and whether they're totally paying attention or not, there's a whole back game to this game, and you guys got to pay attention. And you got to like, it's not convenient.
Yeah, I mean, because that's exactly what's happening here. I had to give up my Friday night. I can't. I don't want to curse. I've never cursed on my stage yet, but I really do want to say who to will want to do that, right? Like who will want to give up their Friday night? But folks, there is a reason behind this. If you want to be the top, you gotta be able to grind, and it's not just myself. I Of course I want to do the best I can, but I know that the people on here also need. There are many that need to be uplifted. So I don't want to let you guys down. So I appreciate you guys for being here Friday nights because you
Agree.
must get it. Those who come here every week get it. Like get what Laurel's talking about. Like you've got to make sacrifices, and you guys do. So I appreciate that. So all right, Laurel, we got about another minute or less, and then we have to close down, or we'll lose the recording. And I've only missed one recording with
No, we're
John
good.
David Mann, the
Take
co-author of Go
action.
Giver. Yeah,
Go to his link. Come back May 13th. Go get my
absolutely.
darn book. It'll be out by May 13th in every bookstore. Make your kids millionaires. Go, go, go. Go to Amazon.
All right, folks.
And I appreciate it. So what he just did for me, you have no idea what that just did for me. So you guys have to all pay attention what's going on out here from a business perspective. It's amazing what this man does. So appreciate you. Thank you. Take action tonight, people. Go, go,
Thank
go.
you, folks. Appreciate that. And folks, if you can come off your mic, and I'll give another count. Let's do a countdown, Laura. If you want to start off the countdown, we'll do 15
Let's
seconds.
How many?
do it.
Thank you,
Let's
Tony.
do it.
15 down, and we're going to close the room out, folks. And I want to say we'll see you all next week. Actually, let's do 10 seconds. We'll see you all
10,
next Friday for Julian Becker's room.
9,
Nine,
10,
Thank
9,
you.
thank
Good
you.
7,
night.
Thank you.
14,
5,
Good night,
4,
everybody.
13,
Good night,
2,
everybody.
1.
See you
Thank you,
next
everybody.
time.
See you all
See
next
you
week.
next time. Thanks,
Bye.
Laurel. Thanks, everybody.
The doctor is in.
8, 7,
Kevin.
6,
Thank you.